here is to facilitate this and to be as helpful as I can be. There's no other reason to do this. Okay, I got a little idea of who you are. This is actually me. Just so I know, I look like a serious crossbreeding accent between a Sasquatch and a CPA. I'll just warn you right now that I got an IQ of 65, but I try to make the most of it. But so I haven't always looked like this, but that's okay. But here's the story. This is actually I actually started out in music. That probably is not. And you probably heard of people like Don McLean or Janice and Charlie Daniels and all that. And anyway, I had the same manager. And then decided I didn't like the music business anymore. And the problem with that is I had a 6-year contract. And so I breached my contract. I went to the United Artists building and went up to the 26th floor and said I quit. And but at that point I couldn't even legally play in a bar. Didn't even own a picture of myself, at least within a musical context. So I had to make a living, and I thought, God, what's important? Money's probably important. Better learn something about that, maybe. And so I taught myself how to program, and became a system analyst and a CPA. Worked for a compensation system company. And then I saw a little ad for an accounting manager position at a hospice. And of course, I thought it'd be cool to work in something herbal. And of course, you find out, and I'm like, this is a real job, like in healthcare, and I was excited about that. And I was very fortunate that I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have a lot of baggage. I just, I'm just a kid from Iowa. That and Alaska. I kind of grew up in both. That's where my family's from, Alaska and Iowa. And I didn't know what I was doing. And we tried these things and just had some amazing results. Again, I started out as the accounting manager. I wasn't the controller. I wasn't the CFO. Those positions kind of came later. But long story short, we did some stuff, had 100% increase in productivity and whatever. I was invited I've been in hospice 27 years, Multiview 20 years. But anyways, I was invited to speak in Washington and at NHO. This is way before it's NHPCO. And they booed me out. So if I wear black, I just know I got issues. Anyway, I was accused of kind of making hospice a business, at that point. And but anyway, long story short, I've been the CFO for 8 hospices. I've been the turnaround CEO of multiple hospices. I started not-for-profits, started for-profits, bought, sold. Have worked with a little over 1,000 hospices, mainly in the United States, but European hospices, and certainly a lot on the Pacific Rim, Australia, New Zealand, and all that. Because running a great hospice is about running a great business, if you want to put it like that. Now, you got to kind of get past the whole, when I talk about the economics, you got to get past that indigestion. That most organizations, there's this thing about balance, and there's something spiritual about that. I mean, a third of all the Proverbs. Money is a great teaching tool in the spiritual sense. We learn in lack, we learn in abundance, and all it is something to help us learn to organize ourselves in C1 consciousness, which is what we're in right now. And that's probably the primary reason for you being a human, is part of that, your ability. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in this dense matter. Because when we die, we know we go to a lighter matter, right? Those of us that have watched a lot of people die, been on lots of clinical visits. You may say, well, Andrew, you got a CP? Well, I've seen so many visits, it ain't funny. In fact, my accounting department's always felt like they were abandoned because Bill Hoosier, who was the CFO of Haynes well, underwear. Hospice in Winston-Salem was my first hospice. He said, Andrew, just take that job description. I know HR, that's like you, right? Don't cringe at that. But the point is, he said, just take that job description and rip it up. Do whatever this hospice needs. Just roll your sleeves. And so I said, I got to know what we're doing. So I started going on visits. I want to see people die. I want to see all kinds of things. And so all I know is that whatever you do, you have to commit yourself. And it's the reason that we've sent all these film crews out to video the very top clinicians. So we know exactly what they do in those visits, why nothing is ever missed. The best social workers, the best ways of doing bereavement. Broke them down frame by frame. That's the level of love and meticulousness if we're going to be extraordinary at anything. That's what we're going to be talking about. So anyway, I might as well finish out the music thing. After the 6-year thing, Shania Twain's guitar players said, Andrew, you got some good, your catalog's free now, right? And so there's about 5 songs cut at that point. And we got 7 companies, 3 of them are entertainment companies, and we've had different number ones and top Billboard records and all that. So we got our music companies as well as our hospice companies. So and people just go, Andrew, because I separate them pretty well, but people from one industry to our movement, they say, well, what are you? And I would say it's 100% both. Like I'm in the summer season, so it's now we're gonna honor our agreements with different record companies and all that, and produce whatever records and whatever we have being released. So anyway, so is it working? I expect us all to exercise some intelligence here, and don't be ashamed of that. I've already told you where mine is. I'm working at it every day. But the point is, you should be saying this logically: is this working, or is this hype? Okay. Well, obviously, when you look at the financials, it's kind of easy aspects because that's being measured all the time, and that definitely gives indications of quality and how well an organization is managed. Right? We want to be managed well for all kinds of reasons, right? Well, if we manage well, we can pay extraordinarily well. We can pay better than the hospital. We don't have to say, oh, you're going to have to take a pay cut if you work for hospice or any ridiculous notions like that. We can have, again, 6 to 9 months, have our cash reserves. We can provide extraordinary care, taking virtually anybody, regardless, if we're well managed. So does being well managed translate into extraordinary care? Absolutely. Okay, so financial stuff. And the folks that have done this really well usually have about a 30% move. That means, let's say they're losing 10%, they might go to a plus 20. This is with zero community support. Yeah, but most people, if they just do it half-ass, we'll see about a 5% bump. So if they're just at break even, they might go to 5% of net patient, 5% of net patient revenue increase. But just consider this: what about quality? Well, certainly quality scores normally go to the upper echelons. But when you just take a look at it, if we have meticulously thought through every aspect of the experience, don't we think that quality is going to go up? It's just that common sense. Because it's not spending more that increases quality. That's the government, how that's working out. What increases quality is intention. Caring enough to do a good job. That's what increases quality in all dimensions. We're being paid already more than enough to provide a world-class experience. So, this is where you got to ignore the huddled masses in most of the world, because averages is so average. you want an average opinion, then most anybody can give you an average opinion. Okay, let's keep going. This is just an example of one, and we've done this multiple times. This is a hospice that we actually formed in the parking lot of a Holiday Inn, and we just said, if we took all this and put it into one hospice, what would happen? And it wasn't nearly developed as much as it is now. That hospice went from 0 to 1,000 patients a day in 6 years, won the highest award of quality on the planet, which is the Baldrige Award, beating out Federal Express and all that. Most valuable hospice ever in history. That's what you can do with a little bit of intention. I sold my block a few years ago, but anybody can do that if you love it enough and care about people. And it's not all about that. The economics are just a manifestation of value. Okay, I'll go ahead. I might as well go ahead and hit this real quick. And I actually like to keep this in front of us. And this is in the first part of the book. But I know this. A lot of us here are managers, right? And we're all teachers. But if normally the first thing I do is when I go to a hospice, the first thing is, take me to your leader. I was there last night. There again. I didn't take you up. But again, all of us, and then my next question is, take me to your training space. Those are the most valuable real estate in any hospice, are your teaching and training spaces, because all your quality comes from there. We'll talk a lot about this. But in all of us here, I'm looking for 3 things, not just in managers, but frontline staff. First, what's their intelligence? What kind of horsepower do we have? I need smart people that can work stuff out. And let's face it, if you're a manager, it's pretty hard. If you're being, led by somebody, it's pretty hard to get behind somebody that you think's dumber than a rock. Next, energy. You want someone might have the right thought patterns, because most of intelligence has to do with this pattern recognition. Because the whole world is pattern. There's nothing random happening here. There's patterns just happening over and over and over. The Mother Nature is the truth, really. That's the way life really works. The next thing has to do with energy. Does the person might have the right thoughts, but do they have the juice to actually make something happen? And energy comes in 2 forms. There's the juice to get stuff done in this world of dense matter. There's also the atmospheric thing that happens whenever you teach space. Like at that Baldrige winning hospice, we trained every clinician how to change their energetic space, because we recognize that it's all about the feeling. And one of 3 things always happens whenever you enter someone's space. It might be, say it's candy. Aren't you glad you're right next to me? No, I'm so... Anyway, it's like, oh, candy, okay, IDT. Candy's here. Energy up. Or is it, candy's here. Energy neutral. Or is it, oh my God. I know that latter is not you. You need a CD for that. You like kind of acoustic-ish, or Beatles-like, or Pink Floyd? Okay, there you go. A little space Apache. So if I pick on you a little bit, there's probably something coming. But anyway, so their energy. So there's at least a couple of levels there. The last thing we need to know is their integrity involved. And this is where most of us are working, and that's the biggest problem in hospice. In fact, I'll just say this. Our failure to assimilate a lot of what we go over today is going to come in the integrity zone. Are we humble and open, or prideful? Now, Andrew, you said that this is the number 1 problem in hospice. Are you calling people liars and cheats now? But every time we have a complaint, every time we have a service failure, it's a lie. Right? It's a broken promise. Someone was hurt. And normally it happens because of lack of consideration for fellow humans or expressions of life. Okay. So we need all three. And all three of these are going to culminate in the quality of the most successful people on the planet, and that's self-control. Self-control is the quality of the most successful people. I'll go ahead and squirrelize this, and I have been accused of being a squirrel on speed. Okay, if I have my nuts for Medicare, okay, I just don't gobble them up, go, oops, forgot about winter. Should have held a few back. That's intelligence, foresight. Energy. To have self-control requires energy. Think about a diet and you get tired. What happens to that diet? You're not just grabbing for one bag of chips, man. You're going for two. And the Oreos. Yeah. And 3, integrity. And I have self-control, manage well, so that I can pay well. So I can, because, we've got needs, right? Most of us have bills. We got a lot of times kids that could use those resources. And in this world of more than enough, especially the hospice world, there's that. So you need all three. Again, and we'll talk about self-control. I'm hitting it early to plant. That's it again. Remember that. The quality of the most successful people on the planet. And all of us, we actually want to create, I'll just get ahead of myself, a condition for success where people learn to self-regulate. In fact, I'll just say this. We don't want to hire anybody that needs to be managed. If you need to be managed, we don't need to. We don't need people that need to be managed. Get rid of anyone that needs to be managed. Make your life simpler. Okay. So let's keep going. The model, and what is the model? Let's go ahead and explain this. The model is just a convention I'm using to communicate the idea of something being organized, something being thought through. And all organizations have a model. Most of them have developed organically. But an organic model normally is not as isn't as high in quality as one that's been meticulously planned. That's what we find. Okay? So in this case, and you come up with your own name for your own model. You're going to proprietarize this. We're on one single concept we're developing this. What's that? And it's around this question. What are you? Can somebody help me out here? What are you? What are you? Somebody, I'm not going to... A human? Oh, I like that. Okay, you're human. Successful? We are all successful. I like that. I don't get that normally. Relational. Anything else? Teachers. Okay, yeah, definitely teachers.
Hardworking.
Let's go deeper. Let's go deep. Let's go as deep as we can.
I say hardworking.
Hardworking. We're hardworking. All these are right. What are you?
Challenged. Flawed. Broken.
Okay, we're gonna get a positive here. So I appreciate. Okay, here's what I'm going for. Because a lot of times I get out. I have a name, I have a title, I have all this. The point is, you only really know one thing about yourself right now. Just one thing. Is that you are conscious. That you are feeling things. That you are experiencing sensations. That's all you really know about yourself. Right? Some of you, some of us perceive we have a body, or if we're from California, a sustained energy pattern. I'm in LA a lot. But the point is, we know that, we have at least two distinct states of consciousness. The waking state, the sleep state. And when you're in that sleep state, it feels pretty real. So all you really know, all you can really be certain of is that you are feeling something. You are experiencing sensations. And that is what we organize the model around, that you are a feeling. So every decision that we will make, every financial decision, every care decision will be centered around the feelings of human beings and how we make them feel. Okay, in fact, we're going to simplify the hospice, that we're here to simply help make people feel better and organize everything around that. This is just an illustration. If someone's really doing the model, they start their IDTs and all meetings with, what are you? And everyone goes, okay, let's do this together. What are you?
Feeling.
Let's do it one more time. What are you?
Feeling.
Right, a feeling. Because that'll center ourselves. And we actually like to see special chairs painted in your colors with the word patient and family on it and the word feeling. And basically, in the model, we will take our tush, our posterior, and we will start asking high-value questions. And we'll just pretend this is the patient chair and place ourselves in the place of the patient or family in this case. We start to ask, what can we add to make the feeling better? What could we delete or stop doing to make the feeling better? Because most people are trying to do too much, frankly. And you'll find that quality goes up when you start deleting things rather than adding to normally. What could we augment or start doing differently to make someone feel better? Again, and organize everything in the hospice to make sure that feeling is created for every patient every time, every patient every time, every patient every time, every person every time, every person every time. A world of non-exception. That is the standard that I'm drawing here. Most hospices, frankly, are make it up as you go visits. Make it up as you go on the phones. Make it up as you go. With some, very loose guidelines of how things are done. So what we're creating is basically a meticulous system of care. And we're all part of the system. Just like the idea of everyone, the ridiculous idea that you think you're alone, anyone that thinks they're alone. When, you are just part of the overall. We're all part of kind of the same family. We're all connected. We impact each other, all that. We're all part of a system. It's like nature. There's nothing out there that is not mutually relying upon each other. Okay. So we're going to start, as an organization, creating this feeling. And where we have cared enough that we've considered every aspect of the care experience. And we cared enough, again, to create this experience for every patient, every time, every patient, every time. I always say it multiple times to get that point across. Where every word or phrase that we utter has been considered from the perspective of how it makes somebody feel. I'll go ahead, again, one hospice, one that everybody here would know. They've been on the national stage before. I said, okay, can I bring a film crew out and can we videotape your 5 top clinicians? Your 500 clinicians. Your top 5. Very best you have. Sure. Okay, let's do this. And of course, you sign all the releases you need to. And here are the visits. Hey, how are you doing? Doing well? Yeah. Oh, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your level of distress? Okay. Next one came in. How you doing? You need anything today? Oh, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your level of distress? Next one came in. Oh, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your level of distress? Finally, I said, stop. You have nothing standardized here, except for one question. On a scale of 1 to 10, what's your level of distress? Well, how does that make you feel? Well, geez, I was feeling pretty good before. I mean, are you like holding back on me? I mean, is there something I need to know? Just by saying the word distressed causes me to tense up. That's the level of consideration we have. You'll notice 2 boards here. And I want us to liberate ourselves from our sitting position. And maybe you need to do that just for a little ass relief. But anyway, and if you want any words that would be outlawed in the organization that we would not use as we conduct business normally, we would write them there. We'd also, if there's words we want to use, we would write them on model words phrases. So no words might have the word distress. Especially, like sometimes you got compliance in the back, they're doing this. There's our position in a lot of organizations. Well, we have to ask that question. And I said, come on. We can find another way. Let's see. Okay. But let's do this one more time. Like in the Baldridge winning one, we didn't use the word complaint. Okay? Because what do we know about people that complain? If one person complains, how many more incidents of that do you normally have? It's been estimated, I mean, I've seen all kinds of ranges, but normally around 20. So every time you see one of those, you got 20 more of them. I don't think they're just isolated. In our world, we favor the word gift. And of course, everybody was trained in how to handle a gift. Eye level, lean in. And the first, there's actually 3 or 4 steps depending on your model. But first, let's do the 3. I'm sorry, Angie, I'm so sorry that happened. I mean, I'm sorry, the organization's sorry. Okay, heartfelt sorry. 2, thank you. Thank you, Angie, for bringing that to our attention. And making us aware of this so that we can do something about this. 3, Angie, we're going to take your gift and we're going to improve our system so it never happens to someone else. It's not going to happen to you again. It's not going to happen to someone else. You've actually made the world a better place by sharing that. Well, thank you so much. So that's kind of the standardized way of handling it. And a lot of organizations have not even taught well, how do you handle a service failure? How do you? And of course, with all those things, there's a level of professional judgment that comes into play. So that's just an example, and I want us all I'd like all of us to write something on there. So everybody needs to kick in a little something here. There's an investment that's being made into you today, right? Okay, well, get something up there and get a little.
I have a question. So are you talking about using the word complaint when it comes to like a complaint, or when you're talking about like a patient is complaining of symptoms?
No, it's not. So it's really a complaint, and really an external expression of dissatisfaction about what we do. Okay. So there's a difference.
Like a
and I'm hurting because that's normal. So that's a great question. So every word or phrase has been considered how it makes someone feel. Smell. What's our system of removing smells? What happens if you go into one patient environment, could be a smoking environment, or where you pick up, what's our system of removing that smell? And if we don't, I'll just say this, we have not loved enough. We have systems that, boom, there it is. Because I'll just say this, you come into my place, and if you had a bunch of cigarette smoke, and I'm not trying to do whatever, I'm going, oh, don't sit down. Oh, she's and then as soon as they leave, it's the Febreze and everything, but I'm just laying it out there real, folks. Our job is to address all forms of suffering, physical and non-physical. And that's non-physical suffering that we may have induced unintentionally, quite innocently, but again, just from a place of lack of love. Or where it hasn't been taken to a different place. Image, our look, our colors. We don't like the word uniform. We prefer the word look. Do you feel better being served by people with a great uniform or look, or someone in street clothes? This is easy, folks. No, uniforms. People feel radically better served rather than people in street clothes. Those make a difference. Try doing a visit butt naked. And we'll see how much confidence you have doing that. There's a reason that at military they have uniforms. They have there's a united and the most. I learned this especially this powerful hospice and home health in Texas, and it was just this. All 30 managers flew in, and it was a sea of black and red, and it's not just a uniform. It's more of a look, and you can stylize it. But some of them had cowboy hats with a red thing. But I thought, wow, they got it. I see why they are so stunningly successful and what they're part of it, and they were a united group. All I know is that, like when my mom had hospice, and the gal shows up in the Mickey Mouse shirt, yeah, that made some impression. Or whatever. So activity. Look, all from the viewpoint. How does it make a person feel ultimately? Okay. And what we'll find is that when we go through the model, it brings relief as it makes work and management easier because we're focusing on less stuff. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, what is the model? Here's the best definition. It's the creation of a high-quality, predictable experience. All these words, and what we're going to learn is that words are very powerful. And again, when we're answering the phone, every time we're visiting, every time someone's touching one of our materials, we're creating a feeling, right? Okay, so we're in the creation process. What? High quality. If you don't want to do high quality, go work for Bottom Feeder Hospice down the road. There's no place for you. Predictable. That is what causes people to hit the purchase button. It's why some folks that have to do model, doing what we're doing here, their census will be up 100% in 1 year. The most growth we've ever seen is 500% in a single year. But I wouldn't be surprised if we wouldn't be at 500 in a year if we really get this. But again, it's one of the things you kind of got to manage. Okay? What? Feeling or experience. We substitute either word. Okay, we're not going to go through these. Okay, I'm just going to show this again. We're talking about the model. And I don't want us to ever think that we're making robots here or we're using scripts or anything like that. We're going to have as few standards as we can. And there'll be a tremendous amount, of course, of professional judgment with this. But what I'm trying to point out, so it's not like we're just going to be robotic. In fact, 70% of the model has to do with professional judgment. Only 30% has to do with structures and processes. But those structures and processes are the key to the whole enchilada. United Airlines, what went wrong there? Did they have structures and processes? What happened? What's that? Professional judgment. Yeah, they were. Do you think the employees were trying to do a good job? People working that gate? Do you think the law enforcement folks were trying to do a good job? Yeah. But somebody lacked to say, this is not going to work out so well. And, in fact, I'm going to say we're going to go against that here, and here we go. And that's professional judgment. So you have to have, again, 70% of what we're talking about has to do with that. Trusting people. but having those underlying structures to help guide us as well. Okay, that makes sense. Whether it's answering the phones, doing business, or anything like that. But let me just point this out, and this goes back to the need for development of a model. I'll just use my experience with mom. There's tremendous variability of care problem in hospice, and that there's tremendous differences in the quality of care provided by different hospices, as well as different individuals within each hospice. And so with mom, Nurse A, her name was Kay, came in. Kay was extraordinary. Kay was so great that every clinician that came behind her was a disappointment. That's a quality problem. In fact, if we got situations where people are requesting certain clinicians, we got a quality problem, flat out. Got to fix that. Okay, next. Next nurse came in. She certainly was an okay, because everybody will make judgments. Because we live in kind of a comparative world. Okay, I wish Kay was here. That's what's going on in people's heads. Again, when I say you need humility to do the model, because it's just like, oh my God. You got to stare at the kind of the truth of how we actually make people feel. Okay. And what they're thinking. Hospice aid came in. Is okay. Nothing like we know the hospice aid visit can be done now. Eye level lean in, which is only done 50% of the time by our top folks. Just that simple act of courtesy is not being done. Eye level lean in. Okay, remember I'm an aide coming in. These are spa CNA visits. So we have our towel warmer right there. Teresa, would you like lavender or sweet pea today? Sweet pea, you got it. And the point is, people are actually doing that. But the only way that that's going to get in our model is Ernie is going to say, can we do that for every patient every time? Can I do that for every patient every time that wants that? And if we can't do that, it does not go on the menu. The next person came in. The next aide, Hort, came in her Mickey Mouse shirt, smelling like cigarette smoke, dirty car. She loved to talk. We did all the work. We knew all about her divorce. This happens every day in hospice land. And people accept it because really, that's all we know. So we want to get past that. So we're talking about long-term structures, and we're not just talking about financially driven things. So let's just get past that. Okay, what do we have here? We have a normally distributed bell curve, right? And all things that can be measured fall on a bell curve, right? And we have in the center of it the place where all the measures of central tendency converge. This is called the 50th percentile, or the mean or average, mode, median. All these things come together. Anything that can be measured is going to converge here. We have to understand this to have any claim of being a professional in hospice. This means that every manager here, if you're working, I'm just going to pretend you're working for me at my hospice, or one of my hospices. You have to know this stuff cold. You have to know the norms of quality, what's happening in the United States of America. In all of those areas, to have any claim to being able to draw a paycheck as a, quote, professional. Okay? So norms of quality and cost. Have to know that to have any legitimate claim. We'll go through that. And where do you get that from? Where do you understand the norms of quality and cost? Yes, benchmarks. That's how you have the perspective of, in our world, what? Nearly 800 other hospices of the, say, 5,000 in the country. That will give you, within a very little time, you could study those and say, here's where we are in relation to the rest of the herd, so to speak. But that's insufficient. We should be interested in those people or those organizations that live out here. So out of 5,000 hospices, what are the 5 or 8 or sometimes even one hospice that's doing it the best? And that's what we should be interested in. So, but let's talk about what do we know about these organizations in the 90th percentile? What are characteristics of 100% of them? Each one of them have unique and powerful methods of people development. Okay, we're going to talk about that. Highly spiritual. Every single one of them. Low turnover, for example. A bunch of people burn out. I mean, low turnover. Highly spiritual. And whether for-profit or not-for-profit. Okay, they're linking meaning to work. And they have unique and different compensation practices. So this means you're never going to get here unless we pay differently than most organizations. So even how we're paid. And it's not just hourly, it's salary. I'm not saying it's not possible. There just isn't anybody that actually has ever done it. And we measure 989 data points with 922 cross calculations every month extracted, again, from 786 hospices right now. Again, we have more information than anyone in the world. This is why we talk to MedPAC and Congress and all that. Okay, so never focus on the mediocre majority. So, and the cool thing is the bell curve is always with us. This means that most hospices are not doing that. So by us focusing on a few things, man, we can go to a completely different place. Okay, here's basically the agenda. And this is what we're going to cover. And I will manage the clock as we go through each of these major topics. People development. This is the most important topic of the day. And so that's the first thing we're talking about. Developing human beings. Visit structure, which is part of actually people development, as well as phone interactions, part of people development. Then we're going to go into team design, patient-related, supporting service, compensation tomorrow, design of our physical products, outreach and marketing, and then the revolutionary brief. Kind of getting everything. And I'll just say this, just like one of our, we've just taken over the management of a hospice of about 1,000 patients a day, but I'll just say we start on we work on the comp system, but we go right into how we answer the phones, how we do visits, revolutionary bereavement. 3 just hardcore things that we perfect. And that's what, again, and when you're selling quality, that's what makes it so easy to grow and expand. Because your marketers can go, man, nursing home, you can just when we say something, it is real. There is no hype to the deal. You call us at 3 o'clock on Sunday morning, and you see what happens. Okay. Less done extraordinary well is vastly better than more done sloppily. It's a big concept. It takes no talent to add to or to complicate things. This is why we're going to get the admission down to an hour. Rather than torturing people with these, I'm not saying we're doing that, but I'm just saying a lot of hospices take a long time thinking they got to do comprehensive, and all this stuff. You got 5 to 8 days to get that done. And if they die before it, well, I guess they were kind of appropriate, right? Okay, less done extraordinarily well is vastly better than more done sloppily. Impressed with the less. There is power in saying no to distracting opportunities. One hospice, for example, they had a census of 600. They did the workshop. They got rid of all their extracurriculars except for inpatient. They grew to 1,200 patients the next year. Okay, vastly increased their touch. But it is about focus. Now, I'm not saying we can't do different things. We just have to be quite discriminating about that. Again, it takes no talent to complicate. It takes no talent to say, hey, do this. It'll only take you 5 minutes more. Do this. It'll only take you 50. Talentless people do that all the time. Like Apple became the most valuable company on earth within a few years because of the focus of one human being, Steve Jobs. Not that there weren't thousands of employees, but somebody has to say, hey, we're going to do less. We're going to wipe out all the other products and maybe just do 3 things, period. They would bring him lists of 100 things, and he'd wipe out all of them except for maybe 1 or 2 things. And that's what's required if we're going to be extraordinary. I mean, truly go the higher. Again, I know, and listen, when I say that, again, don't take me being critical in any way of whatever. Again, I just want us to consider things. Just know this, I'm always reflecting back on myself and the different companies that I own or manage. It's like, it's just that desire to become better and to serve better, okay? So I just don't want all working policies and procedures must be able to be memorized or recalled in order to be operationalized. We'll talk about that. That's an important thing. And there's incredibly high value in predictability. This is the only thing that causes people to keep getting the buy button for us, right? I mean, I might as well illustrate that one really quick just to make sure. When you go to Walmart and you go down in the paint aisle and you find someone that's truly an expert in paint, you kind of get that I got lucky feeling. Right? You're not going to go probably back and find another, if you went to another Walmart or whatever, and find just a true expert in paint that at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, this will look like this shade. And this is, you might find that more at a Sherwin-Williams, and that's what I'm talking about. And that's what people want. When they say, hey, I want Blue Ridge, we want to make it just a no-brainer. This is really the only option, unless you want 2nd or 3rd string hospice. And it's kind of important that you're doing this strategically too, because there's more and more folks doing this, obviously. And all I know is that we can go into a market where they used to have 600 patients a day, and in 9 months we can have that hospice down to 300 patients a day. Because we make it just so obvious to all hospital systems. Why would you ever not refer to us? And we're doing less, but doing a much, much higher quality. And so I think strategically, especially given where we are, this is a good thing now. Okay, here we're getting into the first topic. It's impossible for an organization to become extraordinary without an extraordinary people development system. Okay, and we'll talk about that. Okay, how are we feeling as far as coffee load and all that? Question, we have one set of restrooms. The question is how fast we can circle through this. Or is every floor though? What's that? On every floor. Okay, this is what I want to do. Okay, I'm not anal retentive here, but we're going to take 6.5 minutes, and let's be back in here. Just relieve ourselves, because I need us 100% engaged, because we are in it. It's like, whoa, where'd that go? Like, it disappeared. Again, we have our hymnal here. And believe it or not, I delete stuff out of it, but it's got a pretty good table of contacts that, it has, an index and all this. And you can kind of, again, it would be good to, to follow along as best you can. Sometimes I'll hop around a little bit. But what do we know? We know that if you just listen, you'll get 10% of this. Okay? You're slightly more involved, people will start to take notes. the learning will increase from, and it doesn't matter how smart we perceive ourselves to be. When we start to take notes, learning goes up to 50%. When we learn about System 7, we'll take learning to 100% for 100% of employees. So, anyway, so people development. I'm getting there myself. Okay, so somewhere around page
23.
Yeah, like 38-ish or whatever. Okay, why is this so important? Okay, we're talking about people development, developing human beings. Why? What do we mean? This is a master teaching concept. Not that I'm claiming to be that, but we should all avail to, or strive to teach, and that why. Well, let's put it this way. Unless there's a link between cause and effect, no learning has taken place. And the lowest level of teaching is saying, do this, do this, do this. People say things like, document at the bedside. Well, how's that working out for folks? Okay. So why? Why is it so important? Because it's a complete fantasy to think an organization can be extraordinary without an extraordinary people development system, because the mission is only accomplished through people. It's flat out lie when folks say, oh, people are our most valuable asset. And then you go into their training rooms and they're like beige. Or, there's just nothing pronounced about it or whatever. And I got to go, what do you mean? Normally there's physical manifestations of this. So the mission's only done, because what? We are human organizations serving other human beings. So we better understand humans as well. People can't give what they don't have. You can't be what you're not. Not only can people not give what they don't have, you can't give what you don't have. If it's not inside you, you can't give it to someone else. It's like you can't say, hey, can I have a few $1 million if you don't have a few million? You're not going to get it, probably, right? So, just using our intelligence here, we want to basically avail ourselves of using the best methods known. But here's the truth about quality. If our people systems are here, where's our quality? It is here. No more, no less. Okay, we do the model. We take our people systems up to here. Where's our quality go? Here, no more, no less. Then we grow to 400 patients a day or whatever. And let's say we just start to bring on some warm bodies. Our people systems go to here. Where's our quality go? Here, no more or no less. Most people drastically overestimate their levels of quality. That's kind of a human phenomenon. So our quality is no more or less than the quality of our people systems. And so that's what we're going to focus on. We're going to boil this down. How will people remember what to do and then actually do it? This is actually a strategic decision. And let me go ahead and I'll clinicalize it. I know I look like a nurse, but we'll just pretend. Okay, and here, most organizations see themselves as a provider of care. And you go to IDTs, and they talk about providers of care. It makes me almost nauseous. Whereas the elite organizations will see themselves as teaching organizations first and foremost. Okay, here's the provider of care. Okay, Candy, can you need this? Kristen, this. This is the provider here. And people think they're doing a good job doing it because that's all they know how to do. Because those are the images in people's minds that are running their lives. we have to put other pictures in there. Let's contrast that, the provider of care. You know, I mean, put it this way, they're doing their job and they're going, yeah, I'm doing my job. I feel good on a certain level, but boy, my food. Whereas the teaching organization, it's Pat, right?
No, this is Pat. I'm Lynn.
Lynn, okay.
Oh.
Got to make sure this is all good here. Yeah, anal retention, is that hyphenated? I don't know. So eye level lean in. Well, Pat, you know, this is one of the first visits. You know, no, you just got the news about Dad, and it's almost like a nuclear bomb going on, right? And anyway, this is kind of what it's going to look like, what it's going to feel like, what it's going to smell like if the disease follows its normal progression. This is what you can expect. You know, next visit, Lisa, right? Am I getting it?
Lisa.
Just Lisa. Lisa, you know, I know you just got the news about Mom. This is what it's going to look like, what it's going to smell like, how you're going to feel. Okay, let's watch you adjust the concentrator here. Okay, you are fantastic. You know, are you a nurse? Okay, what's the payoff of this change of paradigm of the teaching organization versus the provider of care? There's many payoffs. More efficient, like how? You won't be bogged down in dealing with things that patients can do. Right. Yeah, you won't be doing unnecessary things and basically taking them out of the loop. Yeah. Which, does it feel good to be empowered? Mm-hmm. We all feel good when we're empowered. Okay. What else? More consistent. More consistent. Satisfaction of who? Patient. And the staff. Yes. And even physical pain can be addressed. Why should someone, if trouble happens at 2 a.m., why should they have to wait an hour or an hour and a half suffering when the caregiver could handle the whole deal? Hospice was never designed for us to do the care. And a lot of organizations have gotten so far off the ranch on that. We are there to guide people through an experience that we're most familiar with. Because we can't be there all the time. And so the empowerment of the caregivers. So when this great movement was started, a volunteer-driven movement from basically church basements and front porches across this country by just concerned people that weren't paid a dime. It was all about empowering the caregiver to do it. And then some people in the mind, they don't want to do it. All these weakling excuses. Where a master teacher will recognize that as a prime opportunity to do some major work. You know, you go in and someone doesn't want, I can't do that because what? They normally they lack confidence, right? And you go, Angie, I know you may not think that you want to do this, but the point is you only have one dad or mom, and you can so do this. I've been doing this a long time. You are so capable of doing this. And I could do it for you, but if I do it, let me just say this. You would probably have regret and guilt for the rest of your life. Now, we can save you from that because you can do this. Now, okay, oh, wow, you are great. Okay, let's do it one more time because we know that the second time through, people's confidence goes up. That's where we got to get to. Okay, so we talked about the provider of care versus the teaching organization. Well, how do you get a clinician, in this case, to stop doing this. You have to move the feeling is the key. Move the feeling where they feel better teaching than doing. And they can recognize, when they're doing this or not. You have to move the feeling. We have to gain satisfaction, personal benefit. Feel better teaching rather than doing. And that's the key.
I'm going to be the devil's advocate on this one.
Okay.
So I feel like there's a difference between teaching someone who wants to do it versus when you go in the home and they don't want to do it, or someone who can do it versus someone who can't or doesn't want to do it.
Yeah. Again, this is where your professional judgment comes into place. If someone physically can't, but when you know they can do it, part of our job is to transform lives.
But what if they don't want to do it?
Well, then I think that that person needs to elevate their teaching. I have found I can break through to almost any caregiver, and I'm not even a clinician. Yes, just like all master teachers would do. Because when you overcome fear of doing whatever, you go to a different place, right? And we all are scared of it. Part of our job is to help that group. Get them to this, watch you do it. Man, you're great. You're a rock star. That's the job.
I get there's a difference in someone who doesn't feel like they can because of their confidence, but someone who just doesn't. That's not what they want to do.
Yeah, well, again, we have, and I'm not saying you're going to be successful, just like the teacher's never going to be successful with every student. Mm-hmm. But our job is to set up the most ideal conditions we can for their success. Again, we're there to guide people through an experience that we're most familiar with. And again, when you point out, okay, so basically something happens to mom at 2 o'clock in the morning, you're going to let her lie there for an hour or hour and a half until we get there and suffer needlessly.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. No.
Okay, that's not it. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still.
I feel like that person is probably already providing care in the home, if they're still in the home. Does that make sense?
I don't know. The point is, all I know is that again, some may just flat out, and they'll choose regret and shame.
Is there an element of expectation setting that should or could happen early on? In other words,
yes, yes, expectation. That's part of the key. Yeah, keep going here.
No. I'm just thinking that maybe the expectation is I have hospice. I'm the family member or the caregiver. I can now divorce myself.
Yeah.
As opposed to hospice coming in and saying, I'm going to give you the gift of control in an uncontrollable situation.
Yeah. No, what you're saying, there is some societal expectation. But see, this is where, again, I know this challenges a lot of folks. Again, we're getting satisfaction from doing and all that, and sometimes, but we're again, the actual result is that when people realize, geez, I am capable of helping out, and these people, again, you don't want the thank you notes. Sometimes I've taken thank you notes and I've read, thank you for taking care of mom. Thank you for taking care, of dad. And you go, and I go, aren't those great? And everyone goes, yeah. I go, those are crap. And then I throw them for effect. And what should they say?
Thank you for helping me.
Yes. But again, we've just gotten so far away from where we started. And whereas it's like, oh my God, that was one of the best experiences I ever had. I got to take care of the person that gave me life, or whatever that relationship is. And I could do it. I was scared. I was just so scared. And possibly in some way they transformed my life. I'll just say this. Our hospice work is more about providing a life-changing experience for people and helping them transform. And this gets in the whole spiritual domain. Ken was talking, we were just talking about that at the break. It's just, what we're talking about here is really spiritual evolution of an organization, a maturity.
Part of the concern I have with that model is related to our relationship with facilities.
Mhm.
You know, because oftentimes when we become involved in facilities, they do expect us to do.
Sure.
They don't.
we
they're
certainly,
not receptive to the
Yeah.
education.
Yeah,
necessarily.
we certainly do, but I'll just say this: when we go into facilities and we take over facilities, and they like it, but we empower, everybody that's on that ward or down that corridor or whatever. We are touching the lives of everybody. So it's our folks, but we're also taking a look at the aide and the nurse on that. And okay, let me show you how. Here's an extraordinary wound care, or here's an extraordinary way to handle breakthrough pain, or and again, it's a development on our part of really our ability to lead, and our value goes up in that case too. Like that. We'll talk about more. Some of this, again, we'll click more as we go through things.
I just wanted to give an example of that. Like I talked to somebody yesterday on the phone, and it was a family member, a son of a patient that was in a facility. And he said to me, he was like, "You all did such a good job. You had to increase the morphine at the end." He was like, "But why was the med tech like asking me, is this okay? Is this okay?" every single time? So he was like, there was like a discrepancy between what the facility staff were thinking that they should be doing and what we were doing. He was like, "You guys were right. But why was she so hesitant?" And that's exactly
because we don't want to we don't want the nursing home or the facility to look bad either.
Right.
Part of our job is to make them a better business.
Yeah, but it was like that med tech didn't have the education, like, or the confidence to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, they were feeling like they were doing something wrong.
Can I add a comment real quick?
Yes.
What Paul had said
Yes.
about setting expectations. One thing that comes to mind with being an assessment nurse background and being in the assessment department is, when you go in and we set the expectation for what we're starting your care today, and this is the expectation that you should have about what we'll be doing for you. So one example being, if you oftentimes will say, "Okay, our nurse can help take care of that wound for you." But if we were to say, "Our nurse will be teaching you how to take care of that wound,"
Yes.
there's a difference in expectation.
Right, I agree, because I think that starts from the very deciding what your informational visit is going to be or what your marketing visit is going to be. It's like, what product are you providing?
And that we're on the same page.
Yes.
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
anybody
Okay.
in our organization.
Exactly.
And this gets down to language, societal expectations. But like I said, put this way, anything that doesn't meet or exceed someone's expectations results in disappointment. So therefore, like this, we got to care enough about what we say, how that's communicated, what words we use. We're going to help guide you through the experience, and we're going to be there every step of the way. All disciplines teach. There isn't a single hospice discipline that's not a teaching position, right? Obviously, nurses, social work, spiritual care, personal care services, your hospice aides. We're not going to be there all the time. We've got to show them how to take their loved one to the restroom or help out with functional areas.
Can I interject though? I agree with you, but there are areas that we serve that people can't even read.
Yeah.
And
we go native lands. Nobody can read it in some villages. That doesn't really. Okay, go ahead.
because I know that the nurses are consistently educating, writing out, only to realize, even though they've written out this list of how to implement a med or what to do and show them time and time again, they can't process it.
Well, then obviously, as a master teacher, you're going to find some other ways of communicating, and that might be observation. But above all, there can be an oratory aspect to it, but all the dimensions of which human beings learn. I know that most people can learn most of the things. So this is where, again, there's an element of pride. Well, they're not nurses. They can't be. Almost delegating people to peon level. Well, heck, most of us could learn how to do brain surgery if we devoted ourselves to it. So I'm just saying that whether it's breakthrough pain, whether it's wound care, whether it's, here we're just talking about the spiritual. We're not even getting into the really deep stuff, which is the internal.
I was going to say it's not and I think I agree with you. Anybody, it's finding what they need because it always amazes me when our lay patients and family members do complicated pumps and things that we're trained as a nurse, many years of school to train to do, and they do an awesome job of it because it's their loved one and they care about them and they want to do it.
They want to learn. It's like, okay, how do I do this? Okay, here. And your job is to what? Make it simple. Make it simple. Just like all work. You want to make all work easy for people to do. Yes, sir.
Where I see modern hospice going on track is we come in with the attitude that we're going to take 100% responsibility for the symptomatic experience. And where I think a lot of patients and families really want us to journey with them.
Yeah.
And we really get kind of taken over their role. And we're not going to
well, yeah, that's actually, you see expressions of that all over. And those, I'm always surprised how a lot of hospices will just shuck those things. It's like they come to the inpatient unit and it's like, yeah, it was nice and everything, but we were just like sitting there. I mean, they were taken out of the care equation. Where even in the inpatient unit, the patient and patient or loved ones and all that can be participants and actively engaged in the experience. So, okay. So anyway, this is a strategic decision. In fact, if I were to look at your strategic plan, the number one thing that at least I would be looking for is people development. I was hired, again, I got a lot of folks that, this great big health conglomerate, our largest client has 60,000 employees. And anyway, I flew out, and they went through their strategic planning, and then they said, Andrew, we figured a bunch of money to come here. What do you think about this? I said, I think this is a silly plan. I'm not trying to be, diminished, but the point is, who cares? So we're going to build a couple new hospitals. We're going to expand our hospice because it's, just rocking it now. We're going to do this. Where's your people on here? I've met most of your folks, at least the samples and stuff, and we're just really average. So our people have to be at the top of the list of anything, because, again, our lives flow out of us. They don't just happen to us. So we have to put it into our people if we're going to get that quality out. So kind of back to that. Our quality is no more or less than the quality. Okay, so we're not paying you at this hospice to do the care. We're paying you to teach. Caregivers got to be here, ultimately. And we recognize when we have to do it and when we don't have to. And there's a professional judgment. Hospices should have been building training centers rather than IPUs, frankly. The return on that investment would have been phenomenal. Just saying, okay, let's just become great at developing human beings and how to do this. But again, the masses go off to trade associations and hear, oh, they're doing this, and I guess we need to copy them. That's how the herd is created. Rather than saying, no, I think we're going to do a training center. Well, geez, nobody does that, except for these few really weirdo ones. Okay, so the most valuable real estate in our hospices are training spaces. Okay. Org chart, I'll go ahead and I'm just going to go through some high points of this. A lot of people have the pyramid situation, CO on top and all that. This is one that is actually an investment group that said, Andrew, we'd like to see kind of a different design. And this is kind of what we came up with. Which who's on the top of the org chart? Patients, families, community. You don't have to go crazy trying to find it. I probably don't have it right in there. But anyway, then we have what? The clinical team and team leaders. Okay, then it goes down to CEO. In the center of the universe is people development, and this is really where the CEO and all that. And then down below are supporting services. This is where you're going to find finance, IT, board of directors for supporting the function. But when we're building, for example, that Baldridge winning organization, we build it around rock star clinical managers. Rock star clinical managers. Why is that? Because we're going to hit this more pointedly later on. 70% of an employee's development is based on the relationship with the immediate supervisor. 70% of a person's development as an employee comes from the immediate supervisor. 70% of the morale, 70% of the retention comes from the relationship between the immediate supervisor. So you build a rock star organization around developing high quality care. We're going to talk a lot about this. In fact, when you went to the Baldridge winning one, you saw, we had pictures, you didn't see myself and other founders, on the wall in the library setting, doing the pose. In this situation, no, we had our clinical leaders, and they were glamour shots. When you actually met the person, it's like, is that really? What were we signaling? What were we signaling to all the indirect and supporting areas? We were signaling that you live to serve. You live to serve, to make things easy for them, because whatever they are is what's going to be replicated to all frontline staff. So, anyway. So we build them around rock star. Okay, we're talking about people development. Let's talk about the foundation of memory and recall. So basically go to page 42. And then this is, well, we have to cover this. What are you? Feeling. Okay, you are a feeling. You are consciousness. You are sensations. I so appreciate Ken pointing that out. Just his independent thoughts and writing from it. We'll talk about that. So, if you are a feeling, we have to learn to teach. If that's really essentially what you are. According to scientific findings, this is fairly recent. All thoughts are stored in the memory's filing system based on the associated feelings. They are filed according to feeling and tone, not fact. That means everything that you can remember is based on emotions and feelings about things. Let's illustrate this point. Where were you at 9/11? Is anyone still thinking about it? Or did everyone just right there? Right. You can remember probably just exactly where you were. Right. Okay, let's contrast that with what did you have for lunch 2 weeks ago on Thursday? Well, it's a salad sandwich, because that's what I always have. Well, that doesn't count. Okay, why do you remember in milliseconds something that happened years ago versus something that only happened 14 days ago? The emotion and feeling. Aha. Okay, so basically, from an organizational context, we have to harness this if we want people to do things. Okay. And we know that one of the main things we want to come out of our people development system is increased confidence levels. And confidence is a self-assessed feeling, right? And what do we know about confidence? Unconfident people provide unconfident care. You can't give what you don't have. Okay, I'm going to clinicalize this. Blake. Okay, I'm a nurse again. I'm going to present a medication. Let's try this. Now, I don't know if it'll work. I mean, who knows? We might get lucky. Let's just roll the dice on this and see what happens. Or Lynn, hey, take this bad boy. You're gonna be feeling real good real quick. Okay, which one is going to have a better effect? The bad boy. Yeah. Why? It had to all do with the presentation or the teaching of that. And so as we teach people and get people more and more confident on the phones doing visits, the actual care experience and feeling goes up. And that's all going to come out of our people systems. Okay, so confidence itself is even key. Okay, does everybody have their rubber underwear on? I'm going to pretend you're working for me at one of my hospices. Okay? You'll be trained in the habits of performing your job to 100% of standards, 100% of the time, on a day-to-day basis, at 100% sentence volume. We will never put you in a situation where you can't succeed. You will always know if the standards of your job have been met, and you have the power to correct any process or activity that deviates from the standards. Okay. First of all, if you're working for me, you're going to have a videotape of you with a commanding understanding of this and know this almost word for word. You'll be trained in what? Habits. Performing your job. 100% standards. 100% of the time on a day-to-day basis. And when I say on a day-to-day basis there, we know that, again, nothing's perfect. I mean, like I say, that we can go along and something will happen that will go outside of the standards. But then if we are conscious of that, we can self-correct and get back into the standard. And it is 100% census volume. Okay? That we'll never put you in a situation that you can't succeed. Okay, we've already anticipated, especially with all the classic hospice disciplines, what you're going to encounter. Because it's the same stuff happening over and over, folks. Again, I've been doing this 27 years. A lot of you have been doing it similar periods of time, right? Some of the methods might have changed some, but we're still kind of human beings, and this is what happens and what disease progressions look like and family dynamics and all that. So we're going to already have anticipated that. We're going to train you in these things. You'll always know if the standards of your job have been met. So you would never say, well, I didn't know that. Because we will have removed that. And you have the power to correct any process or to deviate from that. So there's an empowerment. Okay, let's break this down. What's a habit? All human activity is based on habits. And habits are essentially an energy conservation mechanism. Okay? And I'll go ahead and illustrate this a little bit here. Every habit that we have, good or bad, follows a three-step pattern. First, we have cues and triggers, something that initiates the behavior. Then we have routines, action, behavior, self. And then we have the reward. Okay, most organizations just tell people to do things. Do this, do that. Stop with it. Stop, do this. And it's not working out that well for people from a quality standpoint. Organizations are crappy at setting up cues and crappy at the reward, which is the teaching. And the reward is the personal benefit. The personal benefit that I get. People will only do it for the team for so long. That's the way human beings work. Okay, they want to see it. And so we're going to talk about how to set these up. How long does it take to create a habit? I've seen a lot of hotels, right? I've visited hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hospices. I've had 3 breakdowns. I mean, just because of lack of self-control. Just from, I'm on, 4 to 6 airplane rides a week. And at some point, I'm just going to stop it. And that's just it. And I don't even know why I still do it, except for there's a mission about the importance of what we're doing here. But anyway, I stay on the second floor a lot. And so let's say I'm trying to get down to the lobby. I hit the 1 button, And I noticed that the elevator's slow. The first time I encounter that, I'm kind of doing this. Okay, the next, and so I get on and I go down to the lobby. The next time I hit the one button, I notice it's slow, but then I kind of look around and I see that the stairs are near me. Okay, it probably opens and I'm probably going to get on the elevator and go back down. The third time I hit the one button, I notice it's slow. What do? Well, I'm going to take the stairs because I'm perfectly capable of doing that. What do I do the fourth time? Fifth time. Sixth time.
Stairs.
Okay, that's how long it takes to create a habit. Once there's a link between cause and effect that's conscious with a personal benefit, behavior is altered. Some people say, well, no, it takes 21 days, it takes whatever. From an organizational context, habits can be created quite rapidly. Okay. We also talked about all working policies and procedures must be able to be memorized or recalled in order to be operationalized, out of sight, out of mind. And this leads us to IRMs. I'll go ahead and illustrate a couple, which are image recall mechanisms. This will all come together and make sense. You go, holy cow, where are we going with this? Let me use an IRM on you. Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. What just happened? Yeah, those that are familiar with that. Okay. Let's contrast that, frankly, my dear, I don't give it, with Johnny Depp. When I said Johnny Depp, what do you see? What images pop up? And that's the way the brain works. It conjures up images. Even if you're blind from birth, there's a shape thing that happens. If you had any experience with that. Johnny Depp, what just happened? Scissor hands. Oh my God, I always get a scissor hands in here. Pirates. What's that? Oh my God, yeah. Oh yeah, there you go. You had a hottie thing. You liked it. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that. The point is, that guy's playing a lot of different characters. But that's what happens when people say, do a great visit. You got 15 clinicians in the room, and you get 15 versions of that visit. Unless you have seared image of what a perfect Blue Ridge visit is. So to create these IRMs, it's really the same thing. It's the same 3 steps to create habits, except we have 2 different cues. We say what? Document at the bedside. Let's say that's something we want to do. By the way, let's go ahead and hit that right now. Why do we document? First reason we document is because we love our patients enough. We would document the way we do regardless of whether we're being paid, because it's the only way that you can organize and integrate a coherent experience. So we would document regardless of any mandates. They knew that before we ever were paid a dime that we had to have a commonized part. And we do it because, again, the respect for our fellow worker, and if the failure to document at the bedside shows utter lack of respect for patient, family, fellow workers. It's that. The second reason that we document is we happen to get paid that way. But it's always taught in that order. Okay, so that's what? Document this. I just explained what? Linking cause and effect. Not do this means I really am not mature as a human being. Frankly, I'm unqualified to do this kind of work. Because we're all mutually reliant on each other. And how in the heck can someone do a great visit if you don't know what happened on the visit or the visit before that? You can't. Okay. And then we would attach what? A visual image to that, or a word or phrase, either one that could be uttered or shown, and it cues up, oh, that behavior. Okay, so that's what an IRM. And what we're going to do is we're going to attach an IRM to every component of a visit, phone interaction, or other work where predictability is critical. And then we will strategically place IRMs in the patient-family environment to cue habits. Okay, this is where I'm going with this. Okay, we pull up to do a visit. Okay, and the first thing we do is we pop open our device or whatever. It says one detail, so I take a look and I pick out one detail from the last person that visited. Not my last visit, but just the last person that visited, period. And load up that one detail, and then again I drop my visor because I'm a teacher. I see the mirror. I can get out the broccoli out of there, my teeth or whatever. It says take in everything I need, because what do we know? Repeated trips to the vehicle diminish confidence. You want to take in everything you need. So you go back to your perfectly organized car boxes, clear, everything is placed, organized in the natural order of work. I take out exactly what I need. And then on top of it, it says project warmth, proceed. So I go to, I knock on the door, I project warmth. Then I go into that intuitive state of perception, because we know that most of the evolved clinicians have a perceptive capability. Okay, and then you're listening and all that. Then you drop your bag mat. And while I drop that bag mat, it says one detail, and you go, Jennifer, last time we were here, you were watching a John Wayne movie. Are you like a John Wayne fan? Or what's up with that? Anyway, and then of course you're thinking, oh my God, that is CNA was here, or whatever. But one little detail I say right initial aspect of that visit. Then it says sanitize. And I take out my sanitizer, and it has a little label on it. It says eye level, lean in, biggest concern. So then I do this, eye level, and Paul, what's your biggest concern? That you have today. How do you feel? And then I go into the Zen place, because most people have such smallness that in themselves that they're reloading as a ego positions rather than just letting go, actually just focusing on Paul. You see what's happening here, folks? All these cues guiding me through this. I can be great. Nothing. No small thing or large thing. First time I saw Hoffus do this, I thought, oh my God, some of these guys. So every physical product, cues, things like that. Because what happens when you're in a low energy state? You miss things. Right? People do. They'll forget things. They'll overlook stuff. We got to design systems that function at 100% even in low energetic states. Yeah, after you've done 5 taxing visits, you got to do one more of that. It needs to be where nothing's missed, even when you're not feeling good. So here's an example. Teach rather than do. This is actually a good example of a modern look, for a hospice person. Teach rather than do. Eye level, lean in, this very subtle thing. This again, only done 50% of the time. I mean, I catch so many clinicians. They're just like hovering over. I'm kind of, and it's just like, God, who did you? And you go, and everybody's innocent by it. We're all just doing it. I believe the Nazarene when he said, forgive them for they know not what they do. That's all of us. But when we're aware of something, okay, now, because everyone's doing the best they can, right? Now I'm aware of that. Probably everyone will go, okay, when I do a ride-along, which I should be doing at least quarterly with all my clinicians, I'm looking for eye level, lean in. I'm looking for these subtleties that are so often overlooked, and make it up as you go hospice work. Okay, eye level, lean in. What's that one? Right, vibrate. This, again, kind of seeing beyond the spoken need. What's this? This is driveway manners. Again, don't block the driveway. Or if your vehicle leaks fluids, park along the street. Or in front of the neighbors. Tune in. God help us. Okay. So that's habit. So you can see right now that like how this can impact how we answer the phones or how we do visits, right? How we could systematize this to a huge extent. Okay, let's talk about accountability. And accountability is a huge issue. If an organization doesn't get the results or what they're really looking for out of, let's say, within the model, I can usually take it right back to accountability. So let's go to page 68. Okay, accountability must be taught. Now, some of us might have recoiled a little bit when we even heard the word accountability, right? But here's the thing. Accountability is spiritual. You're accountable for your life. Otherwise, your life's kind of meaningless. And a mature, grown-up person, wants to have meaning. They want their lives to mean something. And we're accountable to who? We're accountable, obviously, our community, patients, and families. We're accountable to each other, right? Because we're mutually reliant upon each other. Yeah. Okay, so again, this is pretend you're working for me. All managers would have to memorize the training commitment. Again, this is all on videotape. Because I have to have concrete evidence that you have command of this material. So basically, everything that I'm teaching right now, you in order to be qualified to draw a paycheck as me. Memorize System 7. We'll talk about this. How to teach standards. If you're going to go through, what's the standard? 100%. How to teach a visit. I expect financial people to be able to teach structure. And know why. Why, Andrew, would you make indirect people in like IT or finance or HR compliance understand how we do it? That we wish. The thing is, if indirect areas, and everybody understands why things never fall through the cracks. In a broken healthcare world, there is something that works, and it's Blue Ridge High. They are the one organization, man, they just get it every time. How do they do it? That's what we want. Because all these other health systems are frankly ridiculous, or most. You walk in, they ask your name 10,000 times, the same questions over and over. Retell your story. Man, let's not do any of that. All we got to do is set ourselves in this position and saying, does that feel good or not? The next person comes in and asks you the same questions. I'm not doing it. No hospice I own or material manage, we're not doing that. That's like insulting. Okay, so we teach everybody how, so they have the confidence. This is why it works. How we answer the phones. Everybody, all managers would provide a written plan that would come to earn it. That would say that if census goes up by 10% or down by 10%, how you perfectly are within your model amount or your NPR or the financial dimension. Perfectly. Up or down. It takes no talent. to say, well, we made money because census was up. Oh, we lost money because census is down. Anything. So within that range. So I want people to already work that out. Demonstrate command of the norms of quality and cost. And of course, sign of accountability. Okay. Accountability starts with a deep commitment to quality and valuing what you do. Stop caring enough that no person is more important than another person. Accountability. If you are unwilling to put blood on the floor, I know that's graphic. You have no business in a management. I always have to fix that. Management position. That's the ability to fire a person is a prerequisite of communication. People have to know you mean what you say and that you stand for something. And one of the surprising things I found is that the higher a manager takes their personal or their standards, the more attractive you actually become. Some people confuse that and say, well, if I let this person get by or whatever, and no, the people that are led by that leader view you as a weakling. You know, at that point where, geez. And I'll just say this. Allowing sub-performers to survive in a culture is so disrespectful to the hard work. You know, you have a clinician comes in and they're knocking out, 5-6 visits a day. Let's just say that's just what they do. Just killing it. And then they look around and this clinician is doing 2 visits a day. And this person's doing maybe 2.5 visits a day or whatever. What happens to that person's business? Yeah, it's like, why am I killing myself when that manager is letting that? So accountability is a big deal. Anyway, people, they want to believe in somebody that's really committed to a higher ideals. Okay, accountability, care less about being liked, more about being effective. Okay, remember this? Training commitment? Okay, what appears a lot? The word standards. Standards must be important. Well, let's make sure we understand what standards are. The culture of accountability starts with standards. And by the way, we have a board over here. If we're talking about standards or breaks or whatever, if you have any standard that you would like to suggest, ask you to go through this workshop. Write it on the board. Let me go ahead and prime it for us. I'll start out with a real spiritual one. Time to meet ass in the seat. I know it's highly spiritual. What's it mean? Be on time. And what's the spiritual principle behind that? That's actually respect. Oh my God! Yeah, respect. That's it. In fact, in a lot of hospices, if you're even a minute late, you're putting a couple dollars in a jar that says respect. Because I know this: if people are allowed to be late at meetings, they're late on visits. So timeliness. It's just a great thing. So, yes. So write any ideas or suggestions you have for standards. Again, if you God or goddess of the organization, standard. We'll talk about it. Again, standards are the basis of people development and accountability systems. Okay, so what's a standard? Let's get clear. The standard is not a goal. It is a norm. It is an everyday activity or result. Again, if we don't get our standards, again, that's when we're surprised. So it's an everyday occurrence. There can be no meaningful discussion of accountability without clear standards. You can't even have the discussion. 100% is the only acceptable standard. Why? If standards are not standards, just call them suggestions. The red light is a suggestion to stop. Okay. If you compound even a 10% knowledge deficit by 100 employees, or screw it factor, it's exponentially multiplied. Guys, we have to be almost perfect in hospice, right? Because our return policy sucks. We blow the death scene. It's not like we can say, hey, Joe, get back in the body. Let's try that again. Game over. Again, I consult with some fairly major financial elite brokerage. And they fly their little jet down to pick me up, and we work on people development. And I always tell them, you don't have to be as good in the brokerage world as we do in hospice. You can make some bad plays and blow away millions or billions of dollars. But you get time to recover from those mistakes. If we blow it in hospice, it is done. There is karmic consequences of us letting people down or breaking our vows. Okay? And the 100%, even a small knowledge deficit. This is why when we teach to 100% level, verified, that everybody knows how to do it. Is it okay to do a 70% visit? No, it's not acceptable. So standards are not optional. Okay, bad idea. When you train people, you should expect them to make mistakes. In fact, new staff need to make mistakes in order to learn. I mean, who the hell came up with that? I would never run an organization like that. Yes, we make mistakes, but don't make it a habit. Okay. I mean, some organizations, they tolerate the complaints every day or service failures and think, well, that's just normal. Well, no, it's not. There are folks that go weeks, months, and in some standards, years without a single infraction. Like we'll just use MVI for example. We get hundreds of calls from, again, nearly 1,000 hospices across the country. The last time that a phone was not answered within 3 rings by a real person, because we have no voicemail or anything, competent person, it was nearly 4 years ago. People are diving. Again, we have a system for that, but people would be diving over cubicles to get to it because nobody wants to let it down or break the run. Not all are like that. There's some that, there's one that broke last week, and it hurts, but then you do something to break the process. Because normally it's not a person issue, it's a process. Because most people, frankly, want to do a good job, right? But they're failed by their system. Okay, so let's go ahead and pass out some standards. By the way, these are not just kind of make it up standards. These are real ones that you could just use right now if you want. These are actually used by a bunch of hospitals. So and then whatever excess or if somebody doesn't get one, let them know. Everybody have one? Okay. You notice there's actually 2 different types of standards. There are behavioral standards, and then there are performance standards. Performance standards are on the back, and they tend to be numerically denominated. Behavioral are less measurable. But let me just say this. There's some kind of rather silly consultant talk that everything needs to be measured. I'm just going to tell you the most important things in life can't. They're beyond measure. Try measuring love, compassion, a hit song. I always think the ones that made us the most money are like sometimes really dumb. And we go, oh my God. And it's not like I have a thermometer that says, otherwise we've been doing that all the time. Whereas our last, our last number ones were a couple of years ago. Just haven't been able to hit it yet. And so, yes. Okay. This slide usually takes a little bit of digestion. Okay, if there's no pain attached to non-standard computer or system. That means anytime somebody doesn't do one of these standards, they need to feel some pain. There's high value in pain. Right? Do you learn best when, through your victories or through those things that hurt a little bit? Or sometimes hurt a lot? Which ones tend to stick with you? Pain. Pain. And I don't know why that is. I mean, I don't, but it just seems like that's kind of the God world that's set up. We tend to remember those things. And I don't know that, but why it is. I'll just say this: if that's the way it is, then this is a perfectly designed world on a certain level. With that said, I mean, I don't want us to be negative about it. Just recognize the high value of pain. And in hospice work, we should know this. It's like when people are having to let go of the body, that's kind of a painful thing. So many things, right? They're having to give up relationships and even their physical presence in this dimension and all that. But then there's these clarifying things that happen at the same time. They're just beautiful. They don't happen at other times in life. And the clutter of our lives falls away. And we focus on this thing that are most important. So just recognize, don't recoil from this idea of pain. But we have to somehow develop systems that if we don't do the promises or the vows to the organization, we don't do that. Be okay with it. Okay, our accountability system, if your accountability system is based on personal inspection of work, your system is weak. What's that mean? That means if I actually hire supervisors to make sure people are doing their jobs, that's a weak system. Why is that weak? For accountability. Well, what happens when that supervisor doesn't show up? How much accountability happens? What happens when the energy is low? Like after Super Bowl Sunday, okay, you knock back a few too many. Where's your energy going to be that next day? Probably down a little bit. Okay, probably not much accountability is going to happen. So that's kind of the defect and why this is kind of an old school way of management. Okay, so let's keep talking about standards here. There are 3 attributes to great standards. First, they are clear. Everybody understands. That's why they've been reduced to a car. That's why they would be in every training thing. They'd be in every manual. So they're clear. Everybody understands the standard. Second, they're impressive. We take pride in these. In fact, they're cool, I mean, take a look at this nursing home. All phone calls answered within 3 rings by a competent, real person in the Blue Ridge. Impressive. Even competitors, when they go to pull these things, well, this is impressive. Good pride. Again, a healthy pride. Okay, sustainable. We're not in the business to burn people out. All work done in an 8-hour day. Overtime is evil. We've not designed the job to burn people out. Don't want to hear burning. We've made this where, we can get the job done. No, there's no stretch here. There are no goals here. That's what we want, sustainable. This is another reason why we don't like budgets. And again, hot dog hospices don't use budgets. They use a model, right? Because the budget's kind of like, geez, Pat, here you go. Here's your budget. Oh, Pat got that one. Okay, let's ratchet it up a little bit more. Oh, Pat got that one. Let's ratchet it up a little more. Oh, and you keep squeezing people to where all they are is just squeezed out rinds. And it's just like jerking people around all the time with ever-changing standards. Well, we refuse to do that. So we keep the same standards year after year after year. Modify them when. But again, there's some folks that haven't modified their standards really for the last half a decade. same system. You want people to take a look at the standards and go, hey, I can do that. I want to do that. I can win. So, geez, I'm a nurse. So here says if I have to keep a caseload of 12, but if I just can handle a caseload of 2 more, I get an extra $200 for the week or whatever. Okay, do it. Man, I want that. You want your competitor to go, man, where people are screaming, hey, I can do that. So you want them to be motivational. Let me just say this, as far as when you take a look at the numerical standards here, you set a minimum. This is what you have to do minimum. But if you do this, it's excellent. Normally there's some additional pay for compensation. And what you have to watch out is the gap here has to be perceived as achievable. So you don't set a minimum of 12 here and then make that 18. Right? Because that becomes demotivational. It's like, God, that take a lot more work. Or if you say just 2 more, just 2 more. I want everyone to take a look at that action and go, man, I can do that. All I got to do is a little bit more, and I'm in the bonus round. So talking about standards here again. They help us attract and retain top talent. Frankly, the most talented people in this world don't want to work with mediocre people. They frustrate them. Like, again, we don't believe in committees or anything like that. I'll just tell you that right now. That's just like molasses in an organization as far as speed. I mean, not only molasses, like at sub-zero temperatures going uphill. Anyway, so we want to design high standards that attract people. Man, where your hot dogs aspire to work with very talented people. Standards tied to accountability enable us to create a world of non-exception. Okay, when an organization is going extended periods of time without a single complaint or documentation, I'm just going to say this: you don't have need for a lot of meetings. A lot of meetings is usually a sign of some dysfunction. And it saves a lot of stress. And what you're doing by teaching well, we're going to talk about this, you remove the excuse, I didn't know that. How could you not know that? Was it not on the card? Was it not on Ernie's video when you applied? Was it not demonstrated in every course that you had? Did you not test out on it? Did you not sign the accountability contract that you understood that? I mean, where did we miss this? It's easier to remove the excuse than a lot of people think. Like, you never want to hear, I didn't know that. And where it's just not even possible for somebody to know. Okay. So here's the 3 things we have to do. Okay, we've learned about the 3 attributes. Where we have clear, impressive, and sustainable standards. This is what we have to do to actually make them not just be a car. Make them actually come alive in the organization. And by the way, this is one of the most important sections of the entire program that we're going through. And so when you start to hit pages around 90, 91, 92, it has all of these laid out. Again, a hospice can take basically a lot of this in the manual and just roll with it. And in weeks, have most of this done. I'll say weeks and months, but I mean, transformed in very small blocks of time. Okay, to make these things come alive, first, the second repeat of the first, we clearly define each standard. Next, we teach each standard well. Third, we attach uniform accountability to each standard. And the key word here is uniform. Billy Bob can't have his own system. Because you have to have one way to do accountability. And accountability, again, think pain. I mean, someone doesn't do this, they got to feel pain. Anyway, if you hire Billy Bob, and I'll just say this, we refuse to hire a clinical manager from the outside. If an organization can hire a clinical manager from the outside, we don't have much of a system. Because if you hire Billy Bob from some other hospice or whatever and put him in a managerial position, what's Billy Bob going to do? He's going to do the Billy Bob system, Billy Bob way, because that's all Billy Bob knows. And he's going to proceed to break every system that we have because he's just doing Billy Bob. And Billy Bob is innocent. It normally takes from 12 to 18 months for somebody to assimilate culture. And what we want to do is sexy up the job of being a clinical manager where everybody wants to get in on being a clinical manager. And that's key. Otherwise, you're going to end up with the Billy Bob phenomenon. You know? So, again, and I get these calls from these large hospices. Again, we work with all the largest not-for-profits in the country due to contractual obligations that they have with us. And I get these calls from these CEOs and say, Andrew, I need a clinical manager. And I go, what? You have 800 clinicians, and you can't find a clinical manager. And basically, that CEO has not developed either the intelligence or the acumen, or there's something holding them back. Because I can go into a hospice with 30 patients a day and find healthy people. Because you got to believe in people. And I mean, just like there are people here that can just do absolutely amazing things when you're kind of liberated to do, right? And so yes. Uniform accountability. And let's talk about like teaching well. What's that mean? Okay, this is system 7. This is an important aspect of it. We try to teach anything in the organization according to system 7. The first thing we do, when possible, and some things are easier than others, we issue self-learning models. Okay, here's how we do a clinical business. Okay. So normally it's a video, might have a short test behind it, whatever, but this enables some self-learning. Then, we tell. So I have, a clinician come in, full look or uniform, bag mat, everything, sets it down, and that person proceeds to teach the visit. And people can smoke out whether this person really knows a thing in seconds. The reason I can kind of do what I'm doing here is because I've been to hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases. Okay, and you can probably feel that a little bit energetically. Same thing that happens, when you have a really seasoned clinician who knows exactly. So tell, this is what we need, the why behind it. Okay, here's a visual. This is what we're looking. This is what a perfect visit at Blue Ridge looks like. Okay, now that we got that, folks, let's test out with a written test to 100%. Don't even ask a question. Wow. I'll just say this, unless we're testing out, trainings are an utter joke. Because no matter how well people think they have taught, most of the class will miss virtually all of the major points in every session. I had one physician you'd all know because of the books and hospice bestsellers or whatever. And anyway, he said, Andrew, watch this. And he went in and he was talking about breakthrough pain with a bunch of physicians. And he just gave, this incredible presentation. I said, okay, here we go, Ian. Let's test. Let's find out what they know. Okay, what was the first point? The major point from that talk. And it was just like, okay, what was the second major point? What was the third? And then one of the fellows kind of got it, and then back to number 2. And the physician turned to me and said, I've been doing this for 25 years. I had no idea that much was like a state. So on with the visit. So we test out to 100% because you have to know it intellectually before you can actually do it. Okay, so this is how we do a visit at Blue Ridge. Okay, then, once you get that 100%, okay, let's go to the labs. And you go to the synthetic labs with pre-recorded messages, and because you don't do role playing or any of that stuff, because you'll never get actors that will say the things that we're going to be saying. The
clinicians for the situations we're going to be setting up. They're just not going to do it. They're not going to do it at the same energy level, nor are they going to want to say these things. But what do we know? That we have to be able to do our work under stress conditions. And we want people so confident that even in high stress things, they know what to do. I've seen this before. So they go into the labs. We videotape everyone. And then as clinicians, you come out and you have a critique sheet, you critique yourself. Because there's a big difference between your objective self and the perceived self. And that nobody likes that part. That all your visits in the lab are videotaped. But I'm just going to tell you this, that video is one of the best teachers you have. Suddenly people are aware of their language. And some people are frankly quite oblivious of how they come on. And this just straightens that right out. Verbal tics, mannerisms, you can see confidence, and you can see that develop rapidly within these synthetic labs. But again, the key is the pre-recorded. The video and the pre-recorded scenarios. We'll talk a little bit more about that. And most of us are going to be far harder on ourselves than the teacher could ever. Okay. So we evaluate practice, and then we certify. You are certified on doing pre-recorded. So that's system 7. We're talking about emotions. Where do the emotions come in? Anybody tell me? About which one? Right there, that. Definitely in the lab. I mean, the lab. I know some of you felt it when we talked about it. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to go through a lab. I mean, I've been doing business for 20 years. But yeah. Where else? How do you feel a little something? So accomplishment. That's a good feeling. Even in the test. So this is the best system we found to date. If we find a simpler system, I would gladly knock something out of that or add or whatever. This is the best system we know. And so that's why in these pages, when we talk about teaching well, this is the system that we use for teaching the visit and all this. Now, again, I'm just going to say this. The things that we're focusing on in the model are 3 areas. How to answer the phones, how to do visits, revolutionary breathing. Those 3 simple topics. So if you can apply this just to that, the hospice quality can just go to these astronomically high levels. Okay. Let's talk about how do you do accountability? Or let's say this, how do you do pain? Again, the high value of pain. Okay, self-control, that's a larger concept there. But I'm going to skip that one. That one's, but definitely compensation is what, right? I mean, could we design an organization where every paycheck told you if you were in or outside the standards of the organization? And that's what folks have done. So compensation is a huge, and that's actually, I'll just say this. We'll talk about this tomorrow. If the compensation system is done right, where everybody knows if they're in or out the standards, we basically sensitize our system. We can remove from the clinical manager the need to monitor documentation. So clinical managers, you will not be responsible for monitoring whether documentation is. Because who's responsible for that? The clinician. We can remove the need to monitor productivity. Gone. We can remove annual evaluations. Gone. Because people will know every day whether they're in or out. They don't have to wait to the end of the year and go, oh, geez, is it dark? Dory. Dory, good job, bad job, or whatever. And a lot of hospices, frankly, they're just, at the end of the year, these glowing evaluations. It's like, well, but not quite so. We got this. Peer review. It's not personal inspection work. You still have to have a little bit of that. But I would say this counseling doesn't count. A lot of organizations are using counseling, but it's not sufficient enough to alter behavior. Peer reviews. So some hospices use that. I'm not a big fan of that one either. The JAR is a great one. We use this for fundamentally two areas. People are late to a meeting. Here's $1, here's $1.02. You know, I mean, and that just knocks all the slack out of that. Also, language. You know, like someone refers to the inpatient unit as the hospice house. You know, this one hospice in California, and they were at like a -11. I mean, from the financial standpoint, and in 18 months, they just totally resurrected. I mean, that hospice. This went to 20-some%. The quality just went through the roof. But they were so fast about doing everything. As soon as I talked about the cash in the jar, the respect jar, man, they had it out. Of course, during teaching, I said the word hospice house, and they're all going, okay, Andrew. You know, so they were like extracting money from me. But in a teaching setting, you got to be able to use just about anything. But I'm just talking about normal operations. Because why do you not use the word hospice house right there? Let's go ahead and outlaw that. Yes.
Stay there for
Yes. It also means it actually puts us in competition with nursing homes. And I think we do pretty well in nursing homes here from what I gather. But that's sometimes because if I'm a player against you, I'd be going, man, they're just taking your patients. I mean, they have a hospice residence. They have a hospice house. And we've seen hospices build units, and they used to have 200 patients, and now they have, 75. Because they've alienated their, the nursing homes. Because of language. Accountability contracts. Again, this is just basically, hey, I know the standards, I know the standards. Instant reports and essays, what's that? If someone can't, this is a great one. People can use that if they can't get to the compensation system. But an instant report, okay, let's say that somebody comes in outside of Blue Ridge's standards of hygiene. Okay, this would be the playbook. Again, everybody has to do uniform accountability. So in this case, you'd say, Susie, go home, get into your uniform or your look, as we prefer, and then come on back and then fill out this instant report and complete this essay here of how showing up to work, how it hurt Blue Ridge Hospice or impacted Blue Ridge Hospice. And right there, you're going to find out whether you're working with children or adults. I refuse to work with children to say the dog ate my homework. I couldn't. No, I want someone to say, yeah, my bad there. HR, I don't know how you feel about that. But you actually have signed confessions.
So before I came here, I was a clinical manager over 147.
Yes.
And so in a hospital setting, in an ED. So you can imagine the incident reporting that happened. So I agree with you. Like, how do you word that so it's not human?
There you go.
Because
because that's where
will
I'm getting.
alienate you from your employees.
Yes.
Immediately.
No, that's it. And this is, because some of you are going, oh my God, this is like the heavy thing. You kind of got to get past it. Let me just finish this one up. Public posting of scores and results. Like when we issue financial statements, nobody gets their own financial statements, for example, our system. We have one where everybody's shown, like here we have a comprehensive report. We see all our teams, we see who's leading it, we see whether they're in or out of the model. We even indirect areas. we see that finance is led by Captain Crunch, IT by Sid Vicious. You always wonder where he went when he left the Sex Pistols, where he worked for Sunny Day Hospice. IT. Okay, but you see where everybody is. So this is kind of, and you see kind of who's winning and who's not. Okay, if you go to, anyway, where's the other report? But anyway, so that's an illustration of that. I want to get to what you're talking. Oh, there you go. If another report that we usually have is team location report, because we got different teams here, right? Well, we put everybody, again, nobody gets their own financial statements. So here we see all our clinical teams. We see who's responsible for that team. We see some of the financial stuff. We also see computed caseloads and average visit durations and all that. But let's say that, the team share on the one, and this just has to do with beating the model. And we just take whatever that savings in, and half of that is divvied out to every employee that's in standard. So let's say everybody's been getting an extra check for an extra $750 a month on the North. Let's say you're in the South team, and you haven't been getting that. When you look at your pay stub, you're not getting the extra 750 or whatever. They tend to be pretty good amounts. What are you going to be saying if you're on the South team? Yeah. I'm going to transfer to the North team. I want to work for a winner. That's exactly what you want. Okay. So let's get to Blake's thing. How does organization take the team to feel like that? Well, you do that by attaching spiritual principles and values. You think about, again, the 90th percentile. Everyone is a spiritual organization. Yeah, they have these great financials, there's great quality, and all this. But there's a purpose, whether it's that. And what happens is when you really get this going, you really have to issue a lot of that. I mean, incident report or whatever. No. It just doesn't happen that much. The comp system's the better way of doing it. But that one can be used for organizations that can't get the comp system.
So would you consider mentoring a spiritual practice? Because isn't for those moments where you have somebody who is set, whether we all have good faith that everybody wants to 100%.
Right, and we have an obligation to train them well.
Right.
And all this, but also they've got to realize, again, there's no scratching here, no goals, and that they're taught how to do it. But if someone doesn't do it, it has to be addressed. Otherwise, these are all meaningless. Yeah. We just have to have some way of doing it. I prefer the compensation because it's in person. A manager doesn't have to do anything because your systems behind the scene are making sure that all the important things, we're going to hit that tomorrow. And it just happens. And then your job is you get a little notification, oh my God, so-and-so had a problem with documentation here, or use the word stable. Let's go ahead and use the word. And then I'm aware of that, and the employee, and so I'm going to say, hey, hey, can I ride along with you today? Can I? And half the time, the person's going to autocorrect and say, listen, I know I should have known better. I'm going to go here. I got this. And that's really where the state that you want to get. Again, no stretch, no goals, just doing your job. It is what we want. And I probably need to beat that up a little bit as far as the spirituality, because a lot of times people are kind of confused about that. And we'll hit it. I'll just say this. Most of it comes out, is going to have to come out of that place of love. I know you're saying, man, this doesn't feel very loving or whatever, but that place of mutual respect, again, seeking kind of the highest for patient, but also, family, but also the respect for each other and all that. So, so definitely a maturity aspect of this, and but not running away from being a parent, not running away from that. Hey, it's okay. I want. In fact, I want to be a parent. And anyway, there's some more things we'll talk about when we talk about this. I do want to take a really, really quick break. Let's make this one like 5 minutes, because this is a really important section here. Because now we retain folks. It does us no good to attract and develop people and then have them leave. Okay? So all these have to be looked at. And some hospices, they prefer the word talent rather than okay. So let's get to this page. And I'm going to kind of talk us through this. And one thing I would recommend, if we haven't already, is, whoever the quarterbacks of people development, anyone that's done a model workshop, we basically kind of do a 50% price reduction for folks to attend people development. It's 2 days again, we have a mountaintop retreat center, but it's 2 days where we just go into this. And it's more, again, this topic's more important than any other, because, everything we have, again, we're teaching organizations, and we need to really understand what this entails. Okay, people attraction process, what's that? Why do people come to an organization? 2 primary reasons. Most of us, a lot of people want to get paid, right? So if possible, let's have a great compensation system where people are making more than in any of the other alternatives. And frankly, here's what we find. We need less people than a typical hospice. Less people making far more. And these people that can really, again, can bet on themselves and all that, they tend to be easier to manage. They do higher, again, it just cures a lot of ill. So less people, better paid. So we want the word on the street, man, Blue Ridge. I want to get in on they got something called Super. I want to get in on Super. Have you ever seen one of those standards cards? Like, you can just so do that. All work in an 8-hour day. Yeah. Okay, so most people are interested in pay. They also want an inspirational, spiritual, electric atmosphere, if possible. I'm thinking about one hospice we helped start on the West Coast. And anyway, the word on you see their folks and their great looks. And it's red and black situation. The modern hospice uniform actually has quite a bit of black, because I think we all feel like we look thinner and whatever. And it's easier to coordinate, so you have that and whatever your color is and whatever. So they see their people and they hear, man, they're paid really well. Wow. And then you go into their office and you go into the reception area, and which is beautiful. And then you look, and then there's a one-way mirror going into their training space, which is all cool and you can also, through that one-way mirror, you can see into some of the synthetic labs. It's almost like a James Bond movie where people are doing calisthenics and shoot flamethrowers and stuff training. Anyway. But then the mot or the saying above it says, our quality is no more or less than the quality of the people. So the community is just. Anyway, so they get that the people development's a big deal. There's 5 other hospices. Where do you think all the top clinicians work? They work at this hospice. And so as they need people, do they have to advertise for people? Truckloads. It's just, get in that club at its core. That's all there is to it. So, and so they get the most elite, talented people. And so when they take them, what are they doing to their competitors? They are rotting them inside, leaving them just more mediocre talents. So there's payoff. And anybody can do this. Probably the spirituality, that's the more difficult thing, because that comes out of kind of ourselves. But you go there and, and they this one tends to be a little Mormon, but they don't, no, I'm just saying that's just, but they don't, favor any particular belief system. They favor spiritual values. Because, okay, and this is why I'm really getting at that. What is the demographic of people that work in hospice? You hear words or phrases like, I was called, I was led. There. But yet, a typical hospice has a turnover rate of 27% for nurses, 26% for social workers, 23% for aides. You can have zero claimed quality with anything even close to that. We get it to like 5%, sometimes 10% or lower. But most of the leaders around 5%. So why does somebody come to our organization? Great comp in all its forms. How I'm paid, but also all the other ways. You know, the feeling, purpose, meaning. That's what causes people not to burn out. A lot of people burn out when they lose the vision. So next, okay, I hear about this great place, and they say, we don't really want to see you. Go to the website. Go to the website. And you go to the website, the Blue Ridge website, and there's Ernie. Hey, I'm going to tell you about our vision and values and some of our proprietary methods. This is why we can do this amazing experience presentation every time. And so it's fairly short, and then a little test pops up. And you go, oh, this is interesting. You know, and then they selected the box about being a nurse, and then about 35 questions pops up. Kind of tricky questions on how to be a nurse, let's say. And then you have to write a little narrative of, you know, that. And then a third thing comes up. It's a little puzzle, and it's actually the Hartman Value profile system. The Steve Byron method is a very particular one. But it's the same one that's used by the Citadel, the Mayo Clinic, and other organizations, and all this. And what this does, I'll just say this. It's the only system we know that measures judgment. You know, and I've been through all, you know, Myers-Briggs, PI, or predictive index, DISC, all these classification systems. Normally they're based on Hippocrates 4 quadrants, you know, and all that. But I mean, I really don't care if you're blue and you're red and this is how you talk together. I want to know about judgment. Why would this person smoke dope and this person wouldn't? Why is it not a good idea to knock a few back before work every morning? That's judgment. And we have to have people with extraordinary judgment because most of our work is done autonomously, right? You can't be on everything. So let's only hire people with great judgment. And this is the only system I know that does that. I'm not saying you got to rush out and do this, but okay. So let's park it right there. So you have just learned, you know, you went on the website to the super employment section of the website. You heard the vision and values. You did a short test on being a nurse or a social worker or whatever, and then did this profile. Let's park it right there. What do we know about these people at this point? Okay, they're persistent. They got a little grit. I love grit. What else?
They're computer oriented.
Yeah, they're not probably scared of it. Okay. You can find out a tremendous amount just from. Oh yeah, I mean, if I'm evaluating clinical competencies. Self-directed. Yeah, you get an idea just from the writing skills, and you need different levels depending on the position. Well, we're not there yet.
But they reviewed your values.
Yeah.
Judgment.
And they might have.
That would help them to determine.
Yes.
Hopefully they align with it.
Yeah. How much time have we spent on these people at this point? Except for the investment in training. You can do this with Survey Monkey, folks. And right there, we already know we got high quality candidates that kind of know the job. They're buying into the values and the vision, and so there's oh my God, these folks are kind of evolved. You know, they are really about compassion and just excellence. I want to be associated with that. I want to get into the super pay. I want, you know. Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. So we know all this, and we know a lot about them. So the probability of these people working out is high. Okay, at that point, we take a look at all this stuff, and let me just say this: we also know whether they're have teacher potential, you know, if they're attracted to teaching and all this, and whether they're largely self-directed. Listen, we're all self-taught. Doesn't matter whether you went to Harvard or tech school or whatever. I mean, we all are really responsible for our own development as human beings. We find people that would naturally kind of gravitate to that. That's an important distinction that comes out of the system. Okay, so at this point, yeah, this person looks like they're going to work, and they receive a phone call from us. And there's two people on our, you know, on the hospice end, and they have a standardized set of questions, of course, for the discipline. But the very first thing at the top of that evaluation is, do I like this person, yes or no? And the two people on the hospice side are to complete that within the first 2 or 3 sentences that they hear. Just boom. What are we doing there? Yeah, energy. We are very perceptive as folks. And again, this is all about the feeling here. And all I know is it's very hard to drop a new personality into a human being. You know, I mean, if someone just, you know, is not giving off the comfort, that feeling, and human beings perceive that. And let me say this, more and more of the care experience is going to be done over time. We need to be masterful on that. So you smoke that out right away. And let's say if you get 2 no's, what do? You start wrapping it up. Well, hey, you know, Cindy Lou, you know, it's just, we wanted to thank you for calling you. And just know that we got your stuff here and all that. Okay. If you get a no and a yes, you proceed. If you get 2 yeses, obviously you proceed. Okay, so then here you're getting, and most of us are actually working out. I mean, within a few sentences, you actually know a lot about that person. You know their energy. You can perceive where they came from. I mean, even areas of the country. You can, you know, a lot of times educational, you know, background. All kinds of things are detected very, very rapidly. And all human beings are making assessments and judgments right there. You can't help that. It's the way humans work. Okay. So at that point, the person gets through that, and then we bring them in for the phone interview. Okay, so we get a good look, you know, and all this, and then I'll just cut to a couple of the subtleties. You might want to write this down. But what I do there is I say, have you, since teaching is a foundational thing we do here, what have you taught in the past really well? There's more people that want to get a job. They're going to come up with something, right? I said, okay, hold that thought. Can you sign this video release form here? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, come over here, and okay, I'd like you to just go ahead and teach on that subject that you just told us you could do. Okay, go. And right there, they will either melt, or they'll just, okay, I've got confidence in myself. Do that. That's what we're looking for, teachers. So we make them demonstrate it right then and there on that first interview. I did that with a gal the other day, and man, as soon as I entered that, man, the jacket's coming off and everything. It's like, okay, here we go. And then she says, oh, this is what I'd say. And I said, no, teach us. Don't tell us what you're going to say. Teach us. Impress us here. And she got the job. What's that? Any topic. I just want to get a feel. And again, let me just say this. This is not the book either. This is even with large organizations, I make everybody make these videos. Look at them, and this is how we find really talented organizations. Because normally, and then we can promote these people or keep an eye on them later on for promotion. Because there's this principle that the immediate supervisor normally will hold back talent. I call it the P principle. This came from actually hospice, my very first hospice in Winston-Salem. The CFO's name was Pete. And by then they kind of worked out that I could, God, maybe he can be controller. I know he looks kind of goofy. And you know, and I remember Pete saying, you know, he's this kind of washed up or burnout hospital guy, you know. After Andrew works under me for about a decade or so, he'll probably end up being a pretty good CFO. Because it's very rare that someone says, and I'm not saying, again, for a manager to go, you know, that person should have my job. Or maybe should be promoted to manage me. And so this gives me a mechanical way that even with, you know, hundreds of employees, I can go, man, that person looks like they really got a gift or something's going to work out. And so I can kind of do that rather than get a phone call, Andrew, get me a clinical manager. I don't have anybody. Well, you already kind of in a sense of that person. This group. Okay, so again, we videoed. Okay, at this point, then you get the job. And then they go, okay. I make sure that you worship. It's what? John?
John likes doing videos, by the way.
There you go. Oh, John's going, okay. John, welcome to Blue Ridge. We'll see you in 14 days, 2 weeks. Oh, and by the way, we're going to give you access to all our self-learning modules. We'll see you in 2 weeks. What do you think John's going to be doing? Probably digging into them on some reason. Why? Why would he do that? No, yeah, but what have we set up already? What have we already conditioned? Yeah, that, hey, teaching and all this. And I'm going to be accountable for this. Actually, I'm going to be accountable for my understanding of how to do my job. Okay. So, John, you know, and is he being paid during this time? No. This is his own volition, whether or not to do this. Over 50% of the learning will have taken place before the person ever even hits the class. And so that serves and makes where we, in the actual teaching environment, a reinforcement rather than always a bunch of new knowledge. Okay. So at this point, we've introduced the self-learning modules. Okay, Ernie's back. Okay, here's vision and values. So kind of the same thing. Here we go. Let's take a little quiz on that. Okay, great. And then here's an overview of the model. You might have a lot of folks, they have their orientation or orientation. Might as well call it Cure for Insomnia. People are hired, and then there's a endless parade of managers. My job is so and so. I do this. Now this is what I, just. We just focus on what people need to know and perfect. And just wipe out. We can train a nurse in 28 days with weekends to be full cases. And some disciplines it can be less than that, but focus on what they really need. What are the real skills? Okay, we're learning about the model and all that. Okay, then we go into how to answer the phone. We'll spend about 4 hours. And we know that in about 3 or 4 hours, we can improve someone's phone skills by about 70%. With just a little bit of investment, man, we can just go to spectacular heights as far as our phone interaction, where people are just blown away, where they never have to say their name again, they never have to retell their story. That is cured. 4 hours. Okay? Then everyone has a good feeling, after they've certified me, and I am like hot on the bones, And then, okay, let's learn how to do the business. And we will spend 3 days on just learning how to do the structure of the business. Nothing missed, habit forming, basically that whole system 7 thing, until we can do it perfect under stress conditions. Certified, and then we're on. And so that's how we keep building, how to do documentation and all that. Okay, so that's kind of how that people development. It's always all this stuff, System 7, where possible. Okay, the last thing is how do we retain people? Why do people stay at organizations? Well, they want great pay. So they're going to continue if they feel like they're getting paid well. If you're providing what? That great electric atmosphere. And again, what's it cost us to provide an electric, inspirational, life-changing atmosphere? What's it cost us? Really nothing except for our own personal development. So yes. And then we might have some other life skill programs or even spiritual type things. So let me just explain a couple of things here. This is actually kind of the layout of the labs. I know it's kind of boxy here, but we might have a partial car trunk here. We have a door that kind of simulates. Might have a special threshold that says we're guests or whatever. You go in, then you have a mannequin that's a patient, a mannequin that's a caregiver. There's a speaker next to each one, and usually, and it's controlled. You have your teacher here with the box of props there, but also an iPad or an iPod, and all you're doing is playing the pre-recorded scenarios and hitting the on and off, and that's how you control. And all we're doing, because this is what we have to, and we're going to talk about the visit structure next. The visit structure is not clinical. The structure has to do with the creation of the feeling. All the clinical stuff, how to do catheters, how to do wound care, how to do breakthrough things, all those things are separate clinical breakout. The structure is more about how do you go in that space gracefully. How do you, position yourself that's comfortable? How do you help people feel comfortable with this? That's what we're doing. And that's where the magic happens. Okay? So it's not clinical. It's the structure. And then you have, of course, the video, camera, and all that. Those that have been to our training center, it looks kind of like that on top of that. But you always want your formal training space to feel good. Either like painted different, like there's one hospice. If I'm in New York City, a lot of times I'm going to say, hey, can we bring wood, put it all over here in stone? Because basically, you've done a good job if people want to do yoga. But it has to feel like special space. Special, because it is special space. Special time. And then, that one is, that's like so cheap. But anyway. Again, where does learning take place? Again, 70% is based on the immediate supervisor or leader. 70% of the morale, 70% of retention. Because you can have this great onboarding experience. Someone comes out, man, they can answer the phones perfectly, they can do all these things, they can do perfect visits. If that clinical manager goes, I know what they taught you up in corporate. But let me tell you how it's really done. They will have blown away everything. And so that's why we even rotate clinical managers where they all have to be running their labs. In fact, I even like to set up local labs, sometimes in the manager's office. So if you've got kind of a thing, hey, let's go through this. Okay, let's stop. Let's do this. Okay, therefore, if 70% comes from the clinical manager or leader, the first duty of all managers is responsibility to train the people they lead. Okay, because of this huge replication. Okay, and unless you have either an extraordinary managerial development system, your onboarding work will be destroyed within minutes by a manager that's not on board. If you can hire a clinical manager from the outside, you're going to end up with Billy Bob. So training is most important. Okay, we're back in this retaining spirituality. One of the things, and I learned this from this one on the West Coast. You'll notice that, again, we have spirituality in almost everything. How we answer the phones, how we do visits. There's kind of a spiritual thing to that. But they also have, for example, bi-weekly, non-mandatory meetings. Again, non-mandatory. And I think they're like 438 transformation. And we've got, again, every hospice that I have, we end up putting together these kind of spiritual meetings. And the topics can be all kinds of things. We talk about intuition. And it's not where we're saying, hey, this is how you have to believe. It's like, well, here's what we know about intuition. And you talk about for maybe 15 minutes. We know that top clinicians have it. And then we just kind of talk about that. So there's all kinds of things. Relaxation. How can you be totally stressed and in moments just be out of it? That's a pretty helpful tool, right? Essence, simplicity, money. But I would say the one that's not on here, and this is one we're using more, is we're actually calling them letting go meetings. Because when you think of letting go, that's kind of the essence of spirituality. We live in kind of a world where we want to control things and whatever. But if we're really like, trusting in God, if we're really in that surrendered place, that's where spirituality is. Having faith that everything's taken care of. Is anyone hear this? Yeah. But I'm just saying that right there will reduce stress in clinicians. The fact that I'm responsible for the intention and all this, but the result ultimately is up to God. I'm going to release it. And when we get to the visit, we actually start interactions with God help. I'm going to seek, intelligence and help outside of us. And because you think about the idea of focusing these meetings kind of on that topic, is that in our business, people are having to let go of all kinds of stuff, right? They're having to, again, let go of relationships, their physical body. And again, we're part of that, guys. So it's actually a skill. Can we just park it right here and talk? Yeah, and then we're going to go into the visit. What do y'all think or feel? Are you confused? But we're putting this a lot of intention on the whole people aspects. Talk to them. We're really quiet.
Well, I think it's supportive myself. I think a lot that you have to say is to me supportive and uplifting to some of the values that I say. So it's nice to hear somebody else say.
No.
And I think it stimulates thought. Lori and I were having a discussion because we sort of have some similar positive thoughts about some of the things practical things that we said we could use. Since it's so nice that she's here, I mean, we can, go out of here and kind of support each other and remember things that the other one can't quite bring up. And help develop some better ways.
More. Well, I feel a little bit of it too, but I'm used to it. Yes.
In many ways, not just what I shared.
Yeah.
Feels like
yeah, let's talk about that. Because here's the thing: by simplifying, I know there's quite a bit of detail here, but again, this is all designed through simplicity. Again, we're gonna work on phones, visits, bereavement. When things are done to kind of the standards that we're talking about, which tends to simplify things. Again, the amount of stress. When you know that clinician before you, did it, you know exactly what was done. There's this, I'll just say this, the stress level goes down because boy, I can totally rely upon that person to do this and all this. And I'll just say this, I know that putting out that structure, I don't expect you to get there overnight. I mean, there's some of the stuff that can be done very, very rapidly that will materially impact everybody. Even getting really clear on what the standards are. That right there is kind of a stress relief. It's like, well, what's it really mean to be part of this club? And that's good. And like with the census code. Again, I like systems that automatically, if you're working hard, the system automatically kicks in. Doesn't need an executive memo or any kind of, just happens. And we found that a lot of times will take a lot of the sting out of growth. So at least if I'm working harder than I normally am, something's kicking in for some relief. And also, if it doesn't take long periods of time to onboard people. Again, that's where this again, decomplicating it, focusing on the skills that people really need. And normally that shortens that training time. Yes, sir.
I do feel like in kind of bought into that it's primarily that we kind of see that kind of go through that therapist kind of the hospital kind of last.
Yeah.
And I think what we kind of want to side of this person kind of outside of who the patient is and who we are. And when you bring the person back in, it's kind of fun. Really kind of enjoyable. Really important. Miracles happen.
There's no question that we're being steered more and more to be a medical model. And like I say, and that's kind of getting off base. It's just like bereavement programs. We emphasize bereavement, a great deal because most hospices are frankly cutting back on it. Where we actually elevate it because there's all these things that can be done and all that. But like I say, again, it's kind of going against the grain. I'll just say this. That's where that bell curve and realizing that what I'm talking about here, I know it's, for some of you, it might be a little bit, oh my God. But even just having the awareness, this is what people are doing. These are kind of these steps. Having that awareness says, well, can we do that? And again, can we make that simple? And the answer is yes. Even like that system 7, you may go, oh my God, that's 7 steps. Well, if you really committed to yourself, it wouldn't take you that long to go, okay, self-learning modules, teach, or tell, show, test, practice, evaluate, practice, certify.
I feel a lot of what you are presenting. We have already, to some degree, started.
Good, yeah. Yeah, rely us.
Their teaching model.
Yeah.
And feasibly, I think what we presented can be done. I just feel like a lot of us right now, because of recent events, are kind of, we're just overwhelmed ourselves and trying to come back from joint mission, for instance. So it's not that I don't think it can be done. I believe everyone here would it's just in my mind on its way processing how will it work.
Like I say, like that. Hopefully, that's the next session, which we talk about the visit and then the phones. And as long as been, on this, but just realizing that all our quality is going to come out of people. Then, yes. I mean, I think so. Maybe not all. The bench. You mean the numeric aspects of it? Yeah. And I know that's the thing about. What's your background? Social work. That's the topic. The numeric stuff. That's where a lot of us that are clinicians. It's not like they, went to nursing school or social worker or whatever that they went out back and they taught you the finances of hospice, right? And so there's a kind of a fear thing sometimes there, and that's one of the big things about that kind of has to be overcome. Really to be a manager while you're managing both quality and cost. We all are. And kind of and we'll hit that a little bit later today because we're going to go into some of the financial issues. But it still is all going to come out down to ecosystems ultimately. And how we structure it. So I'll just say this, and that's one thing because you are getting benchmarking reports, right? I pay a lot of attention. Now, we did have a talk, the one thing this report should be unfiltered, meaning don't look at just not-for-profits, don't look at just hospice in a certain region or size. You want to see the high flyers. You want to see what the for-profits as well as the not-for-profits are doing. And you want to see what is, that gives us a true national perspective to look at stuff. Well, this is where most folks are. And sometimes, I'll just say this. When I'm putting, and this is where it's your model. I'm not telling you how exactly to do your model. Like I'll spend more or less in different areas. Like I will put more funds and whatever into, for example, CNA services. Because that's the highest value point once pain has been addressed. But yet maybe less in some others, but it's kind of a balancing. So some things it's less, some it's more, but it's whatever I need to make that model, create that experience. But both things obviously have to be addressed. Is there something over here that?
the point is, we use the same mechanisms. Like when we go to the compensation system, we'll talk about that because that's one of your chief teachers. Actually, your compensation system is actually an extension of how we learn. But so basically, and I'll just kind of briefly get there. We have kind of a base, something you can count on, But then there's a little portion that's called standards pay. It's actually a bonus that we expect you to get every paycheck. Because there's, again, no stress. This is just doing your job. Okay? So so you get that. But if you don't do your job, you will feel a little pinch. And then there's 3 ways in addition that if, as an individual, if I do great, bam, book it. If the team's winning, bam, book it. If the organization's winning on a quarterly basis, book it. And that's how we kind of get the whole super pay thing, going in. So there's 3 ways just above that if you want to get the new car, man, you've got the power to do it. Let's take it a step further. We talk about we actually give people a lifestyle. So not only can you control what you get paid, you can control your hours, your schedule. We're going to say, if you're going to work for us, we're going to treat you like a true professional. But here's kind of the rules for this lifestyle. You make visits when it's best for patient care. So if that means that it's best for you to make the visit when the caregiver gets off work at 6:30, make it. So you may have a couple of them. Now, you might start your day at 11 o'clock. But that's up to you. And what we found there is that work that used to take 44 hours suddenly will shrink to 37 or 36, like overnight, with 100% of these being done. Just like at my very first hospice, Winston-Salem, we had a heck of a time with, stuff getting done and documentation problems and people stopped not doing it. It was cured overnight with one, just a structural move. And that's what, really was the beginning of multitude. Because we linked that. And it's not all about the pay, though. That's just one thing. It's about the atmosphere. We didn't know at that time. Again, you can only do what you know. Of how we could actually provide this life-changing experience for people that, where and we'll talk a little bit more about the whole transformative thing. Well, can I just say this? I don't usually interject that here. But a couple things that are extensions of this people development. We get really good at developing us. It's going to get out in the community itself. For example, volunteer area may be increased by where we end up with thousands of volunteers. Thousands. And what's that about? And I'll just tell you this. It's about that life-changing experience. For example, we may give them a fairly meager base of like maybe $25,000 a year base. They may make $200,000 a year as far as their actual compensation, because they'll get a few dollars here or there for every volunteer hour they get. Okay, and in most hospices, frankly, put fairly weak leaders in the volunteer ranks. 90th percentile goes exactly opposite. We put our most powerful leaders directing volunteer programs. These are people with CEO-like qualities, that excellent teachers, motivators, able to organize thousands of people, where we end up with at least 2 active volunteers in every faith community. Maybe more, but at least 2. Trained in how to reach across the pews to introduce, again, our ministry or whatever. This means that you would have thousands of markers, or there might even be Amway meetings that you kind of have every quarter, and it's like, Brother Roy, testify. Yeah, I led 5 people to hospice last month. But it has to be a truly transformative experience. And what we found when we focus on the topics of letting go, revolutionary bereavement, and people start to really connect that I'm truly working with a transformative organization. That it's just not about the whole medical thing, but this whole death experience. Again, if you believe in that, frankly, it's a point of view. Can be just one of the most marvelous things that happens. Again, we are learning through a very difficult passage. Again, our best lessons in life are going to come through our difficult passages, right? We can either let it consume us, we can hit the bottle, or we can make choices that, man, this is, I'm going to let this do what it needs to do with me. If this makes sense.
There's hospices that allow their staff to work different hours and
Yes.
different hours.
Yeah, it's
Do they have supportive staff help during the odd hours?
Well, yeah, but a lot less. The one thing we're going to find out is that we don't need very much on-call. When we're doing great visits, you don't need a lot of on-call. Frankly, you're doing such high-quality visits that people aren't freaking out. They're not running out of anything. But that's all quality, folks. That's why get that visit down. A lot of times the on-call will go down by 50 to 70%. Yeah, you might have to make a Saturday visit, because your job is to make visits when it's best for them. But we're not going to micromanage you. Here, if you need to take some time off because Johnny's got a game or whatever, we got whatever going on here. But the point is, you get a lifestyle. They're not serving that up at the hospital or any other less enlightened organization. But here, again, I got control of my life. All I have to do is do my job, and I get to set my life. I get to set my pay. Sign me up. I get to look cool. And by the way, when we talk about that, because I know some of you go, that we call them look, because it's just like, and basically you can pick out. It's not like you got to get out of the box of I'm wearing scrubs and whatever. No, it's just you can have pages of photos of this is kind of what we're looking for, where people can get their own pants as long as they conform with our specifications and our colors. And to me, I just like a couple. I don't like a lot of colors. Just the main color and usually black. That's what most hospices are doing. Sometimes there's a white element in there too. But the point is, and so so if you have a sweater that matches the color, cool, man. Then you take it down to our embroidery shop that has our cool logo, or you put it here or whatever you think looks hip. And you're in the specifications and all that, and we do it even with behind the scenes. A lot of in our California, this 1,000 hospice that we're managing and transforming just from a piece of crap into something else. When I say piece of crap, I mean they would say we need a change. I was going to say there. For example, I mean, they're even, you can wear blue jeans. They just can't have holes or whatever, but that's an acceptable look for a clinician or in the office or whatever. But the point is, we all have our kind of ways, and all we have to do is basically conform to the color scheme. That's all we're and there's just a powerful thing. And I'll just say this. If we're not in a look or uniform and we're in facilities, we're invisible. Because you can be there and they can go, well, I didn't see you. I looked down the hall. Well, yeah, we have 3 of us there. So even our volunteers have some type of look. Again, it doesn't have to be that intrusive or anything like that. Yeah, there's 3 of them down there or whatever. And that's one of our things about growth and doing well. And again, just going back to this, doesn't make me feel better when I see somebody that has a good look about them and is consistent. I'm not confused. Are you with them? Are you not with them? I can't really read that name tag because most people can't. Yes. Yeah. Actually, the same colors. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Not out of the 1,000 hospices I've worked with. No, never. Yeah. Yeah.
They already know.
Yeah. 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 And as a, again, you get to choose, you have to all wear polo shirts. It's not we're saying, hey, this is just the color scheme, basically. But again, when, like, this is where we kind of got to lose. It's a look. It's a look we're after. So you might have a, we've actually made it fun where it's almost like a fashion show situation. We're looking for this, and this is, and here's another alternative blue rich look, and all that. Sometimes it's just throwing on a sweater or a fleece if we're like in Wisconsin or whatever. But there's something about that. Organizations start to tighten up. When again, the more collective we feel, we're interconnected, and I can rely, this is who we are. Yeah, there's something that happens. And that's just kind of and that seems very superficial, but it's kind of a physical manifestation.
Wait, that doesn't apply to anything else.
Yes, I do. I think that
whatever's. I'm not for that then.
Yeah, whatever's fair, to me, whatever has to be fair.
And see, what you're saying is what the staff in the field are going to say, because they've become very accustomed
Yeah, so everybody.
and it's hard to change that.
I was thinking that it made me think about a couple of years ago, my family and I went on vacation. We went to California to Palm Springs, I guess. And we did a lot of walking around the town. And one of the things that I noticed was a lot of people, clearly, they were with some healthcare organization, going in and out of houses, looking truly very professional. But I was very interested to know, what was that organization? They were everywhere. They were peppered all through the neighborhood. Yeah. It's true. They were healthcare.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
Well, it also, part of your thing too is, again, a lot of times it's kind of got to put this way, when we're at a truly humble state, we're willing to forego our own, at least set aside temporarily, what we think we know, or whatever, to at least contemplate other ways of looking at things. There's lunch, we're good. There, different things. And so, look, and this is where, again, all of us would have some input about people, what could that look like? And then the point is take the very best ideas, put that, and then integrate our system. But part of your reason for even doing this workshop is to prepare for the future. I am bracing you for what you are going to see. And again, if someone comes in with this a product that's this, whoa, and we're not ready. I'm not trying to be a fear person, but I'm just saying that this is the kind of organization that's being built today. And so there's a lot more of it than just the current situation. And I'm not saying we can do all of this like right now. But you start picking out those high value points. Okay, let's do this. Let's get great on the phones. Okay, let's take a look at our look. Okay, let's take a look at how we do this. Man, let's do some revolutionary briefing. We just do that. We're just going to be in a different place. Because I'm just telling you, I know folks that want to get into this market. I mean, I I work with them all, folks. Oh, yeah, and I don't do a lot, but yeah, that's what I mean. So it's just like, and when I'm gonna say this, local hospice is the best hospice. Because you know your people, you know your community. Well, make it what they need and what would be best for them. Make it tough for somebody to come in, because that's what's gonna happen.
You're not saying standard, like I'm on call.
Yes. Yeah.
We're managing it all, Art.
Mm-hmm.
So, what we do frequently is we don't get a call saying, hey, great.
Right.
An urgent crisis oriented.
Sometimes.
Because I won't let you call. They
Yeah.
either want me to leave
Right.
or. So, will we be penalized in this?
No, listen, you're incentivized to do quality care. The point is you shouldn't be seeing things where people are freaking out because the family's really prepared. There's not a lot of anxiety and all that. They're not running out of anything. Now, with that said, there's legitimate on-call falls, things like that. I mean, and yeah, exactly. Sometimes there's a breakthrough, a pain situation, but we've done it. Again, the higher the quality of visit, that just dramatically goes down. And listen, frankly, for your position, I don't like to see you going out a lot of visits. I'd rather you are like the Maytag repairman going, geez, not much happening around here, and you're drawing a full comp. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Well, exactly. No. And so that doesn't take that out. But if you can take it, it just depends on what's best for them. Sometimes if you can handle it on the phone, do it. But on the other hand, man, you get out there and it's anyway. On calls is a critical. Some of our highest skilled people have to be on call because you got to be able to do admissions, you got to be able to do that, and frankly, what we're freeing up is just to do high value work. Without like, oh my God, that shouldn't have happened. And also, we don't want shift mentalities. Geez, it's 4:30. I'm out of here. That's like the hospital, and then you end up being the dumping ground or the cleanup crew. A lot of times, the people are doing sloppy visits. I want, when you have a caseload, you're going to own that caseload.
There is all the things that Lori's saying are the valid visits.
Absolutely.
You have to go on, you need to go on. But then the other things, and I absolutely are the preventive things of good management of unless there's a sudden change in symptoms and titrating of the doses, they shouldn't be calling in meds and trying to get,
Yeah, exactly.
That shouldn't happen.
Kind of what's legitimate, what's not.
Yeah.
I don't mind that because sometimes they're overwhelmed. So that's just part of being
No, absolutely. And I'm not taking away from that. But in some places, they got just tons and tons going on unnecessarily. And again, high on call usually is indicative of low quality. Yeah, because like I say, again, we're hired to make people comfortable and to teach them. Oh yes, no, yeah, and you definitely do that. Our systems would know about that. Yeah, I mean, you'd actually feel it immediately if it's outside the norm. So put it this way: if someone, for example, runs out of a medication or supply, I mean, you would see it right in the next round because that would be fairly easy because nobody should be running out of anything.
As a track, how we track.
Oh, that's simple. Again, I have to have people, again, high personal judgment and on call. And so you'd make the visit and go, well, the person just ran out of something. Okay, here you go. And so I just shoot something order compliant. Yeah, there has to be reporting. Just like every service failure usually goes up to the CEO. That way we know how many we're getting every day. We start to measure how many days we can go without a single complaint or a single documentation. Yeah, and that's an education thing. Yeah. But to see, we're right back into the teaching thing. We're right back into the teaching of managing expectations. Let's go ahead and get her. Oh, yes.
I was just going to say, so on call, it's not like for those acute symptoms,
Yes.
admission, and deaths.
Yeah. Well, not all deaths either. Only if it's, because otherwise we're stealing sick time. Go with Yeah, exactly. Or admission or whatever, but yeah, some kind of fairly legitimate, fall break situation. Yes.
I think one of our issues as far as medications are typically the facilities now, and a lot of them have EMRs, and they have like fixes, or so as far as trying to bring medication counts with them, plus they have, facilities truly have not been able to staff appropriately with some of the quality or acuity patients that they're receiving.
Right.
And a lot of times they're not
Well,
nurses.
and that's where sometimes, again, when we talk about team design with some of this, but I'm just saying if they're not staffed up, then there's a need. Is that right? Well, what can we do about that? And the thing is, we can do a lot about that. Again, just realize this. Like, let's go back to the volunteer thing. We have hospices where over 50% of all care is being provided by volunteers. I got another one at 46%, a few at 38%, and a lot of hospices struggle with the measly 5% that's demanded by Medicare. That's how, when I talk about being engaged in a community, I'm talking about huge amounts of what we're doing is being done by volunteers. So in a facility, well, you can have situations where we always have people that are at least there helping to monitor stuff, helping do all kinds of stuff. Volunteers. So we take a quick break, lunch. Okay, let's take a little bit, and then let's get back into it. Okay, let's kind of go back into this. Again, what are you? A feeling. Okay, let's just put it like this. The only thing anybody's going to remember about their hospice experience is how we made them feel. That's why everything we're doing is being designed on just how we make people feel. And I'll just say this, it's from the emotional standpoint. People aren't going to care how successful you were or bank account or how, they want, it's all just about how we make people feel. That's all they're going to remember, right? And some of you, just in the hallway, some of you are, some of you really have that down. And so what we're doing is, again, we're just basically being conscious of that and trying to make that feeling as good as it can be. Okay, let's add on to this. So you are a feeling. So I go, what are you? And you go, feeling. okay, what do you see yourself as? What would that be? Teacher. Okay. So again, what are you? Feeling. What do you see yourself as? A teacher. And to me, again, that's a great way to start meetings and all that. And then, because everybody is a teacher in life. Is that not true? Even the person that's in prison is a teacher. Probably, maybe a teacher by example of what not to do. So yes, and we want to use, and I'll just say this, if we are with different hospices, we have one more, we go, what day is this? And then everybody goes, the best day of my life. Because every day, again, we have a choice in how we want to perceive the world. We tend to perceive the world as a perfect place. All conditions being given to us for our growth, which includes the dimension of pain, but also, again, we need successes and good feelings and all that, but it's kind of a mix of the whole deal. And that's part of being human. Let's talk about visit design. So if we go to page 157. Let's talk about this. And again, I've worked with, thousands of hospice clinical managers. Setting up labs. Man, I mean, just in the last month, I've set up, 9 clinical labs. So we do a lot of this. Because this is really where the quality goes up. Some of this basic unit. Because a lot of people, when they think about hospice, they think about visits. This is primary thing to do. So we should be extraordinary. But yet, I find that most hospices don't have a clearly defined structure. And that's it almost boggles the brain. So let's get into this. So we all remember this, right? The variability of care problems, there's tremendous differences, the quality of care provided by different hospitals, as well as individual clinicians within those hospitals. I'm using Mom's example again. Kay came in. Kay was great. Fantastic. Kay was so great. Again, that every clinician that came behind her was a disappointment. And every human beings do that instinctively. They make judgments and assessments based on how they're getting paid. What the benefit. So again, the next, what do you do with Kay? Kay, cool it. Kay, do crappier visits. You're making us look bad here. You need to screw up more, Kay. No. We take Kay and we say, Kay, how do you do with this? We're going to humble ourselves before Kay and say, Kay, can you teach us? What can we get out of her DNA that I can get into everybody at our hospice? And I'm just going to, again, we're going to humble ourselves before that clinician. And sometimes there's this one hospice or one clinician that's got the best way of doing it. An entire organization. And our job, again, is to seek that out and find the best way of systematizing that to create, again, an overall better experience. Again, no two hospice visits are alike. Some will take you 30 minutes, some will take you 3 hours. Right? With this said, we're going to outlaw some different ideas here. I'm going to outlaw the word scripts. We are not using scripts. These are not, we're going to learn a visit structure, so we're just flawless. It liberates our personality. So if we're a bubbly person, that comes out, but nothing's missed. Big things, little things. Perfect. As we define perfect. No scripts. I don't want a mechanical visit. So we will screen that out of folks, and we will practice the point that we get where it's done with grace. Just like Southwest Airlines. Again, I'm on a lot of airlines. 4 or 5 flights a week. Man, they do 100% of the standards, just like the pilots do. But yet they liberate. You got funny people. And you just look forward to the flight rather than, like American. or some of the others right now are United. Yes. I mean, for example, the other day we were flying out of Orange County, it's right outside LA, and taking off, and they have to buy. There's an ordinance, a noise ordinance. They have to basically they can't just fire it up. You know, they got to kind of ease out into the air. And then the flight attendant goes, "Shh, we're flying over rich people's houses." You know, and that's not scripted. It's just, but they learn how to do their jobs to the point that it just liberates. And the pointers are doing it stress-free because what? You know, nothing's missed. It's always, every plane's set up perfectly for the next time. You know, it's just like, all right. And so that's the kind of the confidence comes out of it. So we're not going to use scripts. We're not making robots. Okay? Again, 70% of a visit, or what we're talking about, is your professional judgment, right? But the structures just make it easier to do the job, basically. So that's the way we need to look at it. And we want to make work. By the way, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of a couple other words since we just come out of people development. I don't like the word training. How does that make you feel? Again, we can answer all questions from this. How does training make you feel?
Like you're a horse.
Yeah, or, I mean, sometimes there's a little, oh my God, a little burdensome feeling. Again, we just need to, when I say that you put yourself here, you really do. And just how does something impact you? And again, what about the word education? How's that? A little better maybe, but sometimes it sounds a little academic or dry. That's where we end up with people development, talent development. Yeah, again, this is what we want. We want juice. Hey, and that's the kind of stuff. Yeah. Sarah, that's the kind of stuff that we want in model words. We want to sexy up our language to make this appealing. That's why we don't call it, just how we pay. We call it super pay. And the word on the street is, whoa, yeah. Our clinicians usually make, 10, 15 grand more than Mark. Well, how do you do? And we've simplified everything. Okay, so even training and education. I actually like center of wellness is another good thing. That, we all want to be well, feel well. Right? And so that's, people have come up with all kinds of training things. So no scripts, no robots as far as the visit structure. So again, with Kay, we went through this, but we'll get that. Okay, let's get down to sheer fundamentals. What is the goal of a visit? Teach? Oh, yeah, who said that? Oh, Sarah again. You like Pink Floyd, or you are acoustic oriented, or kind of 80s rock and roll, or whatever? Oh my God, Chicago. Well, let's do this one. This one's not one, but this is a great blues artist. That lots of horns and kind of cool. All right. Okay, so what's the goal of the visit? And Sarah just nailed it. Teach. And so actually, it's an extension of this, to make the caregiver the hero. We don't want the glory coming to us. We're there to guide people through an experience that we're most important. And again, that's this empowerment and enabling culture. Enabling, well, sometimes they can take that bad, but you know what I mean? Taking people beyond their fears. I can't do this. Yes, you can. I've been doing this a long time, Amanda. Like, you can so do this. And your mom is so appreciative. Okay, let's do it. And so that's kind of where we got to get to. And so, yeah, to make the caregiver a hero. So again, we're not paying you to do the care. That's the job. Everybody in the organization, pretty much all positions. Once in a while, you can get something like payables. little introverted, okay, there, but you know what I mean. Use a little bit of a professional judgment there. You know? But this is what we do. It's core competence. In fact, if we were going to boast, as unattractive as that is, if there's anything that we would change now, we are great at developing. I mean, it is a life. Yes. So anything that does not meet or exceed versus expectation results in disappointment. Okay, that was brought out earlier, right? How we can set people up for failure just by what we say and what we broadcast and all that. So here, okay, this is some fine front porch art. I'll just interpret this for you. Basically, I have an upper and a lower and an upper control limit. And most organizations design systems to find things that fall below the lower limit. There's nothing on the top end. This is an important concept. Nothing on the top end. This is where you get ridiculous sayings like "go the extra mile" and do all this, not realizing that this destroys the situations. Okay, let me use a Baldrige winning. This is a fast food place. And to tell you the truth, some of the greatest ideas that are innovations in hospice have come from outside the hospice world. We study, again, PALS Sudden Service, which is a Baldrige winner. They have one service failure every 3,500 orders. Whereas at McDonald's, it's more like 20%. One too few straws in the bag or napkins or little ketchup coming down the side. I mean, these guys are perfect. And so those are the people that you want to learn from and say, what can we do? Well, anyway, let's just go ahead and do a fast food version of this. Let's say that you drive up and you order a burger. Again, they got their custom signs. They don't change their prices and all that. Put it this way, they make it painful on themselves to change their prices. That's why they're all French. So you take a look at that. And then you get your food in 18 seconds or whatever. You drive around, and let's say you ordered a burger. And the person goes, you know, I know you ordered one burger that takes 1 2 minutes. We don't want it to go to waste, of course. Here, I just popped another one in the bag. Have a great day. How do you feel? Yeah, unless you're on a diet, you're going, oh my God, you know.
Back tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What happens the next time you pull up?
Expectation.
Yeah, you actually are hoping they screw up. That is not what we want. Okay, in our world, again, you get a CNA or a clinician that just goes way above. So the CNA is, washing dishes and doing all this, this. And then the next one comes in and just does the basic job. And what do you have? You have a broken system. Just like y'all Bojangles up here.
Yes.
Okay. Put it this way: if you go in to do a visit and the patient goes, "Where's my biscuit?" They always bring me a biscuit. You might have a problem. Now, in all those cases, people think they're doing a great job, right? Because go the extra mile, go ahead and get the biscuit, whatever. And they've crossed all kinds of boundaries because we can't create that experience every time. And therefore, you're going to have a disappointed person ultimately. So that's what we're managing the overall quality of that experience, the lower part of it, but also not going wild with what we can't reproduce for every patient. Does this make sense? There's lots of illustrations of that. Those y'all talk about the boundaries probably a lot. So that's good. So the visit. So that has to be looked at. It's one of the areas that's getting the least attention in hospice. And why? Why design? Too many hospices just assume that clinicians know how to do a great visit. And obviously that's not true. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in kind of some of the pickles we are. Again, we have more data than anyone in the world. So when I go to MedPash or whatever, this is part of the assume, geez, someone's a nurse. Well, I've been doing made a lot of nurse business, but sometimes there's a lot of undoing. I'll just say this. At the Baldridge Marine Hospice, if a person had hospice experience, it counted against you. Because we knew that we had a whole bunch of stuff that's untrained, to take out of people. And frankly, most of the stuff in that 90th percentile is undoing. And it's not just clinicians. Clinicians, again, go in that teaching mode, whereas before it's not like, okay, I'm getting satisfaction from doing because that's what I was kind of encouraged to do, and suddenly you're saying not to do so much, but to teach. Finance, we're saying what? No more budgets, no more FT counts, no more, whatever. We're going to let the managers actually manage, but also be held accountable, because anytime you go out, you know it. And so there's a lot of levels. Compliance, we do completely different. And we'll get into something, but all, again, making things extremely simple. Don't believe in complicated. Okay, why do this? First of all, we're going to diminish the variability of care. Okay, we've already talked about it. It's huge. We want to brand our hospitals so that even when we're talking with nursing homes or hey, how do you do that? How do you go weeks without a single documentation here? Well, I'm glad you asked. Well, nursing home, we can show you how to do that too. Or hospital. Or you can just say, well, it's magic. So we want to brand it. Now, we actually have a system, and this actually makes it rather easy when you're dealing with relatively amateur other entities. When you have a system that you can pull any one of our clinicians, ask them how we do a visit. That or my God, right in front of me. I'm sorry, I don't even remember that. That wasn't like reading. But yeah, so that gets up and goes, thank you for, I'll tell you how we do it. We have 6 teaching days for 35 but if anybody can do selective practice, that's where the level of training is. Okay, so we want to do it to brand. We want to actually liberate our clinicians. Again, take the stress off of ever worrying about, did you miss anything? No! When a visit's done, it's done. Okay? It's a starting point as far as doing productivity. But the main reason that you do any of the modeling, if anybody, you go out of this and someone says, why are we doing this? And it's simply because we care and we love enough to do it. You're doing this out of that ultimate place of, we care that much about our patients to do this. We want to be intentional about it. Okay? We care. Again, the visit, only 30% of a visit structure is prescriptive. The remaining 70% is based on the clinician's personal and professional judgment. Okay, and the cool thing is that most hospices already have people that have worked out this stuff. We already have people that are basically our teachers are among us. All we have to do is, again, have the humility to speak it out and put it into the structure. Okay, so I say model your best. And you look for 3 things normally. People with great attitudes. Frankly, you want to work with people that project a positive energy. Can do. We can do that. I have no time for energy sucks. If anyone just, is rifling back on everything, I've got no time for you. You will not live in our situation. I need positivity. People that are giving you juice. And you can feel energetically whether someone's sucking or giving back. And you have a choice who to work with, too, especially if you're a managing team. Just get rid of your energy sucks. Now, with that said, you might want to choose your time and place of battle. Don't fire the biller until billing's out. Okay. Okay, so with that said, so great attitude, man. I'll God have a great attitude from everybody. I need high productivity, and there's some people that are already doing that. I need great documentation. Okay, so I got to have at least those three things, and then we put together a structure. And again, the structure is not clinical; it's more about the creation of extraordinary feeling or experience. So it's important to understand that. Now, let's go ahead and take a look at a basic structure. Again, and here's the thing is, I'm going to email a bunch of templates where most all this work is already done for you. That's one of the cool things about kind of doing the workshop like this. Is that I provide you the tools, and basically you get to sit back and go, Andrew, I like what you've done here. Not so much over here, but, and you can just go boom, boom, boom. And this is why people in a matter of weeks can have most of this done. Certainly how to answer the phones, certainly what the base standards are, how to do a visit. It's not like, takes forever. What we talked about with the people development, some of that's going to be a little bit of a wind up. But getting down to some of those very fundamental things can be done very rapidly. Okay, so let's kind of go through this. And I don't know if this one's exactly like the one, but we'll see. Okay, so the first thing is Sunny Day Hospice visit structure. The goal of the visit is to make the caregiver the hero. And every visit is a performance. Is that not true, clinicians? Like a teacher's energy has to what? Go up, right? You've got to actually manage that on some level. So every teaching situation, especially, and visit is a teaching situation, so energy has to go up. It's a performance of sorts. Okay? And that's okay. First thing is, we have the dumpster principle. You'll notice that when we go through this, it doesn't say just do this, do this, do this. That's the lowest level of teaching. Normally, if you have to explain something a little bit, you can put some more meaning around it and all this. The dumpster principle just means make sure your car is clean. Because if people can see the inside of your car, they're going to make a judgment about you. And if they see that you're clean and organized in areas that are normally out of the public view, imagine how well the organization is operating and the quality of life of what's there. So our vehicles, we can't have a bunch of Wendy's or whatever rolling around in a McDonald's. We'd have our little Blue Ridge bag probably that we put all our stuff in. So there we go. Dumpster principle, make sure your vehicle's clean. Next one is God help me, or tune in. Help me on this visit. I can't think of it. Can you think of a better way to start a visit? Help me on this. God, I need that all the time. Okay. Next, I'll just say this. There's a couple of places in a visit where our energy goes to a completely different place. One's when we ask for help, God help me. And the next is when we go into a place of gratitude and letting go. Those are some of the highest spiritual places you can ever go. And both are a state of release. Really, when we get down to it. And, okay. So God help me. Driveway manners, okay? Again, we don't block the driveway, or if our vehicle leaks fluids, park along the street. I heard a situation the other day that I don't mean to go into too much detail on this, but anyway, the dad wanted to make sure the house was completely ready to sell and was meticulous about having it. And they had the driveway pressure washed. It's just perfectly white. And the hospice person came in and was the vehicle with fluids and he was, the caregiver just said he was just distraught about it. Just distraught. That's where our level of love is coming. And sensitivity. So awareness of ourselves, awareness of our vehicle, awareness of our look, our presence, our smell, our language. Or, I don't know if it's in this one or not. Okay, here's a better one. One detail. Write that one in. One detail. Again, here's where you're going to take your EMR. You're net smart now. You maybe get something else. Who knows? Again, I can work with about any system. I make it very easy for the clinician to find the one detail. Again, this is one detail from the prior visit, not your prior visit, but just the last person to set foot in that house. And you pick out, some minor detail that when you drop the bag mat, you're going to mention it to them. And they will just about fall over. It's like, oh my God, how do they know this stuff? What are we communicating there? That they communicate. They talk. Wow. Okay. So we pick out the one detail, review the note, but that's kind of the prompting that. Vibrate on, breathe. Okay? And I do like that. I've seen some hospices do, but that's my favorite. It's just like, there's something energetic about just taking in kind of that breath of life. And, because you got to get yourself in a certain place. You got to adjust your own energy. And then you drop in that visor. I am a teacher. Everything I need. So I'm in the zone of the teacher at that point. So I'm going back to my perfectly organized card boxes that we rotate once a month at IDT. Or you take mine, I take yours. Perfectly stocked because nobody's ever running out of anything. Designed in the natural order of work. Gloves in the front. Doing this too long. Okay, so I take in everything I need because we know repeated trips to your vehicle diminish your confidence. We actually train people how to enter a space rather than assume people are for it. And knocking on doors. So teach them. You're not assuming people know how to enter someone's home with grace. Some people, I'm here. Okay, let's watch yourself on that. Usually they'll correct themselves. It's like, ooh, that's what I really look like. That's not with the video. You don't even have to say a thing. Okay, so you do that. You go in and project more, but you perceive, ooh, there's been some disruption. There's been some whatever. Most clinicians got to get that. Okay, and at that point, we'll move down to bag mat. And this is where, on that bag mat, it'll either have a word or a symbol that'll say what? One thing or one detail. Okay, but you're going to say that thing that you just loaded up a few minutes ago. Okay, I noticed that this was happening last time. How's that? Or, you're watching this on TV or whatever you like that. Kind of gives a little conversation. It's a little more fluid, something to talk about. And of course, on there, and it says sanitize. And again, I got my sanitizer again. It has a little sticker on it. It says eye level, zoom in. Biggest concern. If you see some of our old videos, they're like crap. I look at old MVI videos that we made, and I just, I can't watch them. I tried to pull them down, but it's like, no, Andrew, there's some good parts of that. And it's going, God. Because we got like people sanitizing, and what's your biggest concern? Well, how in the heck can you be sanitized doing this and really be focused on that person? But again, we evolve. Just like this visit, it keeps evolving, and this is just a version of it. I'll send you the hottest one out there right now. But anyway, so eye level, lean in. And Angie, what's your biggest concern? And then you teach people how to go into a Zen presence. Where and this has to be taught, how to purge your brain of your own crap. And some, because a lot of people, they just have their own, they're so worried about impressing another human being that you kind of got to get in that state where, man, it is all about Angie at this point, right? And I'm just listening to everything, okay, rather than reloading. Okay, and then what I'm going to do And you're going to have to write this one in too. These are some innovations that may not be on here. Okay, at this point, I'm going to validate and match. Validate and match. So if Angie says, you know, we just got the word, and I'm devastated about this, I'm going to use the exact descriptor that she used for a situation. I'm going to say devastated back to her. So Angie, if I understand you correctly here, you're devastated. Did I get that right? Did I get your order right? Did I hear you? Because people want to be heard. But use the exact descriptor in most cases. You don't say, oh, so you're having a rough time. You know, but almost anything you would say would diminish her. So you're having some psychosocial issue.
How did you know?
Okay. So we use a descriptor. Obviously, if you said something in a fit of rage and cursed in that situation, you know, you'd use some professional judgment and say, well, that may, if I didn't parrot that back exactly, I might embarrass them further, and I'm not going to do that. Right? So this is where, again, you're with everything you're doing, you're using some professional judgment. So validate and match. That's a new hot dog thing. We do the same thing on the phone. Okay, next, we're going to manage expectations. So Angie, from what I hear, you have this and this going on. This is what we can do today. Okay, so we're managing what we can do and all that. And then introducing Mr. Gates. What are we talking about there? Our computer, use our computers, you know, and this is where, again, this all has to be taught, because, you know, I'm going to take some of my notes from my computer. These help us so much. It's one of the reasons that when, if you notice from your interactions with Blue Ridge so far, you've never had to say your name twice, even when you're transferred, or retell your story. We know. Even if you call us in the middle of the night, you don't have to retell your story. We know, and we can focus on the concern. You know, these help us so much. And then Angie's going along, and then I go, oh, that's a great point. You need to get that down. You know, this is how we organize this experience. But we set that up right away. So you have 4 clinicians that come in with the laptop. And the 5th comes in without. What happens from a feeling? Yeah, right there. Yeah, there's diminishment of confidence, because once they work out that chart is what enables us to coordinate this entire experience, and someone doesn't happen, that sets up a question mark, and that equals pain and suffering, non-physical. Again, documentation. 70% of the details of a visit are lost in 6 hours. That's in all scripts. Study from a few years ago. 70%. I mean, documentation has a deterioration rate of a French fry. So that's why, here's the rule. You do not pull off until you get it. You know, and when I'm running the lab, sometimes I'm throwing a cat on the keyboard and all that, and I'm forcing them to go out in their car, but they document before they fire up. Obviously, there's always professional judgment. I mean, if the gang's coming around the corner and they got hubcaps, go ahead. It's okay to pull off. We've seen it all, folks. You know.
But Andrew, you do get the argument, or I've heard the argument from that nurse who is sitting down writing notes. I'm going to write this down.
Yeah.
I think I don't like using it's away. I'll do it later.
Yeah.
They say that to the patient. I still think they mean well. I still think the patient might be
Yeah.
stand.
Yeah. Actually, most of the time, it's just a projection of the nervousness of the clinician. If the clinician feels nervous, that energy is projected out, and of course, that human being doesn't want to see that person suffer, so they're going to try to, oh, well, that makes you feel better, or whatever. Whereas if you say, oh, you know, no sweat, I got this handle, they don't even notice it, you know, and then you go, oh, great point. Get that out. Yeah. You know.
Well, you also just you didn't disengage from her the whole time. You're looking at her and you're doing
Yes.
this. Nice.
Yeah, and there's time where you say, hey, I'm just going to get some of this down. So there, and it's not like people are freaked out by the computer, but that's again, like we said before, why do we document? What's the first reason? Because we love and care about that patient family, and we love and respect our coworkers. That's the primary reason. Really, I mean, the financial is just there, but it's not the primary reason.
I want to say thank you for demonstrating that because I've been one of the ones who really fights off at bedside. I know who working in California, I will be up at 1:30 in the morning.
Oh.
Off, and I'm no longer wanting to wife and all that kind of stuff. I'm sitting there documenting. A complaint that I often hear from patients is they don't like to live with the doctor. And now they've been through 500 doctors and practitioners. And they're spending the whole time with that. And that's been my number one. Well, I don't want to do that because I'm here at such a vulnerable time in life that I want to be fully engaged.
Yeah.
So that has been a struggle that I've had. I've not wanted to document at the bedside, but I really appreciated you demonstrating the way you did that with, I'm going to open this and I'm going to jot things down in this, but I'm still not losing eye contact. So thank you for saying that. Let me put that down because I think sometimes when we're introduced to this computer, and I started with moving on paper and have people call.
Yeah.
So when the computer was abused, that was a very big thing. All of the components, they have to do something.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate seeing that.
Well, listen, and I just get it from just seeing so many visits, and Elizabeth. So just like the other day, I mean, even that thing of, that's a great point. That's a relatively new phenomenon. A nurse said, hey, look at this. What's this? But this all takes a little bit of practice. And also again that awareness that whatever a state is communicated. And human beings are just really perceptive, and they don't. So we got to be comfortable with this and realize this, and then have that like if we're a social worker, if they start talking about incest, man, put away that. Okay. I mean, that's in the car. But that's where again. Professional judgment. I mean, again, the structure is a guideline. But there's a time when you got to abort with it, right? Just due to sometimes some situation. Even then, you have to be trained how to abort it with grace. Anyway, I should play you some scenarios and stuff, and you kind of really, oh my God, how would I handle that? Well, we will do that. We'll see. Yes.
I like your demonstration there too because it really demonstrated a lot of social work skills. Reframing, validating, basic foundation social work skills that we're trained in school across the system. So I really appreciate that. I think it really resonates.
I don't know, it's just the feeling stuff. And I really was not really that aware of that. It's practice. Anyway. Okay, so again, Bill Gates, introducing Bill Gates, and kind of demystifying, or not mystifying. Okay, professional judgment. Between this and documentation is really what that's what takes most of the time. So here, hands-on. Again, kind of going into your hands-on assessment of whatever the situation. And I know this is very nursing, and you would make one of these for all disciplines. You'd still end up with the basic, probably the 6 teachable phases. And kind of the older ones are 3 phases, but we found that those insufficient, like pre-visit, visit, post-visit. We found there's just a lot of action that happens in entering the space and leaving the space. And so the 6 is really what's used by most offices that are doing. Hands-on assessment, reconcile meds, order supplies DMEs. What's that? Just make sure the DME is working. And then rock the doc. Okay, right there, if you need to get a hold of the doc, you do it right in front of the patient and family. Why? You want to get points for that. I know you're not going to get hold of the doc after you go, but they, there's just a feeling. Does it feel good? They're just like handling it right there. It's like, whoa, take charge. Yeah. So yeah. Med refill and thrill. That's in a link to that one. Teach rather than do. Again, that's one of the primary things. Teach rather than do. And sometimes you can write this in your structure 2 times. Sometimes it'll be 3 times, but probably on a minimum of 2 times. What we find is that when you're teaching and say, okay, let's watch you adjust the oxygen mask or the concentrator, you'll mess it up a few times. The second and sometimes 3rd time through is where the confidence really goes to a different place. If they just get it right the first time, it's like, I mean, maybe I got lucky. Okay, so, you get it down until you feel like they really got a handle on it. So there's a couple teach rather than do. Those are teach backs, basically. And then what? Crystal ball. What do we talk about when we say crystal ball? Yeah, anticipate. Again, what's going to happen, and again, we want to prepare people. We don't want anybody freaking out. Again, that's kind of a no-no thing. If people are freaking out or having anxiety about things, that's usually an indication we did not teach well. Unless it's something that this kind of came out of the blue or whatever. Normally, there's a disease progression which we can predict, right? That's what my first hospice CEO, Deborah Daly, this marvelous. She said, Andrew, the thing is, I've been doing this a long time. It's been a long time before I got it. See, it's kind of the same stuff happening. We're still humans. And so, you can recognize the pattern of what's going on. And top clinicians to prepare. Okay, then document for comfort. Verify visit frequency, and then tell me how grim it is. Okay, this is back to the documentation thing. You want reviewers, y'all are CGS, right? You want reviewers in the cubicles, the 10,000 cubicles that are reviewing all these claims, take a look at Blue Ridge's charts and want to puke. You want them to want to puke. Tell me how grim it is. What we don't want is Mary Sunshine notes. Yeah, I arrived. We took Grandma out on the front porch for lemonade. The birds were chirping. The fish were jumping. The deer were settling down for the night. No. It took us 45 minutes to go on the porch. She puked 3 times on the way, just describing the sheer effort that it took. To do just a daily thing. And the thing is, that our documentation can't be just what happened on our visit. It always has to be done from the perspective when we first encountered the patient. Because this is one thing about documentation is that all, disease, sometimes they plateau, sometimes you have but it's with the perspective of where they were then. And we've got to have long living patients. We can't just, again, there are 3 things in hospice that are manufactured. Your census, length of stay, and utilization of inpatient units and continuous care or crisis care. They are made up by a hospice. It's our paradigms of what hospice is. Length of stay, some people, the weenies of the world say, oh, it's the external world. That's why we have such short length of stay. Oh my God, if only they would refer earlier. Your folks, they're a little more with it, recognize, no, the community is basically just giving us what we've trained them to give us. Otherwise, how do you explain, again, I've been doing this a long time, you have one CEO that'll stay with the hospice for a few years, and they arrive, and the length of stay goes up to 30 days. Okay, then they stay there for a few years, and then they go to another hospice, and average length of stay goes up by another 30 days at that one too. And then they go to another hospice after a few years, and it goes up by whatever they've learned how to do. Well, in each of those markets, did everybody just have like a VA experience? Wow, I could have had hospice. What changed? That CO says, this is what a hospice patient looks like. We're going to take the risk, but we are going to have very tight documentation around that within this very broad perspective so that we can justify that. Because let's face it, a prognostication, if that's a word, 50% of them are off, right? People say, if a physician says you got 6 months or less to live, you probably got 3 months. So basically, what we say to folks, the referring community, if you wouldn't be surprised if someone would die within a year, sign them up. Sign them up. Okay. Say exit. This one's really important. Again, merits its own section. I've watched what you're doing. Lennon, you're doing a great job. Or if someone can improve, hey, you're doing a great job. If you just do X and X and keep doing that. But also, I've checked your stock of medications and supplies, and you have everything you're set. Whereas sloppy ass hospices, well, you need anything? Oh, how do I know? You need a visit? Well, I don't know. You're the pro here. So we just, we take responsibility. We make sure they have what they need and all that. Okay, number and view. Okay, and then eye level lean in at this point. Is there anything else I can help out with? And then the lab, I always hit somebody, like a nurse, I'll hit them with something out of social worker field, or I'll hit them out like breathing. Yeah, what's this thing on the menu that says EMDR? And then the nurse would go, I'm glad you asked. It stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. We can do more in basically an hour counseling than in 30 or an hour than in 30 years of counseling. That's something you might like. Okay, so everybody can, for everything that we offer, can offer a brief explanation of what's on the menu. That's why the less you have, presence, validate, and match. Validate, then what? Express gratitude, because we are guests, right? And then off stage, and then a picture of the Bee Gees comes up. I've just got to get a message to you. Okay, right. You communicate, with the other clinicians. You sync your devices. And then what do? Release. Let it go. It's all done. There is no going home and documenting. There is nothing left. And this is where we take that EMR and we strip everything out of it that is not essential. All niceties go away. We just get down to the bare minimum we need in that chart. Rather than, well, we added that back in 1987 because we had this happen, and people construct entire things and muck up their system. We strip out everything except for what is just the basic of basic essentials of it. That's what, again, that's another reason that, again, we'll talk about admissions in a second. Why we just have wiped out the amount of time. Half of it in less than how long it takes to do it. Okay, that's not it for that. Again, and when teaching the visit, you normally have to destroy these 4 mindsets. And that's okay to not do a standard visit. No, it's not okay. Again, in most situations. Now, longer visits equal more quality. No, it is very rare you go in the family's house and you take a look at the family photo, and there's a hospice nurse in the back. It doesn't happen that much. We are not part of the family. we're also not home health plus. So you spend enough time. Again, sometimes 30 minutes is ideal for some folks. Some folks, it's going to be, you're going to be there for a few hours, but then again, that's professional judgment. The overall average of that's going to be about 60 minutes, which is normally what we prescribe. Where you can do about 4 nurse visits a day. And then, whatever the okay, that's okay to make unnecessary visits. No, it's not. No, just, don't just say, hey, I visit them all X frequency. No, you manage that expectation and say, listen, this is where you are now. And the thing is, this is kind of sacred time. And you need time with your father. So what we're going to do is, first, right now y'all are doing pretty good. And I'll probably be out there like once a week. Now later on, day 2, and that will increase as needed. The point is, we will be here when you need us. And what we do is we want to get out of this idea of just cookie cutter hospice, no matter what it is. We're just cranking out to the day and building these artificial expectations. Let's face it, is it painful? Okay, you're pretty comfortable. You're in your pajamas as a caregiver or whatever, and then you're gonna have a visit from the hospice. Well, a lot of times a phone call would suffice. And that's one thing that Kay did. She called us up virtually every day in the morning, usually somewhere around 8:30 or so, 8:39, with 2 questions. How'd Mom do last night? How y'all doing? And she knew how to get off the phone. I think if we were gabbers, she would have been able to gracefully navigate that. And man, I didn't have to geez, I look like crap. It's all, oh God, this house is a wreck. Because human beings will start to do all that stuff. Again, more and more of the care experience is going to be done over the phone. So let's master that. Okay. How are we doing? Need a break. I can feel it. So, okay, let's go ahead and do this, and let's be generous, and we'll take 7 minutes. And yeah, that's is that right, Jacqueline? Okay, Jacqueline. Basically, I got James Reed on the phone, and he was asking for insured, but really his mom has cancer. And anyway, it sounds like they need their services. Okay, Jacqueline picks up and says, "Okay, Mr. Reed, this is Jacqueline, and I can't remember who.
Jane.
Jane, just explain your situation, that you're looking for some insured, but that your mom also has cancer. Is that correct? Okay. So here's what we're thinking. Sounds like you might be able to use our services. And then, again, for every reason that James might not want to come on, we would have a way to blow through that problem. There's probably some real benefit.
Let's do it again.
Call another department.
Where are you going next?
I was going to think of it from a different standpoint.
Yeah.
That it could have been an extent.
Oh yeah, it could have been all kinds of things. But the point is to get down to what the situation was, and is it one of our patients? Is it not one of our patients? And all that, and then it's like, well, my husband really doesn't want hospice. Well, this is not just for him, and this can make your life so much easier. We can have somebody out there in a half hour to evaluate your options, and there's no risk at all. You sign up, and if ever you're even in the least dissatisfied, you can just drop the service. And the admission process is rather short, so. Yeah, there you go. But that's about what. But on the phone, but that's.
How would you?
That's the way we go about it. What's that?
How would she handle that? So how, if she gets that phone call again, how would she handle that?
Oh, she would have did just what I did there. Yeah, it'd be like, why? Is someone sick? Oh yeah, I'm calling. My mom's got cancer.
We have someone like that on call, one night up on call,
Yes. That there's, what's going on, or that. So again, the phone thing is really, really important. And I'll just say it's rare. This is after calling hundreds and hundreds of calls. We receive hundreds of calls at home group, and it could just be a lot better, handled.
Kathy said,
And I would say, well, I understand that too. You definitely we want to get her.
I think that would be.
Yeah. And we would say absolutely. We definitely, but this is definitely probably benefit, or maybe a little bit. The point is, we can help you sort through this. Get very rapid. Exactly. Exactly.
If somebody doesn't know where to get insured, that means they don't really know a lot about what services are available.
Yeah, no, that's, I mean,
Anywhere.
there you go. That's even taking it farther. It could be all kinds of,
Yeah.
particularly socioeconomics.
Yeah, so even if
involved,
you
that could
could
be-
hook them up to other resources in the community, like you've done
Mhm.
something that makes them remember.
Yeah. But even then, I'm going to say, is this
Yeah.
potentially someone that we could serve?
Right.
And that really could use our ministry. And I do look at hospice still, as a movement. Just not another Friday of healthcare. We're holistic, and man, we got some firepower. We got some real benefits. So, lots of ways to get this. I was going to show you a few scenarios. We'll just see if they get it going. But the point is, the phone call it's back to the feeling. Again, this is why we screen right when we're hiring people. Are people good on the phone? Because people make judgments and assessments just almost immediately. And the truth is that so many companies are bad, horrendous on the phone, but with just a little bit of investment, a little bit of insightfulness, we can go to a completely different level and just blow people away. So, with that said, a lot of times we get a couple different situations here. We can get the automated system, here. And I'm just saying, from a feeling, would I rather have a real person or an automated system? Yes. I mean, within 3 rings, I would love to get a real live person that can handle it. And you're going, oh my God, we spent all that money on this system or whatever. And I've had that happen where they sunk, I forget. All right, yeah, we're getting down. Anyway, I'm going to go back to that. Let's see if this works. So did I just put it in? Okay. So I'm going to lose that. I want to go back to. Can I go back to the visit? I don't mean to do that, but while we're feeling good here, I'm going to play some of these scenarios. Because the pre-recorded ones. And again, if I was running the lab, just think about this. So I can release you. I don't want to inconvenience you anyway. Okay, I'm still like not moving. Okay. don't like that in my settings. Anyway, but then, I think that would help illustrate the value of these scenarios. In fact, okay. Let's. Oh, I'll let him look at it. Okay. So because the automated system, like I say, just from a pure serial system, and anyway, people would prefer to have a human being if possible. This is where we don't use answering services, because basically people are paying people to butcher your reputation, because you get this whatever, and it's like they don't know who we are, they don't know what we really do, and it's like, yeah, everything. Well, if you need help, we can help. You just get this down anyway.
Say that again. You don't use answering services.
Right. We will handle our own phone 24/7. And then we'll use volunteers. We'll use whatever we need to. Again, we're gonna have thousands of volunteers. Again, the folks that have insomnia and stuff, man, we have got a job for you. And so different ways there.
I was going to ask you about that, about volunteers.
There are so many ways. Yeah, but that's also a danger, like the untrained volunteer.
Right.
That's another one of the worst experience. You call up and, thank you for calling the hospice. Who? Oh, Betty Jane. Betty Jane's still right there. Okay, I'll transfer you now. This is Bill.
Yes. Yes. That happens to me.
You don't want that either. So volunteers can handle it, but they just have to be trained, kind of just like staff. They actually have to be held to accountability standards as employees. That's where we will fire volunteers if they're not doing their job. And they'll actually even have position description and all that, just to make it a little more meaningful, more pronounced. But that one there, thank you for calling hospice. It's definitely, this is Blue Ridge Hospice. By the way, I love your name. I'm just saying that I don't know, when every time I think of Blue Ridge, I kind of have this peaceful thing that happens. And so it's like, and is your colors blue too? Yeah. I'm just saying that's like hot. Yeah, John Denver and all that. And
guys are kind of hot.
yeah. I'm just saying that that's exactly what we want as people to get from Blue Ridge. And there might be lots of Blue Ridges around, but the point is,
West Virginia.
Yeah, no, Tennessee.
yeah. So I think the name is most excellent. And you kind of ride that, but just from an emotional standpoint, it's really good. And
How about butterflies? Take it or leave it.
well, no, it all depends on the butterfly. Some look like a moth. And some are the great transformation. So it just depends on the style. So here, no, I think, but I love the whole principle of the butterfly, of the transformation. I've seen some that were not like great either. And that, so okay, so no go, right? Okay, no worries.
She does. She sounds so lovely.
Okay. So Carl's going to focus on the feeling, okay, and all that. So again, automated, how's it make you feel? Confidence. When people are trained on how to handle the phones, and they feel like they've been well trained, their confidence goes up, and that's readily identifiable. it's definitely worth effort. The thing about that first phone interaction is it sets the entire stage, right, for what we do. And if, I'll just say this, you blow or you don't make a great first impression on the phone, you'll spend a lot of energy trying to recover from that. So again, that's another reason we want to be great on the phone. Get the voice. Within seconds, callers discern the type of person you are, your level of education, energetic state, how you feel about the hospice, and actually an image it appears in people's heads. Okay, this is how we answer the phone. What I don't want to hear is, thank you for calling, Sunny Day Hospice. Your call is very important to us. This may be recorded for quality control purposes. And then you get put on a hold, and you're listening to some little cheezo music or whatever. And then you're calling at 3 o'clock on Sunday, and they're going due to unexpected heavy call volume, and all these just BS messages, and that's why the whole phone thing gets so bad. We just say 3 things. In this case, it would be Blue Ridge Hospice, Andrew speaking, or Blue Ridge Hospice, this is Andrew. Either one works, but that's all we say. We don't do anything ridiculous like thank you for the call or we just strip all that out, because with that simple statement, Blue Ridge Hospice, or this is Andrew, says everything they need. The caller got the right place. We're talking to Andrew. That's it. We're making no presumptions as to why they're calling. We're going to do it again.
Hi, Sharon. This is Ernie. How are you? Oh, great. How are you? That's fine. Is Ruthie there today? Okay. Just so I called. Thank you. Well, that was our volunteer.
Yeah, no.
That's right.
Well, she's got a good energetics. I mean, I'm just saying that.
I wanted to get her.
Oh, yeah. She's. Yeah, but that's exactly what we want, is that kind of that energy thing.
Yeah.
And well, exactly. And that's what I usually find is one person. We make a recording of that person doing basically an audio MP3. This is how we'll handle the phones at Blue Ridge. And you cycle that or get that out to everybody, and that starts to get in the DNA of everybody. We go beyond that. We actually try to use that system 7 to it, but the self-learning module is actually an audio. And there you go.
Hello, attorney. Hi, Ruthie. How you doing today? We're doing fine. We're talking about telephone etiquette and how people talk on the phone, and we wanted to use Well, say hi.
Oh my God, yeah.
Say hi, Ruthie.
Hi.
All right.
She would be hugging you.
Yeah, she would be hugging you.
But anyway, so that's what I would have make it. And actually, you can just take the stuff right out of the book. And to me, there's only a few basic things that you teach: how to answer the phone, how to place someone on hold, how to transfer a call, how to handle a service failure. So there's not that many things, but you master those things. Transferring, putting people with grace on even how to describe Blue Ridge and our experience. Like your model might be called the Blue Ridge experience, or I always try to get model names around the people, because that always focuses everybody that we're not doing it for just to have high census. We're not doing this just to stuff a lot of money at the bank. We're doing it because the larger benefits or payoffs that we're going to get for doing our work are going to be the karmic and spiritual benefits of us having a life well lived. So anytime we're talking about that feeling or experience, making people, that just centers everybody right back to this is what it's about. This is what's important. And we make good decisions. So again, the MP3 would be one of the things I would do with Blue Ridge Office. This is Ruthie. I'm so excited to be here. Yeah. That's what's coming across. So yes. The whole music. This is actually outdated, folks. When I say that I chuck ideas right and left, again, I will just leave anything behind if there's a better idea. And then I had another one just the other day, just blew out the other. We'll see if I can remember it. Okay, the best thing we had. Yeah, I was gonna say this is where we were at one time, where it's like Chicago Saturday. You want happy but not sappy, or what is it? It's a Wonderful Life or Queen. You make me live. Yeah. What's that? Yeah. There you go. That happens a lot. People ask, they're enjoying being on hold. That happens a lot with us.
Really?
Yeah, we put a theme from like Mary Tyler Moore. Who can turn the smile? And suddenly they may be having a crappy day. Suddenly they're like transported back in time. I haven't thought about that for a zillion years.
Wow.
Yeah.
So sappy and sad.
Yeah. So anyway, if you do have music, sometimes this or Carpenter gets what they want more. Again, you want to probably avoid rainy days and Mondays, so it's getting down. No Highway to or Stairway to Heaven. You don't have that. Or Highway to Hell. Probably not going to be there.
Yeah.
But I also don't want the bragging. Thank you for calling Blue Ridge Hospital. Since 1984, we've served over 40,000 deaths. You don't kind of don't do that either. Whether you need inpatient or palliative care, we got it. If you're gonna go hospice. Yeah. We're a mega deal. Okay, but one thing we're making for some hospices is where people on their smartphones, some have really something good to say. We tape that, we send it, and then we put some music behind it. So it's real life testimonies of people that have used. And Blue Ridge just came in. They just really helped us. They taught us how to help mom. And we were part of the experience, and stuff like that. And anyway, someone had something that's even better than that the other day. I'm trying to. I'm sorry I don't have it. In my head, but it was just like, wow, that was amazing. So people are taking this, but the best one I can remember right now is that really surprises was again a testimony. It's really, really great. So anyway, the phone. And I'll just say this: even the idea of call centers. Well, even with small hospices, we're putting together call centers. And again, these might be primarily staffed with volunteers. Maybe there might be a nurse or so there that can kind of do some of the heavy hitting or some other clinical discipline. But the point is, again, I just refuse to pay somebody like an answering service to butcher our, because they're going to flub it up. It's just like, well, geez, this is the answering service. It's all a letdown. And well, they'll be back at whatever. We can get you. We can just say we can handle this right here. So we rip out all of that stuff. Because again, it's so important. Okay, if we go to, I'm going to use that as a bookmark. Oh my God, sorry about that. Okay, if we go in the book or the hymnal. Okay, let's go to page 212. And these are points you probably want to underline or bring me back to. Well, this kind of guides you through it. Okay, Sunday hospice. This is Jill. or, Jill speaking. Okay, at that point, we go immediately in what? The Zen space, listening. Or actually, if Mike say, just, and this is, again, that Zen thing is where what? We're not trying to impress this person. We're actually just listening and focusing on this human being. Okay, so you're listening very carefully. Okay, and here's a real innovation that this just appeared over the last 4 or 5 months. Hospice that had taken this phone skills and they reduced all of this to a pad, just a notepad, and it had all the cues to help people do 100% of the standard. And how to answer the phone, how to transfer it, how to put someone on hold. Great big generous white space where they could write the name of the person immediately, as well as some descriptors, like in this case, this person, well, my name's Mrs. Smith, and just got the news about her husband and was devastated and all this. And so at this point, you write down, Mrs. Smith's name and then some of those chief descriptors on that pad. So you listen to that, and then you go to 5, validate and match. Mrs. Smith, just to make sure I understand you correctly, you have this and this going on, and you're devastated. Is that right? Did I hear you correctly? You can say that different ways, but Mrs. Smith wants to be heard. But the point is, once she said her name, we never have to ask her name again. We might want to clear up, is it Mrs. or Miss? Yeah. Okay. Let's make sure I got you correctly, Mrs. Smith. You have this and this. And you have to say, is that correct? And normally they'll say yes. And then, there's some professional judgment. Do I need to transfer that? Is this something that we can handle? Yeah. Is that? Yeah. What do you do?
Yeah, what do you do?
I'm just trying to think about that. If they just
Transfer them to the bereavement department.
What's that? Yeah. No. What I would say, it depends on what they're crying about. I guess. No. I'll tell you what I'm going to say. It's just, I'm so sorry. This is a tough spot. And we may be able to help. And just depend on whether they're patient or are you patient? Then we get you more check.
And you're thinking that the receptionist is going to
That can be the receptionist or somebody in the call center, or we even So primarily, I like to have all calls coming into a central place because you're not giving out your cell phone. It's like a no-no.
Right. I'm thinking this call's rolling up there pretty quickly.
Oh yeah, and then it's like doing it with grace. So it's well, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. You learn how to put people on hold with grace and all that. So at that point, that person has, and you dig. You got no one calls. Brief description of the organization. We want that. But let me go. Kind of go. Of course, you log the call, but let's go to page 218. Like how to place that caller on hold. Okay, you've got several calls coming in. Okay, Mrs. Smith, may I place, so ring, 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 we go through all that. And then, Mrs. Smith, may I place you on hold for just a moment? Again, not rushed or anything like that. A lot of times people just bang people on. So you listen, and most people are going to say yes. Thank you. Okay, then they experience our testimonies, caregivers, and all that. And then we take them on. Thank you for being so patient, Mrs. Smith. How may I help you? Or something, or I appreciate your patience, Mrs. Smith. And then you decide what to do. But it's definitely kind of an art of how to do this. Even how to transfer, and this is where you can really on the next page. Okay, so you listen to Mrs. Smith. She says she has this and this going on. She's devastated. And but let's say you need to get her over to, let's say admissions. Okay, Mrs. Smith, may I place you on hold a moment? I'm going to get you over to Joanne. If I can either say intake or I can say, if I know the person I'm going to get you over to Joanne. place you on hold for just, okay, thank you, Mrs. Smith. Okay, so put her on hold. And at that point, again, I actually get up behind the scenes. I get hold of Joanne and say, hey, Joanne, got Mrs. Smith. She's communicated. She's just devastated. She's not a patient. Okay, so I'm going to transfer her. Okay, so Joanne picks up. Says, yeah, Mrs. Smith, I'm Joanne. Now, she'll explain that you have this and this. Okay, here's one. Okay, there's three important things. They remembered my name. She referenced Jill, who originally got the call. She introduced, and she matched. I mean, she described my situation. Or the person could say, well, really, it's more like this, or whatever. And all I know is that most people are just going to fall over. Because how many times does that happen? When you're on the phone with AT&T, or anyway, are you going to get anything like that? I mean, you're going to be lucky if you don't get cut off. After about 15 minutes of wait time, it's really cheesy music or whatever.
See, and I would imagine the way we do it now in a very fairly efficient way is that call comes in, it's patched to some missions, message from set missions. I have a potential protocol,
Yes.
which is still
Which is still good.
but it doesn't add. I hear what you're saying. It doesn't add that.
Yeah.
I Mrs. Smith just called the doctor's office. That 30 seconds really.
Yep.
Put them on hold. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that period.
And there's a time where you also got to recognize what we can handle, what we can't handle, you know, and all that. But even if they're dying, you know, it's like so that can be fairly brief. But then you pick up and okay, and they got it to the right person. Now let me just say this: when I'm teaching this, and I believe this is in this book. I've updated this section. Is normally we will. I start out like with the class, you know, I start saying, okay, let's all practice answering the phone. And so ring, 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 take that, answer the phone. Perfect. Okay, ring, ring, ring. Okay, great. Ring, ring, ring. Okay, so we all got that there. Okay, so we do that, and then, okay, now let's add to that. You know, let's do some validate match. Okay, ring, ring, ring. Hey, Candy, this is Billy Bob. Billy Bob Thornton. We try to sell some things. Anyway, man, you know, I like those pills y'all gave me so much that I took too many. I think I'm feeling pretty loose. Yeah. I know this is like stress. It's like, okay. Yeah. Right there, you probably again you want to validate that. Okay, saying, well, Billy. Okay, first of all, you got my name. Of course, I'm famous. You know, I'm kind of loopy, but anyway, actually, Billy Bob, pretty
Probably
guy.
true.
This is that guy. Yeah, and it's like, okay, Billy Bob. So took a few too many. Now let me get you over to, you know, but this is where that pad is just like, you know, you'd be nailing that. And also, can people feel if you type them into the computer?
Sometimes they can hear you.
Yeah, they can sometimes hear. So sometimes we can kind of take that away. Yeah, so what? You take it down and you have to type back. You know, the point is you got to get somehow in that Zen place where you can just go, okay, got it. And that pad is just, I know it's a low tech, but a lot of times low tech is exactly what we need. We don't need a lot of high tech stuff. So anyway, we go through that and we get past that and then, okay, let's put some on hold and keep adding. And then we take kind of a written test on it and practice with each other. And until as a teacher, you feel like, man, we've got that nailed. You can take any one of those people out of that class. So he takes this sufficient time to do that. That's kind of the high points of this. I know that's a short topic, but that's good.
I have a question. We have a department that we call the triage department that is really the nurses that the calls are transferred to theoretically when it relates to a clinical issue. I never say triage because I feel that that's a more potentially sophisticated word and not everybody knows what that means.
Yeah, I'm still confused by it.
So
I really am. It's
I was
okay,
just curious
is that uncalled or
about
not, or-
your thought. I just put that in.
No, I think that's, again, I'm going to go ahead and write that out here because I've never had anyone bring that up. I'm like a CPA can't spell. But that's exactly what we got to be thinking about from here. What are the words? Like you say, psychosocial. They can like look me up at the moment. And all that. And again, you will also, a master teacher, especially like in a visit or any of this stuff, we're going to assess our students. What's their background? Where are they at? I mean, sometimes you're just wiped out. And you can't take any more information or whatever. Anyway, that's kind of where we are on phones. So that's a shorter thing, but again, vast amount. Yeah, this is actually been updated. This has a whole bunch of really good stuff in it. This is like some of the latest and greatest. It talks about the MP3s. I'll just say this: whatever nuance that Ruthie has, you will all start to do it. Like if she said splendid at the end of it, we're all going to start saying splendid. I mean, and it's just almost an uncontrollable thing after you listen to that MP3 for a while, and you will start to mimic that person. That's the way the brain works and all that. I want to go to one thing on the visit, and forgive me for going back. Let's go to page 185. Let's talk about the admission visit. We'll also hit on call. So again, 185. Okay, big topic, right? In a hospice is admissions. Okay, the first thing we see with some of the more, some hot dog admissions area is speed. They recognize that speed is the #1 factor or characteristic of people that are successful in the admissions area. In fact, we'll say it like this: the first hospice on the scene wins. The more competitive this area gets, speed is the only thing that matters. And folks that are faster will have larger censuses. And I'll just go back to a hospice early on. This is one in Florida, and their census was 200, but it should have been far larger than it was. And so I'm going around the hospice, and finally I say, can I go and kind of meet the leader of intake? And I said, sure. And we go back, and Luann, can you come out of your office? And Luann kind of came out. And I said to the CEO, I said, I may not be the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I think I know your problem. And of course, what do we know about hospice culture? Hospice is the one place where you can be fired and not be gone. Right? It's like someone's they're a clinical leader or manager and they're not working out, and suddenly they move them here, and the next thing you know, you're walking down the hall and I thought she was fired. No, she's in that corrections. Or no, she's in the volunteer department, or she's they just transfer people this all around. I mean, it's one place where you can get fired and not be gone, basically. So in this situation, we did standard hospice protocol. We took Luann and we get rid of it. No, we just Actually, it's medical records. And you know, and then I said, "Who's your most neurotic? You know, your most neurotic nurse you have? I mean, the one that's kind of doing this on the interview. I mean, kind of has the bounce thing going on. Coffee pot right there. Preferably drives a red sports car."
Yes.
Yeah. We made one move of one personality in that hospice, and the census went from 200 patients to 400 patients. Because this new person, and I'll just say that hospice hated my guts. I got these just nasty phone calls. Andrew, you have wrecked our hospice. Because it took 4 months for it to go from 200 to 400. And you talk about, your experience in some growing pains. You had another 200 or 160 patients a day, like, and see what happens. And you'd hate me too. So, but with this said, it's never no. 2 words. Never know. So you make room. There's always room at the end. Okay, so in this case, one move of one personality doubled the census. Because here, this person's doing this. What do you think all the admissions people underneath? Yeah, because we reproduce whatever we are. We reproduce, and all managers do it. Again, 70%. This is why I'm very conscious of who I'm going to put in these high-paying clinical basically clinical teacher jobs. We might as well not even call them a manager, but then we removed all this stuff to make them teachers. I'm really conscious because that is what they are going to reproduce. That's why I got to have incredibly great attitudes and all this stuff. And anyway, that's a key thing: speed in the admissions process. Okay, so with that said, let's drop down to number 3. Stop doing obsessive compulsive admission visits. This idea that we got to go in and do a complete assessment when we have basically 5 days. All I'm looking for is a plausibility, that this person is dying. And that basically it's just 3 things. I'm then going to get in, get them comfortable, get out. Oh yeah, no, that has to be done. Sign here. I'm kind of busy, so you. But the whole point is that a lot of times, again, you have to assess. You teach them only enough, and this is where this kind of flies a little bit. We're a teaching system, but the admissions person's a little bit different because a lot of times people have just got the news or they're just coming home from the hospital. They're white. Well, don't go through this big exhaustive, man, I got to know, basically your second cousin's, middle name, and I got to, no. We just get that down to the bare minimum we need, and I'm going to teach you just enough to get you through the night. And then Rapid Nurse Nancy will be here tomorrow, and she'll probably do a more complete assessment. But right now, we're just going to get you comfortable. And because if you're in this place and that thing drags on first hour, second hour, whatever, and you're just ready to die, are you going to complain? No. But you'll remember it for the rest of your life, how long that visit was.
You all agree with that?
Yes.
You do? Okay.
Okay, yeah. So
How long do our missions take?
I don't know. I didn't look at that.
2 hours.
Okay. So that's something we want to work on. Again, take a look at that EMR, strip everything out. Again, take a look at. Yeah. We should be able to get on in a modern hospice. Again, medications is just getting your app out, going boom, boom, boom. They're okay. No big time there. I'm just saying that so much of this stuff can be done.
Oh,
10-hour day.
what the, I don't know about 10-hour days, but I mean, I'm in an 8-hour day, and I like to breathe. You know, the whole point is that it just doesn't have to be this long drawn out thing, and that's what I find fairly common. But I'm just saying, when you're in this place, I mean, and you also don't want. I'll say this again: it's kind of ridiculous for the next nurse, clinician, to come in and then kind of redo all this again. That's like double whammy torture. But also, you don't want nurses doing admissions. I mean, the primary nurse, or case manager, whatever. Because I mean, how many of you are nurses and someone drops an admission in your day? That kind of wrecks your day, does it not? And again, I'm very concerned about staff and all that. Whereas if you have 1 day notice, okay, we've got an admission, but you can kind of plan around that. But you drop it right in the middle of that day. And so this is why, again, we have an independent unit, and you may be structured like this, where the admissions people get out there, because basically, if people are allowed to do their own admissions, the census will be self-regulated. And when Ernie wants the gas pedal down, the gas pedal's down. You know, and I don't even put them close together. I separate admissions completely, removed from the directors. Otherwise, you can take a look and, geez, it looks like they're busy, and we'll just kind of slack up and regulate that, you know. But again, we're not going to say we have a waiting list. We're not going to say, you know, no to anyone, but we can actually, if Ernie wants to say, okay, let's kind of ease up just a little bit. We're not going to communicate that, but he has the power to say, okay, let's mark it a little bit less just right now. And most of the time, you have to know that. So no, we don't waiting list.
So can I say something about that? Because I was looking at this. I hear what you're saying about how interrupt the nurse case manager today to do that.
I'm not saying that's not the only thing. That's just one thing that's a little problematic sometimes. No, yeah, I agree with, I mean, the whole thing. You know, well, I do know this, that admissions are a clinical decision. So therefore, it is done by either an RN, NP, or physician. You know, we don't send two out at the same time or anything like that, because that's kind of torture too. You know, we kind of break those up a little bit, because otherwise it's kind of an overwhelm. Yes. Yes. Oh yeah, you don't go out together. No, it's like people stopped doing that in like the 90s. You know, I mean, I'm just saying that again. When you put yourself there, we had that situation. I mean, that was kind of, and it's just like, God, I don't know. It seemed like the whole team thing. And we're just like, you know, I'm just saying that we kind of got to just watch, be sensitive. The point is, we're trying to just get them in, get them comfortable. Especially, again, sensitized. Are they coming out of the hospital wiped out? We sure as heck don't want to. Let's just get them, and then, you know, either that next day or whatever, whatever that coordination of that experience needs to look like.
And I'm saying that because we have had it.
Yes. Yeah, and we don't usually put admissions people or social workers in the admissions area. It's just part of the normal team.
So what do you do?
Well, if we identify the nurse, if we identify, hey, we can do this with them, get a nurse, social worker out there or somebody out there right away or something like that. But you know, it's a clinical decision, and so that's the first thing that we get there. And
It Depends on the area.
These guys back here.
Yeah, I'm just saying that folks don't do that normally. I mean, that's a kind of a different practice. So,
But your point was, take aside whether there is an incentive or not related to for the nurses to out in the field, the case managers to have to drop what they're doing and do an initial admission assessment. Your question was the same thing for the social workers who are like steps out there. How is that different? It has to be done within a certain kind of time frame, and you've got your plan day also. That was, I think that was the question,
yeah,
right?
exactly. And I wasn't trying to do that. But the point is, we're getting out there rapid speed, and one person can get out there a lot faster than any kind of, and assessment, and then start to get that coordinated. What is the situation? Absolutely. Why would you ever? I mean, I can't even know. Again, I haven't come. That's one thing I haven't hit a long. Once in a while, I'll hit one in the hospice in the Midwest. But that, I mean, that's folks have abandoned that practice long ago. No, you give. All I need is a plausibility. This person's done. And 90% of that assessment is observation. Well, yeah. What I'm saying is there, but all I need is a plausibility. Okay, let's explain the benefit. Sign here for this guy. Okay, let's get let's say comfortable. Rapid nurse Nancy, social, whatever needs to be coordinated. Next, it's going to happen again. We have 5 days to do something, and that's the way we roll.
Could I ask what kind of infrastructure you have back to support?
Oh, excellent question.
And you have to have infrastructure
Yes.
to be able to do that.
Well, yes. Again, in our world, cost follows function, and so if I have a few support people behind it, normally there's more administrative assistants or whatever, so if they need to be helping out, organize things, so I can keep that nurse rocking. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Get medicine ordered.
Yeah, but even
supplies
medicines,
out there.
it's just an app. Boom, 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 D&E. And I'm just saying, and that's well, you can get it. I mean, you just make that a specification with your pharmacy. We can talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, that of course. I mean, we're not going to do anything that's hard work. I'm just going to tell you right now. Don't believe in hard work. When I say we're into simplification, man, I want we've got enough stress just using learning our structures and stuff that we can have brain capacity and energy for higher function of making more accurate assessments of what's going on and that. So, absolutely. So we just try to get rid of all barriers and crap and anything that's unnecessary.
So you're going to provide us with
we can talk about it. I'll tell you exactly. I know which place to do it now, but we'll do it. I'm going to say this though. And I kind of want to look at some of your other numbers. We'll take a look at some of your numbers and just a little bit.
So, admission 27.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see what might be able to be done.
There's two, but they're distance.
2-hour drive.
Warranted.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm saying is see what can be done. Okay. And even there, I mean, even at point 4, I know that you have a lot happening and that you may be overwhelmed. I'm going to do the basics to get you comfortable. Kind of, so that comes down to how that's communicated and all that. Okay. What else here? Again, missions is not a teacher. Teach enough to get them through the night. Okay. And also, again, we use dedicated teams. What are you talking about? Now, if you expand into some remote areas, sometimes they may have to do their own admissions for a while, until you can do something else. But sometimes you do that if never when people are. We already talked about physical placement of admissions. To be far away, number 12. And then modifications to the EMR. Okay, let's go to any other things on that. Oh, can I just say one thing that may not have become apparent? A modern hospice team, if I'm the clinical manager of a clinical team, I am over all disciplines within that team. Basically, if I'm with that team, I'm managing nurses, hospice aides, social workers, spiritual care coordinators, all is under one person. It's not a matrix situation where social workers are reporting to social workers or whatever. They're reporting to one central thing for very clear lines of, I have no idea how we're set up here. But that's the way we organize the modern hospice situation. And that fosters a much more integrated experience. Sure. And you don't even need to have a clinical background to run a clinical team. I can run a clinical team. Heck, I've run inpatient. Okay? Like Deborah was right. You kind of work this stuff out over time. And tell you too, some of the greatest, a couple of the greatest clinical managers ever, that came from the spiritual domain. One was Alan Davis. Just tremendous. Your life has changed forever. And he set all the MVI benchmarks for a decade, just hardly any turnover. And they didn't even pay that great. I watched them go from kind of a few things, but just phenomenal management. So why is that so? Why do you not have to come from the clinical ranks to run a clinical team? Because it's not a clinical skill set. It's a management. You got it, girl. Oh my God. Do you want Pink Floyd or
Let me see.
acoustic? Oh my God. Well, hey, I got your vibe there. But yeah, it's a management. And again, never underestimate the people. You kind of work out. And if you need some help in the clinical domain, well, there are plenty of clinicians that you can run stuff by and all this. But all I know is I remember this one hospice out west, and this gal came out of this really nasty divorce, just wiped out or whatever, and she got a job at the hospice as a receptionist. Well, she's a great receptionist. And they said, well, geez, let's make her office manager. Well, she was fantastic at that. And then said, God, let's make her a clinical leader. Man, she could run a clinical team like no one's business. And then the board said, let's make her CEO. And man, she just exploded that hospice. Watch out for determined people, that have some horsepowers. And that's why I don't let degrees, I don't let all kinds of things. I know we have to have certain certifications for different things, but as a person's potential, look out. If someone has a desire to do something, whatever, but as a manager, a clinical manager, does not have that. That has been so disproven. Okay. Oh, on call after hours. Okay, let's go to page 188. Okay, here, and then we'll take a quick little break. I would eliminate the term on call or after hours. Okay, how do you feel? And listen, Lori, when I say we're gonna wipe out the work, again, I'm just saying that sometimes when you feel again when you get on call, get after hours, it's like last I knew we were 24/7 office, so we try to get away from that. Some hospitals are now calling it just in case nurse. Yeah, just in case. Yeah. It's just kind of softens it up a little bit because this is where if we can come up with creative terms. Again, I want everybody get something on these boards. I want everyone to contribute here, but if we can come up with some different ways of looking at it, some different words, and that's where we're taking that model thing. And yeah, that one came out of let's call this a just in case. So that's about what it is. Just in case you need a little. Oh yeah, or there you go. Yeah, or the mega nurse will come out. You know, I mean, Miss Awesome. So
Or Mr. Awesome.
Or Mr. Awesome.
We have some of those.
And but so that's just the way to look. Because sometimes, again, after hours, they're closed. You know, I'm not getting the regular. Or so I don't want any disconnect. That hey, this is part of the team. Okay, get rid of 8 to 5. Just, again, we want to sexy up the job of working here. I mean, I don't know. I just trust people. And if I got systems that will tell me whether people are doing their job or not, I don't care when you make the visits. Cool. Just make it when they need it. It's best for them. Start your day. I don't care if you can get your work done in 35 hours. You get paid for 40. Don't sweat. But I'm going to respect your professionalism. I'm not going to micromanage. And there's just no need to do it. And our systems will tell us if there's anything.
So do you work, you're talking about the case managers?
Yeah, I'm talking about pretty much everybody here. Now office folks, we need to have dependable hours that we can serve because we live to serve clinical leaders.
So are those positions salaried?
Oh, we do a variety of different ways. But we usually have a little bit of a base salary, but then we have standards pay just for doing your job, which you get every time, unless you don't get your documentation, and then you'll feel a little bit. And then 3 ways to get paid above that.
Would that be included for office staff?
Yeah, everybody gets in. Heck yeah. You're doing your job. It's like the best. Well, yeah, I mean, if that would be good for the patients, it really has to do with patients and families who we're here to serve them. If you have to sometimes make a Saturday visit, well, just do it. Just do it. Well, you might have taken off Monday.
The noise came from back that way.
I'm just saying it doesn't have to be this hard and fast rule or whatever. It's not like we're living in California. Anyway, I've always that's always the most difficult state, that in New York, sometimes in that case. But even there, we end up doing wild things that motivate people. It's like, yeah. But like I say, you're getting a lifestyle. You're getting a lifestyle when you work with people. Like, yeah. They're not micromanaging. They're not. All I got to do is do my job. No problem. Support my team members. Make those from people leading. Okay. Okay. On call after hours again. This is one where with after hours, again, the higher quality of the visits are, again, we salary. Now this is one place where we straight up salary on call folks, but we actually don't want them going out on a bunch of visits. We'd rather do the Maytag. Remember the Maytag repairman? You go out when you need to, and there will be that, but it won't be the same frequency. And then, so people say, well, what do they do? Well, they can do other things. The most valuable thing they can do is what? Admissions, right? This is where your on-call people have to be highly skilled. I mean, admissions, all that, as well as, handling falls and things like that. They also can help. They are excellent documentation people, so they can actually be helping compliance. Kind of going through, oops, someone just used the word sample. Out of standard. Or, geez, the nurse took a shot at the social worker in the chart. Can't have that. Out of standard. Okay. Anyway, and so.
When the on-call come in, though, or do they work from their home?
Oh, they can work from their house. That's fine. That's cool.
I'm saying if they're in charge.
Yeah, that's just depends on our HIPAA, and all that. But the point is, I mean, people can do things as long as it's, security and all that. But I will say this: if on-call needs to have great judgment, because if you go out and someone's like run out of something, basically you got to say, is this a legitimate thing, or is this something that could be, that really is not necessary? Is this are they freaking out at something they shouldn't be freaking out? That's just basic stuff that was overlooked. Okay, well that's not acceptable. At that point, what happens is that case manager or whoever the responsible party, that basically you'll just put a note, go up to compliance. And again, when standards pay comes out, I mean, there might be one visit or so that's that's not counted or whatever because it's outside of standard. It doesn't matter. We need grown-ups here that can say, okay, yeah, my bad. Ooh, you're right. Because they will know about it. They will, it'll be clear to them. The manager knows about it and says, well, let's coach up on this. Here's the situation. And again, most clinicians are going to go, oh my God, what was I thinking? I got it. I'm sure. Because that's, again, we've taken away almost everything, all the duties a clinical manager has to do. They don't have to chase documentation. They don't have to monitor productivity anymore. They don't have to do annual evaluations. All gone. Leaving them to do what? Teach and coach. And I right along with it. That's all enabled by the comp system. And you may not be able to go all the way to the comp system, okay. But there's definitely things you can do, but that's the most elegant way that kind of makes it a little less personal, because it's not you that is like being the bad guy. That's the thing that, like, what you're talking about, like, oh my God, I got to be like the whatever. Whereas I let the system do it. My job at Blue Ridge Hospice is to help you be successful in the Blue Ridge Hospice way. Now, if you don't use your job, the system is for you. My job is to help you. Does that not make it feel better for managers? We're taking away a lot of negative aspects of management. Your job is to teach and coach, teach and coach, teach and coach. And plus you get paid really well. So yes. Okay, let's take a quick break. Let's take, again, a good 6.5 minutes.
Right here, I have it right here.
6.5. Yeah. I think it can be done a couple different ways. The case manager, I think. It just depends. Normally, for the case manager, or the clinical manager. Yeah. I mean, it just depends on the judgment of it. But normally, there's side.
Guess I know, Joe, you got it. You're pretty good. But look at that. This one's more than- Pardon?
I'm giving up the fight. Working on still not getting right. Reconsider on fearing on the take, I mean, every place else. It's so damn annoying.
Oh my God, we have sound. I'm gonna make a sign. We'll make some assignments tomorrow of some very concrete things. And I'd say, let's just start out with some very basic things. And get that going. You know, sexy it up later on. Let's get the basics. Yes. So that's where we just, again, the fact that you're kind of picking up on that and just, again, don't let it overwhelm. Just say, let's just start attacking that. What can we do like right now? Well, can we add something to the website? Yeah, we can do this. You know, can we get a, you know, can we put together some kind of tricky questions?
Oh my goodness.
It's like, yeah.
She did. And then it comes this.
Well, yeah, we can make assignments, but one thing I do need is some kind of quarterback. Okay. Someone that's fairly organized. It's more of a just drive, get it done. And so.
Oh, good idea.
Which one's the dark chocolate? Is it okay? It's okay.
Oh, you're gonna say I probably need that. I've been like going, what do we got here?
Plain chocolate, I think that's dark.
Okay, I think that would be good.
There you go.
Thank you for being so considerate.
No problem.
Yes.
You know, the one thing about the whole idea of letting go is that whatever state you're in, it's perfect. You know, like you know, if you're going through whatever, something in life, just be with it. If you're grieving, just grieve. Just get down. You know, the worst thing you can do is like push it off or whatever. You know, or if whatever energetic state, you've got enough energy to do whatever's in front of you. You have that, or your physical state. You have enough of a physical state or whatever to do whatever. Like, you know, sometimes my back will be hurting from throwing out on an airplane. You know, my head will be hurting because I got in at 3 o'clock in the morning and they're starting at 7:30. And I always just, you know, kind of go, hey, God, okay, well, I'm ready to go. I mean, I may feel like crap, but that's okay. You know, I'm okay with feeling like crap because, again, a lot of good is done by people who don't feel very good. And there's some kind of lesson in it. My God.
Not good.
Those are like manna from heaven.
You need another one? Get you another one.
Where'd it go?
Back here.
Okay. I've been like overdoing it on many levels lately. That was really good.
I'll put a
And
stash.
I like the 0 calorie version too.
There's a stash for you.
Okay, I just want to illustrate. Let's see if the gods of audio are with us. This is an example of a scenario. So just imagine here. Again, I want to do the lab thing because you want to get perfect at the lab. And everybody here will feel weird in the labs. Let me just say that. You're going to feel weird running the labs. Your clinicians are going to feel weird. You're going to actually have an imposter feeling that you got to get beyond. But you got to care enough about whatever it is to go ahead and do it. And after a while, you see, man, this is like so working. This is, and so again, I like to have my chair right there. I've got a mannequin here. That's the patient. I've got a mannequin. That's the caregiver. And again, the speakers. The right is always the patient. The left is always the caregiver. And I have an iPad right here. And I'm just sitting there with the clinicians, and I'm just controlling what's basically talking, but just by going on and off. And then I'm just coaching the clinician right then and there. Like, you know, let's kind of try that again. Let's back up. Do it. Okay, now you got it. And anyway, there's just some immediacy. So it might be something like this. And I'm just going to go on and off. Let's notice on the iPad.
Hello?
Hello, I'm Nurse Nancy.
Good to meet you. I'm Sam. I take care of my father.
Great to meet you, sir. And of course, you're dropping your bag mat and all this stuff. A little chit chat. But again, we're focusing on the structure. And I can run probably 50 visits a day. You know, it's not like it's 40. Just make sure you have the structure. Okay. It makes you Sam. And again, eye level lean in. You know, I noticed in the last start that there was one detail. I'm sanitizing all that stuff. And so now I'm getting in position, eye level, and then, okay, Sam, what's your biggest concern?
My biggest concern, it's just that it's all so much to take. I mean, we just got the news and all. I mean, I don't even know where to start.
Okay, Sam, I understand you correctly. Just got the news and all, and it's just so much.
I think that's right.
This is what we can do. And obviously, this is probably a little more. It's a nurse visit that a lot of you have pointed out. There's a lot of social work, whatever. You'll take a social work. Now, Sam, I am going to take some of my notes. Please help us some. Now, this is what you say. Of course, you wouldn't say it later on, but they already know that. We'll take some of my notes. Please help us so much. This helps us coordinate it. It's one thing that when you're interacting with Blue Ridge, you never have to see. Like when you call us, even if you call us at 2 o'clock in the morning, or we tell you a story, we just focus on it.
Use computers?
That's right.
The rest of the world does. Why not hospice? I hate repeating the same thing over and over like they do at the hospital and every place else. It's so damn annoying.
Okay, now to do your assessment and all that. Now, Sam, I'm not going to be able to keep you all the time, so I'm not going to see you all the time. You were just so capable. And so the docs, the concentrator center, so I'm going to mess it up.
Okay, I'm a rookie.
No, listen, you're doing great.
Is that okay? Did I do okay?
Absolutely. I swear. And so that's where that goes. And then, okay, so this was a pretty, it's a kind of smooth scenario. But then, again, let's do deep south.
Who the hell is it? Oh, it's them damn people from hospital.
There's Nancy from.
Let him in, baby.
Come on in. Mama's in the living room.
Okay, yeah. So you gotta get the vibe there, and then you go through the whole thing, and drop them in the bag there, and anyway, you walk in.
Hello.
Hey, what's your biggest?
My biggest concern, I just want to know that my babies are taken care of.
Okay, so there's validation. Okay, so you would say your children were off spring, or maybe.
That's what
You baby.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to take some of my notes to the computer so
You are high-tech damn people, huh? Hey, Mom, they don't ask the same questions over and over 1,000 times.
that's right. Now, Danny,
Don't think I can do it? Well, is that okay?
that is fantastic.
Well, of course, I'm a man.
Okay. Okay, let's go on.
You're the man. You're the man.
Okay, this one's bad.
Who is it?
Who is it?
It's Nurse
Is
Nancy.
that hospice?
It's Nurse Nancy from this is Nurse Nancy from Blue Ridge.
Person?
Yeah.
Are you going to ask the same questions over and over again like the last person? You told us from the start of this experience that you wouldn't be like the hospital, that you had a system that made sure that small things as well as big things were considered.
and that things wouldn't fall through the cracks. And the last person here, the social worker, didn't seem to really know our situation. I thought that hospice was a team thing or something like that.
Okay, right there, you can go into probably at least the three things you do as a service failure. Ma'am, I am so sorry. We are so sorry as an organization that we disappointed you. You know, and again, I want to thank you for bringing that to our attention. And we consider them a gift, and I'm going to take that gift. And again, we're going to go back and improve our processes, and so it doesn't have to be you again or someone else. You know, you've made the world a better place, but in this person's situation, it doesn't quite go that well.
Now, Melinda, it isn't that bad.
Yes, it is now. They shouldn't say something to folks that isn't true. That's a lie. It gets people's hopes up. Didn't they say we could stop using the service? I think we can. I think it's called revoke.
Okay, what do you say? These are starting to get cramped up a little bit. Again, I want to see what people and again, biggest concern.
My biggest concern right now is how can I count on you and your organization?
My biggest concern is that we have peace.
Yes. Okay, so if I hear you correct, Melinda, is that how can you count this, email? So here you kind of have two things. You have to make judgments with regard to where you position your body. I mean, there's all kinds of.
I don't like Melinda being upset.
I know, and we are so sorry.
I think we are fairly forgiving people. I mean, I was on the phone with my friends asking their advice on this situation. Most of the 10 or so people I spoke with agreed that I have or had a right to be upset.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and crank it up a little bit more.
Who the hell is it, damn it?
Nurse Nancy.
What the hell do you want? We don't need your help.
But yeah, exactly. But this is one that is.
I know who you are. You come from a nice, cushy home, but I know your kind. You do your thing here, but no, I will be watching you, your every move. And don't fuck with me. I mean it.
At this point, this thing starts to escalate. And people have to make judgments when you break off. I've had groups. I had 20 some clinicians, and like the folks from California, the first thing, I'm out of here. Oh, is that really how you would leave? Throw your hands up, or is there a way a specific best way that you would exit? Something like that. And then we have people in the back from Georgia, just power through. It's about the patient. Well, unless people have been taught, you're going to get ranted. You're going to get a very, very experience. And so, then you just keep going.
I've had a bad day. A bad, bad day.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Most of the time. Yeah, and so now we're kind of getting some questions about.
You could visit more often. After all, you're being paid enough. And I've read many hospices don't do very much for what they are paid. How do I know that you're a quality? When I'm living in this shithole with my mom. Fuck.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop it there. But anyway, this one just gets there's advances, there's sexual, but the point is these are things that you would encounter and stuff, and so you kind of stress out and make sure that man, people have tested out and they kind of have that stuff, you know, and
But don't it still goes back to managing expectations. Very, right?
oh, yes, I mean, that's a lot to do with everything, but sometimes, you know, you're just going to get, yeah, or is just, you know, I mean, has anyone ever experienced, well, yeah, sometimes displaced anger, or sometimes it's just downright, this is whatever, but again, what are the lines? Oh, yeah, no, yeah. Well, and again, that's professional judgment.
How much time do you guys spend actually, it sounds like dealing with certain scenarios, but spend time on communication skills, open questions, active listening.
Yeah, I think
Back to, you know, as we've been doing, that's so key. You guys spend time getting that.
absolutely. No, I mean, the point is we want to be as good teachers. We want to teach well, put it that way, and sensitize ourselves, and again, just cognitive of how we listen. Anyway, I wanted to expose us to that a little bit. And can you see where that's more effective than role playing? Role playing takes a lot of energy, and you're never going to get two performances the same. And people are normally not going to say that. So that's where that's really valuable. And also, if I want to like pause it and say, okay, I want you temporarily, I can say, you know, now pretend I'm the character. So I can do that, and I can do that for my vocal survey.
Part of that is how do you help that experience this kind of visit, come out of that and leave that scenario behind and take the presence in.
Well, exactly. And that's a whole skill set of never use anchoring techniques. Things like that can change your emotional state. Okay. Well, we talked a lot about, again, some of the frontline stuff. It's about the feeling, visits, phones. We have to get into the numbers a little bit, okay? But they're certainly not the most important thing. But they certainly are important. And that you can't even run. I'll put it this way. I mean, a hospice needs a certain amount of funds in order to work. And I'll just say this, since we do have this very, very rich benefit, let's manage it well so we can provide great care. We can take care of ourselves at the same time. These are not mutually exclusive. We can have more than enough to fund just about anything that comes our way. Pay our folks well, have money in the bank. Okay, so, you know, for a hospice of tomorrow. So let's get into this a little bit. And you may go, oh my God, well, my job's not finance. Oh yeah. Again, every clinical manager should, you know, basically a clinical manager controls 60 to 65% of an organization's cost. So it's pretty huge. Man, I got too much in here. I need to put that out. Okay. Anyway, here's the number one reason to be profitable. The amount of money we have in the bank directly impacts our quality of care. How is that, Andrew? Well, y'all work with CGS. What class of patients are being scrutinized? That we're getting ADRs, focusing. What class of patients? Long living, right? Well, we do more cost reports than anybody in the country, and we look at all the FIs. Well, what is the plan for reducing the number of hospitals in the United States? It's by introducing these rounds of constipation of what, long living patients or whatever, And what we know is that if we have tight documentation, we're going to get paid on 98% of these claims. The question is, can we make payroll without getting paid from Medicare for 6 to 9 months? And some people say, well, you know, some hospices take pride in not getting any ADRs. I don't think that's not our case here, but the point is that hospice is far smaller than it should be. But it takes money put away in order to have long-living patients, which we know are going to go through these rounds of scrutiny, right? So therefore, here's the question. Do we want to take care of people for 4 days or 4 months? Which one is more quality hospice experience? Okay, there you go. That's why you got to have money in the bank. Otherwise, you can't even do that. An undercapitalized hospice cannot even take long-living patients. Let's just put it out like that. So there's a direct correlation, okay, between that. I'm going to just shred a few outdated not-for-profit ideas. By the way, I do this for most of the major hospice chains because it's the same people that work in hospice in a for-profit as not-for-profit. What I got, same clinicians. Okay, but for-profits or not-for-profits have most of the financial advantages. Okay, and that's the truth. It's just easier to do not-for-profit than it is for-profit. Why do you say that? Well, how can a not-for-profit not make money? Because if we're doing a model, we can get 14% operational margin from our hospice home care operations. That's without any real stretch. All we're doing is doing everything that's a little bit of the average. And the cumulative result is 14% margin. Okay? That people actually give us money on top of it. That we're not paying 40% of everything we make out in taxes. Again, I take it really badly whenever I see a not-for-profit business. Because the only reason it go out of business is because it's grossly mismanaged. Because it has most of the the only financial advantage a for-profit has is like initial capitalization. But then they still got to make money. They have to manage better because they have no other choice. Okay. So we have a lot of advantages, and then the problem is when a not-for-profit goes out of business, another one doesn't go back. I can blow away 100 for-profits. That community program goes down, and there isn't another one going back. And I always want to see that there's a community-owned program. That's probably where my heart is. That's because that's what hospice is about. That said. But I always want to have more than one hospice in a space, because otherwise they get soft. You need to have some competition. So anyway, let's do this. Okay, hospices need community support in order to operate. Well, obviously they don't. That not-for-profits shouldn't make a lot of money. Well, they should. I mean, I've helped 3 hospices. We went way over the $100 million in a fairly short period of time. And not-for-profit, I mean, one not too far from here, we put $34 million in the bank. You get the operations throwing it off, and then you can put a lot in your community. But the point is, we need to be building to get that 6 to 9 months of cash, so we can take heavy-duty cost patients if they come our way. So we're not going away from anybody, regardless of what they're going to cost. As well as being able to handle all these ADRs, because they're going to just come in waves. Okay. That not-for-profits care more about patients and families. No, it's pretty much the same people. For-profits skimp on care. Well, I don't know if that's true. Predominantly, at least with MVI ones, they tend to visit about a third more than a typical not-for-profit. But then again, we tend not to get mom and pops. We get a little more sophisticated hospices. People are a little more numerically or better managed. And so, that not-for-profits can't pay their staff well. That's just ridiculous. I mean, is there like a for-profit rate and not-for-profit rate? Again, we just prefer to have less people, but less people paid well. Volunteers prefer to give their time to not-for-profits. I got for-profits that are 25 whatever percent volunteers, and then again, we work with all the largest not-for-profits. They barely buy that 5%. I mean, it's like 6.8. So that doesn't, okay, makes sense. Okay, if we're highly profitable, Medicare is going to cut our rates. Well, they're going to cut your rates anyway. Okay, if we're highly profitable, people won't give. Well, these folks, we've crossed over the $100 million threshold. Man, it just keeps going. So that doesn't deter it one bit. In fact, it increases. Not-for-profit board. One revolutionary thing, again, we've got a great manual, it's manual number 8 in our series that's available for download. But again, I like, boards to be highly engaged, just like, like for-profit boards. This is a real business. We need to understand what we're doing. Because that board's making what? Some of the most strategic decisions. And so, well informed. Again, fundraising and community support provide the least return for the most effort. And so we're going to have to keep in mind and be picky. When I'm saying I use it, I'm just saying, are you saying poo-poo on community support? No. I'm saying go for it. And I'm also not going to do a bunch of, chili suppers and bake sale. I mean, I'm not saying that they're not good, but I'm going to do things where we'll get a kind of a decent return, because that's energy. And Deborah Daly, again, my mom in hospice. Anyway, I'll tell you some stories about Deborah, but she was something else. I'll go ahead and tell you a little bit. Anyway, I went to hospice in Winston-Salem as the county manager. I met all these nice people. They said, "Oh, you got to meet Deborah." And so I went in there, and there was Deborah. This huge desk, not a paper on it. And there she is in her needless markup or Neiman Marcus or St. John's sweater, whatever it is. So you can come in, Andrew, and sit down. And she had this leather chair and her couch, and I just sunk down to here. And she totally had this stuff planned out. So she's like towering above me. Andrew, what can you do? And it's, I'm just trying to get a job. Well, my last place I did this, I saved them this much, whatever. And she says, "Can you really do that? And don't you bullshit me." And so, whoa, and I don't know what there is in it, but I just respond to that challenge, and it's like whatever. And anyway, so she was there. Then we went down to Winston-Salem, and I ended up being the vice president down there. And that's where, again, we set up one of those $100 million things. Just ripped out every system they had. Then she went to VITAS, and she took over the central region and grew it from like 400 some patients to like 1,600 something. Then she said, "I want to go back in the not-for-profit world." So she went to bankrupt Hospice of Dayton, who was into the credit line to make payroll. And she stayed there for 10 years and left them with like 40 mil in the bank. You always knew two things about Deborah. The place is going to grow, it's going to make money. There might be dead bodies and all, but those things are going to happen. But anyway, she came into my office and said, I remember, when I just started, and she said, "Andrew, you see this financial statement? This thing called community support, it doesn't exist. I want you to learn how to run this hospice without a dime from the community, because I refuse to basically depend to operate this hospice on the kindness of others. They allow some sloppy operations." And then she put her, I remember, her fist down and bam. And I go, "Whoa." And then she said, "Thank you." She just goes back, and, but anyway, I worked with Deborah wherever she went. But that always struck with me. So, but because she always said this, "Let me, I'll determine what we're going to do." She always had world-class breathing things, whatever. but I just learned, I don't even pay attention to it. It doesn't even register. I just know how to do it right for Medicare. I can run it to 28% probably if I want to. No sweat. At 14. Yeah. We can trace, I know, over $25 million back to the first shops. When I heard about what y'all did there, I mean, I love what you got going there. That's a double whammy. I mean, I just know a little bit about it. But it's good. Okay, so we operate the business of hospice on what? Percentages of net patient revenue. This isn't National Public Radio. NPR. This is what allows us to get rid of budgets. Do we do budgets? No. Oh, you don't? We do budgets now. But anyway, we get rid of it. Our modern hospices don't use budgets. Because the budget's almost like an ever-changing standard. Like here's your standard for this year. Here's your standard. It's like, God, I want something I can just count on every year. And if nursing's supposed to be 14% of NPR, man, lock it in and go. Social worker at 4, whatever. So what this is basically net patient revenue. And this is all in the book here.
242.
Okay, yeah, 242. It's all earned revenue from Medicare, Medicaid, commercial insurance. It doesn't include any community funds. It is net of all bad debt and contractual allowances. There are no pass-throughs. It's basically whenever we bill for like a nursing home room and board, or contracted inpatient, or contracted respite, or social sufficient services. That's not in there. This gives us a pure apples to apples. So when you're looking at benchmarking, you don't have to say, when you're comparing folks, it's the real thing. You are getting apples to apples, and this is the acid test that makes that happen. So, and we'll be looking at our stuff. And it's not that difficult, really, to compute. I can take anything on a general ledger and divide it by net patient revenue, whatever that is, and come up with a percentage. So if for a team, medication costs are $25,000, and our net patient revenue is $300,000, all I have to do is divide 25 into 300, and it equals 8.3%. Okay, pretty straightforward. Okay. But here's the question. I'll find out whether we're amateurs or professionals. What is the typical hospice in the United States? We're drawing a paycheck to be professional managers. Is this not a fairly basic cost in a hospice operation? If we were making cars, would we not know what the average cost of putting the bumper on? Somebody help me out. And I wouldn't just depend upon finance, this is clinical ops. Help me out. What is a typical hospice in the United States of America? Okay, it's a little bit because they haven't been getting the national perspective. Okay, but you're going to be getting these reports. And I'm going to tell you right now, it's right around 6. It actually went below. The cost on a net patient revenue basis is actually going down. Even with Part D and all this stuff, everyone's going, it's going to go up. Well, it has not. It's going down. Okay. And we use this over, and so, yeah, and I'm not trying to embarrass us. The point is, if you're working for me, you better know this stuff. Otherwise, you will, I won't have it. Because here's what a pro can do. I can go, a professional, and just with a little bit of time understanding the benchmark, I can walk into any hospice in the United States, say, get me this, this, and this. I know how is it calculated, and I can say this is great, bad, or this sucks. I don't have to do any trend analysis or anything. And that's the pro. And any one of us can do it. With just availing yourself of a little bit of time. So you can start getting these some of these benchmarking reports, which is only about 3 or 4 sheets of paper, really, is all we use. And man, you can almost rule the world with that. It's far as being a pro. And just knowledge of we're high on this, we're low on this, will start to impact the numbers. Awareness. Okay, so why use these rather than patient days? Okay, patient days kind of went out for hospice management probably 15 years ago. There's one place where it works, and that's in the patient-related medications and all that. But any place else, it gets flat. Pretty worthless. Anyway, MPR, they're comparable. We can compare ourselves with other hospices. We can compare ourselves with the hospice of 1,000 patients or whatever. Or, if, whatever census size we are, we have a basis. It helps us develop a model. So if we really get this going and we add another 100 patients a day, we don't have to put out another budget or anything like that. Everything just automatically scales. So if, again, nurses are 14%, and social workers are 4% of that, and whatever, it doesn't matter what our census is. It tells us exactly, if we were managing well, what it would be. And the last thing is just easy to understand. These percentages. You kind of think of what? The pie. The pie here. So direct labor, let's say it's 38%. Patient related, 17%. Indirect, 31%. Oh, and 14% cut out for pie. We all get that. And if Ernie goes, hey, I'd like to add, if we add a little bit more to social, or let's say volunteer coordinator, and we want to get this spectacular result, we might have to pay for that. Again, is that a good investment? And this would help us make that. It's just easy to organize our thinking around these percentages. But we don't want to use the budget. Let's go ahead and go through this. And some of you think that's weird coming from a finance guy, so to speak. But here's the budget process. When does it start? Normally about mid-year. Let's say we're in a calendar year. Budget process starts somewhere around mid-year, right? Maybe July or whatever. And we all get our little weenie budget packets. Little spreadsheets or whatever. And what do we do with that budget packet? Do we ask for exactly what we need? No. What do we do with it? Jack it up, right? Because what do we know? We know any CFO worth their salt has the CFO budget whacker. Like Jennifer, how much you need? You need 100 grand? 150. Okay, here's 80. Ken, how much you need, man? You got some expensive praying to do. 50. How much? 100. There's 80. Okay, or whatever. But that's what you do. They just whack it down, and we get it all in pencil. Then we take it in. We get it all kind of situated. We take it into the board. And, of course, the board takes a look at it. We're going to fulfill the fiduciary responsibility. Yes. Stamped. This is what happens a lot of times. And then we get into month 1, and we notice a variance. Then we get into month 2, and that variance might get a little larger. And we get into month 3, and it might even get larger. And then, the meetings kind of go like this, the finance or sometimes the board meetings. This amount is more than budget because census was more than anticipated. This amount was less than budget because census was less than anticipated. Of course, the word syntax is so deep. Okay, what we have there, and then people, start spending this because they, Jesus, in the budget. Well, yeah, the census didn't get to where we thought it would. Yeah, but we're going to spend it. So we've actually armed ourselves with overages. This is a sick system. So what's the real issue there is that a typical budget is a combination of 2 different variances. You have a volume variance and efficiency variance, and you can't tell the difference. The MPR percentages, since they flex up and down with census, always is an efficiency variance. And it tells you, if we're at 246 patients a day, it tells us exactly how well we're managing through that. If another competitor comes in and we go to 125 patients, it'll tell us exactly. If we go to 500 patients, it'll tell us exactly how well we're managing. And plus, you never have to do a budget again. You know, the only thing you might do is say, let's talk about it. You know, is there any changes we make? Well, I don't. Maybe not. We got people that are riding the same model for years. I always tell boards and stuff, don't get greedy. Just because we had a great year, just do this to staff. That's the way we roll. Okay. So anyway, we have most of these things. I'm going to say this: contribution margin. I got a couple. Again, net patient revenue. We talked about that. What's direct labor? It's all our classic hospice disciplines. It does not include clinical managers. It does include, though, head of bereavement and volunteer coordination, because there's not a better place to put them, really. Patient-related, this is medications, medical supplies, all that. You know, DME. And then indirect costs, we basically divide into 3 subcategories. Indirect labor, which is probably a lot of us. Facility-related, this would be everything we can touch, you know, rent, facilities, all that. And then anything that isn't either people or facility operation. Contribution margin. This is an important concept for clinical managers. You manage to a contribution margin. A clinical manager does not manage to the detail. Okay, I'll illustrate this here. A clinical team for a month, or it can be an inpatient unit. Let's say we had $100,000 of revenue. Well, we subtract the direct labor and the patient-related, and that leaves the contribution margin. And so we're looking for what? A contribution in this at 45%. The job of the manager is to bring in enough contribution margin, and not too big. Some people think that anything positive is okay. It is not okay. Because we have to have enough contribution to what? Pay for indirect costs and provide for profit. So, and if the clinical manager wants to use more nurses, well, then they'll have to use less patient-related. Or if the clinical manager wants to use more expensive medication stuff, then they'll have to use less labor. But you've got to bring in that contribution margin. Or better. That's the job without going over.
Is the goal to normally bring in 45% contribution?
That's one. It depends. The only cost that a manager should ever have, this is where we don't need any allocation or anything like that, are costs that you can control. Because otherwise it's unfair. And plus, I want laser beam focus on what you can control.
So are you talking about contributions within the area that controls?
Well, yeah. In this case, it's basically contribution just with the clinic. You know, other departments, it would be you just have to manage your costs at X% of net patient revenue without going over, like an IT area or finance, or, you know, because there's not a direct revenue component, whereas a team has patients. There's the revenue for this, and there's expenses for running that team.
Currently, we don't break down the revenue expenses, so we'll change that.
Yeah, that you can do it. You can either do it in the ledger. That also can be done out of Alscripts. So there's various ways of pulling that off. Okay. The other thing I want to get into, and as far as the business of hospice, is computed caseload. Because there's kind of 2 kinds of caseloads that we look at. This is what the manager manages to. This is the actual mathematical number of FTEs that you need to get this. So if you have 100, let's say, you know, the CNAs, it's 10 to 1, and you have a census on a team of 100, you'd have 10 aides normally if you were perfect, you know, within that system. And again, we don't have to get into the complexity of this, but this is about as complicated as it gets. But I don't know. Again, it says average daily census, then we divide into that total salary divided by the economic, divided by FT hours. You don't really if you were a clinical leader, I'd be testing you out of this. But you divide that in there. But I can go into any hospice with that formula, even if they don't have hardly any data, and I can figure out what the real case looks like. Okay. So with this said, let's go through a few other statistics here. Admission to inquiry percentage is the total number of admissions divided by the total number of inquiries. We're not seeing referral, because a lot of times when people use the word referral, we tend to think numbers. Geez, they died before we could get out there. Let's not count that one. Okay. The whole goal is what? The same day visit percentage. Okay. And again, 14% is what we're looking for as far as that profit. This is from home care, not without your patient. And we're trying to build out a reserves of 6 to 9 months. Okay, so let's take a look at some key measurements here. Average length of stay based on terminating patients, that's a pretty worthless statistic that's thrown around in the hospice world. And it's kind of meaningless because it doesn't count all your patients. I mean, people can go over half and have an average length of stay based on terminated patients of 65 days. You get letters that say they owe $3.5 million back. And again, I'll go through that. But this is the better one. That's explaining it. I will say this. The patient mix over 365 days. Again, model got 10. So if we had, we'd have, for example, for our size of hospice here, we'd have at least 25 patients over. How far can we push that up? Probably a little bit less than 30%, about 25%. Probably. Again, so, development return ratio for the hospice, 3 to 1 back, for every dollar we get $3 back. Okay, debt service. Debt service is basically total program debts divided by the total debts in the service. So what that is, normally we got from the registered deeds. How many people have died in the community or the service area? How many of those patients were our patients? And the hot dog folks are usually, again, 50%. That's really high. Again, if you have 5 other hospices, you've got some that are big into that. So the question is, what is that? And the highest we've ever seen is 73% of all deaths. Anyway, let's keep going on that. Okay, a manager's job is what? To manage each area MPR percentage at or below the model. Okay, so let's go to this page in the book. This one's important, and this is going to set up kind of the next thing that we're going to do. Okay, 250. Okay, so direct labor, a typical hospice is at about 41%, or 41 cents of every dollar is going towards direct labor. Again, we suggest that a hospice can do it at about 38. So it's just a little bit better than average is what we're suggesting. Not a big stretch. But take a look at what the 90th percentile is doing. They're doing 32 or 33%. Okay, and winning awards. Doing out-visiting. And so this tells us that direct labor is highly elastic. There are a lot of ways to do direct labor in hospice. So that's one of the reasons that I don't tell a clinical manager, this is how you set. You're growing up here, here's your NPR amounts, you got to get it, or you need to manage this contribution margin. Again, if you want to use more clinicians or whatever, go for it. But you'll have to use, less of this. How you get there. And why do we do that? Why do we not micromanage? Because we want to have some creativity. You may have to do some neighborhoods or areas different. Right? And also I'm looking, like if we get those reports that are all laid out there side by side with all the different teams, and we've got one team that's winning, I'm going to be going, what are you doing? Well, this is how we're, well, I'm going to start doing that too. And so, you kind of design an element of creativity in the system. And you'll also notice that, like on those cards, I know that you can manage a world-class organization down to actually 32, 31, or whatever. You can do labor for that. So why don't I set our standard at that? Why do I set it at 38 when I know you can do it for 33 or 32? What am I trying to do? Why do I not set the standard like rock bottom? Actually, since I know they all can do 38, I want a clinical manager to go, I can win. I can beat that every month. And when I beat that, we take 50% of the savings and we dish it out to everybody. And so that's where we just don't get greedy, if that makes any sense. All we have to do is a little better than the typical hospice.
This is based on what they, because based on different areas, there's a different numbers.
Well, yeah, and that has to be kind of weighed in there too. But again, the clinical manager is aware of that. Again, labor thing really tracks really well. I'm saying that it's usually not much of a factor. I'd have to see. So I put that. Does everyone get that? I set that high, or just where that's a little bit better than that, because I know the clinical manager can beat that every month, and a percentage of that savings is going to go to that manager and everyone on that team. That's in standard. So I don't want to set people up for failure. I want them to take a look at that and go, I can do it. Sign me up. Bam, 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 bam. I'm going to do it. Okay? Same way let's take a look at patient related. Typical hospice is around 19%. I'm saying, can we do a little better than average? Can we do it at 7? Well, sure. Well, I know that you can get it down to 14 if you want. So a clinical manager, that should be motivational and go, well, I can do that. I can win.
Like retention, maybe right for expensive ed.
Oh, well, I definitely love it. Either that or yeah. Well, exactly. Or I'll say we'll hinge the doctor's pay on that. Hey, you want to do a bunch of expensive stuff? You're paying for it. Okay. So yes. So I've seen it done a different way. Sometimes the physician has, or exactly, or the clinical manager depends on who that doc reports to. Okay. Again, there's contribution margin. There's indirect costs. At a typical hospice is around 35%. I'm saying, can we do it for 31? Hot dogs are doing it for about 26. So yeah. And then there's how it breaks down: 20% for labor, operational 7, facility at 4. There's the cumulative effect of doing everything a little bit better is at 14%. Typical hospice is at about 5%. Hot dogs are doing about, 27, 28%. At Baldridge winter, we did 35%. I'll just go ahead and tell you right now, we had so much money that we would take all our aides and social workers, they would want to Jamaica for meetings this year, or the Bahamas. I probably shouldn't have said that, but I'm just saying that, we were really well managed, and there's plenty of funds to do that kind of stuff. And people could go, oh my God. One year we went to New York. Man, that was an expensive trip. We decided, man, it's just cheaper to rent a beach. Anyway. So And so we're not even saying, I know you can do 28%, but let's not get greedy. Let's just do 14, especially for a not-for-profit, and just let everybody do really well. Okay? So that just gives us some perspective. Let's get down into this a little bit. Okay, nursing, we like to see around 14%. AIDS. Typical office is around 6, but we tend to put a little bit more in. A social worker, 4. Spiritual care and physician, right around 2% of that patient revenue. That physician is actually a net number, it's not a bill. So it's the only one with the revenue. On-call and admissions, 3%. If I see admissions much above 3%, there's probably some kind of or on-call, a little bit of a quality thing.
But those people never get a chance. Well, they never get any bonus because you have 3% middle and 3% deficit.
Well, no. Everybody gets bonus. Wait till we go through this. And we'll do that tomorrow. Everybody has big upside. Okay, bereavement 1%, and then volunteers. A typical hospice spends a little over 1%. Can we go completely crazy in the volunteer area? Instead of spending 1% of net patient revenue, 2%. Again, I don't know what 1% of net patient revenue is. It might be $100,000 here. So we might put $100,000 more into volunteer coordination. Maybe one person can handle it for the entire organization. So it might be a $200,000 position. But then again, if you're getting, these big numbers of volunteers, who cares? Okay. Let's go through just a couple of things. Medical supplies about 1.5%. D&E 4.25%. Pharmacy, it says 6, but I'm just going to tell you, I'm not settling for any 6. That is so average. When you take a look at the benchmarking reports, and we're going to get that out in a little bit, I'm going to do 4, folks, because that's $200,000 in this case that I could put towards either other people's salaries or just spread among us. And I can just make one phone call and make that happen. Just by picking certain vendors. Plus, we can have apps. So, that. Now, let me just tell you point out a few things. Again, I'm going to put more in paid services if I was to design my own proprietary model. Because, again, these are the people's tightest relationship among any other discipline. Right? These are the people that know where the moles are. A lot of times, they're not even invited to IDT somehow. I'm thinking, God, what's going on there? We get it where hospice aides can run the IDT. And they can shut it down if it's not being run according to the scheme. The point is, we definitely superstar the whole hospice. We have so much writing, and we pay them more. We give them a career ladder. We build the thing around our aides. Still spend more there. Physician, spiritual care is another place where we supercharge. Okay, we talked about the volunteer, right? We want these powerful people that can offer a life-changing experience. We want it so hot that people will hop on a plane to come to one of our volunteer training events because it is transformative. Okay, we do the same thing with the spiritual care dimension. We certainly need to make visits to our patients that are not connected with the faith. But we encourage our spiritual care specialists to go out and basically they get credit for visits to faith communities and all that. Basically multiplying themselves. And so they're part of really that thing of getting in there for every faith group. Again, can we have 1 or 2 people that, or if it's a large church, maybe there's 10 or 12. And don't discount like the small hospices or whatever. Sometimes we're working on that, but big gap. But this is a super powered discipline. And normally we have slightly higher caseloads than that, but then again, they're going out and they're really educating of really the spiritual domain. So super multipliers, volunteer and the spiritual care team. But again, it's all about that life transformation or that life changing experience. Zipping that out. Just like the hospice of San Francisco. I'm going to be going through your volunteer. Like I live in North Carolina, but I'm going to fly to Boston because it's so amazing. And that's what we got to be serving up. Okay, indirect costs. Let's quickly hit this one. Administrative, I would like to see that about 3.5% of that patient revenue. Clinical management, 5.5. Compliance, right around actually 5.5%. But sometimes I can tell you that comes down to 1%. So that would make education or people development, 1% of that patient revenue. Finance, in a quarter. HR, 0.75. Marketing, around 2% of medical director, 1.25. Medical records, 1%, and IT at 1.4. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and pass out our numbers. And you're going, oh my God. And what? Okay, what we're going to do now is I've taken the liberty of putting your numbers, let's go ahead and make sure of your numbers into our tool. Because, now that we've been exposed to this kind of professional perspective, because that's what benchmarking is. And some of you probably are thinking, where are we, right? Okay, inquiring minds want to know.
All right, does everybody have a single sheet and a stapled sheet? Yes.
Okay. This is just a tool where I took our numbers and, there's our average rate at 153.29. We ran this out for the year. Census is average 36, and then that kind of puts out what our numbers are. And again, I've not looked at that and by that. We actually came up with a much lighter number here. I'm just looking at it. let me just show you what we do here. It's not like we have to. The purpose of what we're doing here is to basically say how many clinicians do we need for X amount of patients. What this is basically staff, kind of staff. I'm not going to spend a huge amount of time on this, but for example, if I was looking at our numbers here, with nursing, oh God, we're in about 12%, right? And there's few open positions and all that. So that means that probably our caseload is more something like that, something higher than that.
Yes.
Okay. And this is one thing I got to explain something on the benchmarking report. And here I'm going to pull this up. Okay. Again, let's just get introduced to this. I'm not going to go too deep in this and like that. But again, this kind of tells us where we are on all kinds of different measures. The median is what, the 50th percentile, where most hospices are. Then, of course, all recommended, where should you be. And then your rank in relation to that. Like, your receivables are really great. Holy cow. Receivable. See, an average hospice takes 48 days and a half days to get paid. We get paid in like 35 days. That is absolutely kick-ass. I'm just saying that we're better than 86% of our hospices. Okay, and so so we kind of do that. With that said, that the days of cash not real high. We'd like to get that up a little bit higher. Actually, we'd like to get that about 100. Again, our census, we're in the 70s. We're larger than 72% of other hospitals. And by the way, let me just say that's one place where our numbers are a little skewed because we don't get these really little hospices. And so a typical hospice in the United States has a median census of 64.4. Ours is what, 119? Well, so God, that's probably almost 90% larger, or 80 some odd percent. So a typical MVI client tends to be larger. That is one thing where our numbers are. Okay, our labor is coming in at about 43.9. Okay, a typical hospice is right at that 41, so we're a little high. So we'll take a look and see, what's that about. Patient leave, 64.4. That's great. The typical hospice is 17.8, and even our indirects are looking great. All in all, these are pretty fine numbers. I'll just say that. Now the inpatient unit, but that's not so far off of a typical. Not that we have to lose that much. That's one area to say, hey, can this be done differently? In fact, how big is our unit again? It's 18 bed unit, And I'm not saying, well, it might lose money, but
What are you looking at?
It's May.
oh, right here.
Oh, here, okay, got it.
Yeah, but again, this gives us professional perspective as far as where we're at, as far as cost. So again, we're doing pretty well in financial. Okay, what are people getting for that? Well, the typical patient is getting seen 1.4 times a week from a nurse. The typical across the country is 1.6. Okay, so we visit a little bit less than the typical hospice. That's, again, that doesn't mean it's bad or whatever. Some, frankly, over. So I'm trying to get the spot. The A visits, again, not kind of want to look at. Whenever you look at benchmarks, there's about 3 questions. You know, I want to go is, first of all, we know that 8.5 is just spot on. Because, again, when you have this huge of a sample of the hospices across the country, you have over a 99.9 whatever percent confidence in accuracy. So, again, it appears here that we don't use as much hate. Because I'm going to investigate. Cheryl was actually completely right. And maybe, well, yes, it is. You know. And again, is that the way we want to play? Social worker, we visit a little bit more than a physical hospice, which really is. Very similar. Okay, how long of visits? Okay, we are doing long visits. And this actually includes travel. Okay, when we are looking at visit design, we factor out travel because sometimes you have to travel a long time. So when you divide or design a visit structure, you factor that out. But for management purposes, we have to include travel, whether it's in New York on the subway, you know, or whatever. But a typical visit in hospice is about 71 minutes, 1 hour and 11. Well, we're spending basically 90 on a typical visit. It's long visits. Again, the A visits are almost, well, an hour and 50 minutes, whereas a typical hospice visit is about an hour. So again, this would bring up questions. This is the market influence up. This, what's the key? So, because you know, I can just tell you that our travel situation is like
It's not going to be one
unique. So anyway, that's that. I do want to kind of take a look at this report. This tells me a lot. And we only look at a few of these reports really, but you know, again, our nursing labor is great. Okay, I mean, at 12. In fact, that could probably go up. Maybe like that 14. Yeah, on that. This one. Here, let me blow this up too. Oops, oh. I totally messed up there. Okay. Okay, I mean, so, you know, and that may mean we're working a little bit short, right? And I think I've kind of heard that, and so the numbers kind of bear that out. AIDS, you know, we're right about the same. Again, I'm a little bit troubled because it appears that there aren't a lot of visits. You know, expect that to be higher. Social worker, definitely high. Not by a lot, but 1% of spiritual care less. If the process is about at 2, we recommend that. You know, physicians, again, you know, a little hot, but then again, it could be the classification of yeah, so I wouldn't worry about that. On call, again, the typical hospice is at about 3.9, which is not great. And ours are, that's pretty high. So that's an area that we need to go to.
So can I ask you, when you look at that, do you include like answering service in that? Is that part of it?
No.
It's not.
No, that's
No, I meant in your number,
no.
in the 3%.
No, that's
So, for example, if you have one person answering the phone, you would not include that in the 3%. Is that right? No.
as far as on call. No, that's
Okay.
well, then again, I guess so you have the triage.
What she's asking is,
I'm trying to understand.
they have a front call, like you can answer the phone.
Oh, four on call. Oh, then that needs to be captured,
Right.
because that's supporting that phone.
Yeah, the Blue Cross on-call employees that are RN that are answering the call, the triage out. If they get
Right, basically cost, getting the cost files from.
So would that be also trying to figure out what the your MVI model?
Yeah, well, again, we just take all costs that are associated with either direct on-call people as well as in support people, and then we put it together. Yes, I mean, I'm just saying that, well, you may do it slightly different, but, obviously, that's what's being captured. And I know that your system's been pretty through that. Same way with like admissions, typical hospitals set that free. And again, we got a lot going on. Bereavement, a little bit more than volunteer. What do we got going on in volunteer?
Down position.
Down. Anyway, so that, and there's our triage. So in the areas that, again, this brings awareness that, my God, at least a typical hospice is here, either high or low, and then we just make decisions, say, where do we want to be? Where do we want to be? And sometimes it's okay to spend more, but sometimes it's not. Again, I'm going to spend more in the CNA situation. That probably will drop. I'm going to spend more on my aides. That's going to cause me to be in the 25th percentile, which means 75% of hospices have less costs than aides. But I don't care. That's my trade-off. Or I'm going to spend 100% more in the volunteer period of the hospice. But I know what kind of return I'm going to get on that.
We use triage, but you said most places don't use triage. But
Well,
you have it listed as a.
Yeah, most people will take triage and you kind of lump that in with on-call. I mean, because it can sometimes be argued to be kind of an extension of that. But anymore, to me, if you're going to have a call center, probably put it in
So for the sake of how it's broken out here, how is it used here for how the model is when you're using triage? Is it used truly as a call center, kind of like after hours?
Or just a call center period. I mean, if you got it broken out.
Because our triage is solely 8:30 to 4:30. But I'm wondering if for your model, if it's truly the 24/7.
Well, and
Model 0.
Well, I'm saying like the median. I'm sorry, that's what I'm looking at, the median.
yeah, typical hospice is, again, again, it just depends where you want to classify. That's one place where you can have it either in its own bucket or it can be part of on-call.
Cheryl, where are we putting music there?
It's another service.
Oh,
Because it's not all hospices have it.
so there's really not much.
Yeah. But anyway, so again, that awareness itself says, hey, can we do something different? And basically, we get it done. Or, we can construct things around it. Now, let's keep focusing on that for a second. Yeah. Okay. No. Again, first of all, I never tell anybody whether they can hire someone or not. If you feel like you can get it, then go for it. But again, if you go over, you're paying for it as a manager. Has to manage that. And then like Alan taught me years ago, Andrew, you would never staff up a full-time in fundamentally a business where the census goes up and down. He said, my whole thing is I basically keep my flex or PRN pool at 20% of my labor. So therefore, if it goes up and down, I can always handle it. This is why my stuff's I mean, just perfect. You would never staff up full-time clinicians. And now he said this, that's the toughest part of the job because I have to keep them engaged. I have to make sure they get enough work. I have to hold them to the same standards as everybody. So that 20% is the hardest part, but that's just part of the territory in the business that we're in. So, okay, so let's kind of work at that. Let's just kind of keep focused on that here. And so we're at about a 43. And so, like I say, I'm taking a look at that nursing thing, and you might be a little bit higher than that, or whatever. But let's just set that at like let's say it's 12. Well, even that, like I say, I think we may have to take that out. So what I do is basically I manipulate that and say, what would be a reasonable case load? 12, that would be fantastic. The aid situation, we're running, again, we don't have to have a computed caseload, but if we take a look at, let's go here, let's go to the computed caseload. I kind of flew over that. Okay, again, our stuff, if our wages or hourly rates are that was something we do, don't sweat that. Typical caseload, and I'm not going to try to confuse people. For like when it says nurses, it says 8.4. What this means is that a lot of folks think they have caseloads like 12 or 14, but when you really, for the nursing position, it's not like this for all disciplines, it's for clinicians. You have your regular nurses, and then a lot of times you have PRN on top of that, and then might have flow people or whatever, and that tends to take down, the overall caseload. So if that looks low, that's the reason. That's the only one that kind of looks lower than what it is. Hospice aides, it's normally 11 to 1. Social workers, 25.6. Okay, physicians, 134 to 1. So basically, this gives us some kind of statistical basis of where a typical hospice is. So, with this said, and guys, I'm not going to torture you with, tons of numbers. We kind of got to go through this. So, in this case, a typical hospice is what? At like an 11. But I'm going to say, hey, let's just do it for 10. Social workers are what? About 26 to 1. So we could say, okay, we can do what a typical hospice does at 26, and we see what that makes us about. Or we could say, hey, can we do a little bit better? Personally, I like a 28. Spiritual care, I like that somewhere around that 65. And you put all these together like that. There's 3%, 50 to 1 for staffing on all that. And this kind of shows that we could fairly easily get to about a 35%. What that means is if we set the standard at 38, I'm basically saying it'd be fairly easy for a clinical manager to beat that. Now, again, what would have to be attacked would be what? On-call, admissions, and some of this was outside. But then again, that would only be charged to a clinical manager if they could actually control that. If it's not, then you're only charged with what control. But let's do this in addition to that. Let's say that half of our census was in a nursing home. By the way, what percentage? It's already about half and half.
Did you say a nursing home? You mean assisted living though?
Well, either one. Assisted living or basically facilities. So let's just say it's 50-50. And let me just do this really quick. illustrate this. So we could do our hospice home care at like a 36 or something like that. And if we have half of our census in a facility, well, what's it cost? What would it cost, for us to do the labor portion in the facility? So there's 35% that we could do in home care. Well, you might be able to do that for like 29%. That's actually I expected to see somewhere around 30. That's what cost. So if we have half our census in the facility, half in home care, thus you can get down to about that 32%. All I know is that it just seems like with what we're getting paid and relative wage amounts, this really queue us up for a lot of success. No, it's just that you just have less travel. You're not cutting in. So anyway, that's really all I'm trying to illustrate here. So when you take a look at these standards that are on your card, you go back to the numerical part, and that's where these things are being derived. The percentage of net patient revenue for different disciplines and all that. And we just establish, again, what's reasonable. Again, and we don't want anything that, again, is really difficult to get at. Okay. Let's just do one other thing. I'm going to torture us just a touch because I want to get out finance a little bit. Let's take a look at our patient relateds. And if we go to that one report, because they were at 16 something, right? So if we go to this report, and by the way, this says sunny day, but it's actually your number. So there's that 16.44. That's a good number, right? Because where's the typical hospice at? About 17 something, right? There it is, 17.81. And so I'm going to take a look at that. I want to know what's going on. So I'm going to take a look, and our D&E costs are good. Whatever we're doing there, excellent. Medical supplies a little bit. Basically we're spending about $50,000 more than we probably need to. And that could be something as simple as a wound care product, one versus another, or just utilization. Something so that. Mileage good. Again, all this is good. Pharmacy is good. Yeah. Therapy's great. Those are great numbers. Okay, so you're already hitting 16.4. What am I going to put the model at? What am I going to probably set it at? What? 15? No. That's 7. Just because you can, again, I think 17 is a very, even though I know you can beat that. A typical hospice is whatever, a little above that. We said at 17. That's just a decision there. So I'm just saying, I don't see much to pick at there. The only thing I was going to say on the pharmacy thing is who are we using for pharmacy rate? Yeah. You're getting a great rate. Is what I would say. So then it's going to come down to, I guess, take a look at, again, is it difficult? Does it interface with all strips and all that? And that's where I say, can you get us an app? And normally I would say just call up Wise Hospice Options. They interface with about anyone. They're kind of a boutique situation, but it's not on the basis of cost. They have to do with function and all that. So again, we're doing really well right now. So So I don't have any strong recommendation as far as patient related. Again, you can tighten up a little bit on medical supplies, but there's not much there.
What is a lot of that tied into that we're looking for a new EMR and some of those efficiencies?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe contingent on, is there an app for whatever we might choose?
Well,
or what have you.
exactly, and that's where I totally hook them into give me exactly what I want. Cheryl actually with the program we discussed a lot of that. So if you're looking at new EMR, I want the app to say yes, start this, and this med, start the DME, okay, it's all over, stop the DME, just hit the end button, it's done. So, guys, that's about it. I think unfortunately nothing. I can feel it in me. But again, I wanted to do the most important stuff, which is visit phones first and stuff. But we still got to recognize, hey, there's a financial part of this, and, value of benchmarking, and kind of coming up with what our NPR amounts. So I'm going to be kind of emailing the template for this. So you're kind of putting together your model or where you want this. This makes it very easy to arrive at what we want. Okay. Let's go ahead and I guess tomorrow back at 8:30. Is that right?
Short time, yeah.
Okay, so 2 to 8.
I probably should take everything. Oh, she did? Okay.
There you go. For tonight.
Oh my
you
God.
Take them with you.
Man, I'll tell you, I got a little
Take
budget
them
going
with
on
you.
here.
You got 2 for later. Huh? You got 2 for later.
How many loggers in today on their sheet? Off-site conference?
Yeah. Okay, and then tomorrow's a pretty exciting day again for those that will be here and all that. And again, we'll do a couple of number of things, but then we'll talk about indirect. And then we'll talk about the comp system. That's always pretty exciting. We'll talk about physical products, revolutionary briefing. Yes. Okay, and then we'll make assignments of who's doing what. With no committees.
All by another name.
Yeah, she said there's going to be lots. Yeah. Probably a shit.
Catch up tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep, and I'll see you again tomorrow.
One left, Andrew. Andrew.